Occasionally, there's
Oh,
some random person who will come in. Um, I mean, it depends on the game. I mean, but it's between nobody to like very small number. Like, I don't think I've ever had more than a handful max, and that was like rarely.
yeah. No, I get it. It's rough out there to stream.
It's all right. I mean, I'm figure I'm um playing anyways. It
Yeah,
doesn't
might
really
as well.
hurt. It doesn't really hurt, and
No.
I actually kind of like that. There's sort of my playthroughs are kind of like saved somewhere. I can kind of look at them if I
Yeah.
want. And you know, I have like met some people through it, even though I haven't really been doing it all that long. So I mean that's another thing. It's not really a whole lot of downsides. So it's like, why
No.
not? You know?
Yeah. You can only benefit from it.
Yeah.
I don't know what a downside
And
would even
and
really be.
yeah, and I also I think that I hadn't really tried to, like in the past, not really done any video stuff before. So I'm kind of learning about that stuff. So it's, I don't know, nice to know, kind of, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Oh,
um
that's cool. Streaming. I mean, if you're into it, that's awesome. I definitely don't have the personality to do that kind of thing, but I'm
yeah,
jealous of people who can.
I think that oops, um sorry. So the one of them wasn't working. I'm not sure. Um, one second. Oh, I can't. I don't have enough brain cells to do
Oh,
them
no,
at
you're
the same
good.
time. Why isn't that one working? I don't know why. Yeah, but I would say that I thought it's probably a little bit more involved than I thought initially. I thought I would just like press record. A lot of things that I thought were trivial things take more effort to set up than I thought. Um, there's not really like a central. There's not like a this is the streaming app like Windows or something, and you just like you have all these little piecemeal things that you gotta like stitch together to do what seems like on the surface seem like trivial things. Um, and oh yeah, you're talking about the personality. I think I don't think that I have what would probably be a traditional personality for it. I think that um I don't actually think I like, so I didn't actually watch streams before I started trying to stream. Um I was originally gonna just upload videos to YouTube. Like I would just do there's people doing these no commentary um things. I don't know if you've seen those.
Yeah. Yeah,
They
yeah.
just yeah. So I figured that was my original plan. And then someone was like, "Okay, why don't you just stream on Twitch?" And I was like, "Oh, okay." I didn't really use Twitch, and so I had like make an account like a year ago, but I like never used it. Like I think I made an account because there was a game that was like doing some in-game item drops or something, and if you watch somebody like you get some in-game items. So I
Yeah.
like made an account to do that and like literally never used it again. So then I started watching a little bit to like not in like probably like a normal person way, but like more to like to study it and then to try to understand it. And I was like, all right, I'll give it a go. But like I'm not really like a huge like now maybe I don't know. I still don't know if I really I mean, I guess I don't have to watch it myself to be a streamer. I mean, if you're
Yeah,
really
you
busy
can just
streaming, you know, you're not going to be
yeah.
watching other people anyways. But I think you do need to, to a certain extent, understand why people would watch it, why someone would watch you, and you know, so I think that I get it kind of I'll try to be more succinct. I'm sorry, kind of rambling. So I think that the thing of with Twitch and streaming is that it's like more interactive, and so you're like either interacting with the audience or reacting to things going on in the game. And I sort of thought, and it just so happened that, you know, it was I had just played like Split Fiction and like It Takes Two and stuff, which are co-op games. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them. And
I think I played It Takes Two.
yeah, so I really liked them, and I thought, okay, you know, I can make a channel like that um, because I don't have to. I don't have a problem talking. I'm not like autistic or something. Like I just don't. I don't really like when I play a video game on my own. I don't talk to myself, right? But I don't have a problem talking to someone else while playing a co-op game because it's just a natural consequence of playing the
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
So that's what I thought. Like I could, you could make a stream doing that because like you don't have to be talking to each person directly. The fact that you're talking, you know, conveys they get a sense of your like personality, and you know, like
Yeah,
it seems more,
you're
yeah,
just
it seems more lively, right? You know, without
you're
you
just doing what
actually,
you'd be doing anyways.
yeah, exactly. And I thought I don't because like you know some people like I feel like the way they do it. I mean, it works for them because you know they have a reasonably decent like looking channel. But like I don't know if I would even like doing, let alone be good at. But it doesn't even seem like I would enjoy doing that. I don't want to say hi to like every single person who comes in. Those thanks for subbing or thanks for following, like to every single person. And, you know, some people also seem like they're kind of like overreacting to stuff in the game. Like I don't do that when I play normally. I'm not gonna do that. Seems like acting to me. Um,
Yeah,
like
that's what I was gonna say. They're
y-
basically acting.
yeah. So like I don't want to do that. Like I just want to play like normally, like just be in the flow, and then somehow have it as a natural consequence that it's enjoyable for people to watch. Like, I can't just do my normal thing, like, I'm playing, like, a single player game. I'm not gonna say anything, and I'll just that's not fun for people because they could just watch it on YouTube. Why would they wanna watch me, like, just, you know, play by myself, not say anything? That is probably not interesting for anyone for a stream. Um, so I kinda thought, like, okay, I'll make it kind of a co-op thing. I'll make it, also people can join in. There's some games where you can kinda join. This is not one of them, but, you know, some games
No.
people can kinda join you, you know, if you're, you know, just hop in sort of thing. And then, even if it's not that, you know, I figured that there's also some ways where you could do co-op where you like screen share. Like there's some apps where, you know, you can basically, I don't know if you've heard of like GeForce Now, but that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Um, but like, you know, one of us is one of the, I would probably be the host. And then, some games would be conducive to that. And that was my thought. So I haven't exactly gotten all the way there because I don't have enough people where I'm doing that. But you know, it seems like it could work. Yeah.
I
And
think so,
also,
right? Because I mean,
yeah. Sorry, go
like
ahead.
I watched streams like a decent amount.
Mhm.
I don't know if I've ever seen any be like kind of co-op focused.
Yeah. So
Um,
that's another thing I thought too, which was that it doesn't seem like anyone's doing this, and it seems like kind of like it seems to me like kind of common sense because one of the first ideas that I had, and I just thought I don't see any reason why this couldn't work. I mean, it would take, of course, as anyone starting a channel would take some effort to, and I'm, you know, it's going to be slow. I don't have any online presence anywhere else, so I'm kind of starting from zero. So that's not going to be easy. You know, and I mean, there's other things that make things easy because, like, sometimes you know you're a cute girl or something. You know that helps. You know, or
that does help.
what I mean, if you're like a top player or something, like, you know, if you're already top, you know, some people just are like Shroud. I don't know if you heard of him. Like
Yeah, I was gonna say
he
if you're
was a
not a
top
top player, like
player.
you kind of have to, yeah, you kind of have to find like your own niche.
Yeah. But
to try and fill.
but I mean, I also kind of worry because like so even though my idea might be good, it doesn't mean that this will work for me. Because if it sort of starts to work and then people start to notice and they just steal my ideas, because it's not like they're patented, right? Anybody could just copy me, right? So if it's working for me and people start to notice and it just sort of starts, people just start doing it. I mean, to a certain extent, it's not going to be completely easy for everyone to change, but they could start integrating it into, because I'm sort of trying to build everything around it. This idea. But you know, and so some people are kind of probably, so some people are probably used to doing things their own way already. They're not going to be able to just switch on a dime. You know, they already have their own personality, their whole stream setup. You know, they're not gonna, certain games they play. You know, it's not like anybody could just integrate it, but some people probably would. So, and it's not like I can't stop anybody from doing that. So,
No.
right. So that's just because it might be a good idea, and it doesn't mean that I'll not, it'll necessarily work awesome for me. Um,
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of luck based, right? I feel like every top streamer would kind of agree. Like, unless you're like a top player,
yeah,
I think pretty much every one of them would agree. Like, they got
yeah.
lucky in
The
some
odds are
way.
kind of stacked
Something
against.
happened to, yeah, something happened by luck to like give them, put eyes on them.
Yeah, I think a
Which
lot
it
of
kind of
them,
sucks, but
like the really top ones, like a lot of them were a top player. Then but that's, I mean, you get a huge boost from that. But there's still a lot of people who weren't top players. Um, but then a lot of those people have been doing it for a long time. There's a pretty very minuscule number of people who are either not top players, not hot girls, not been doing it just for a very long time. That just there's very few people. Yeah, so I think it's not easy because like I also think there's a number of reasons for that. I think that Twitch was sort of the forerunner. They're sort of like the de facto like streaming platform. I mean, other platforms are coming up, but you know, like so it seems that from what I can tell, the algorithm for Twitch is a bit unsophisticated and kind of just gives you like, it kind of just starts with, oh, these are like the most popular people on the platform, and you're until you tell it, I'm not interested in these. It doesn't show you like other people. It doesn't really learn.
yeah,
It
no.
doesn't seem to learn very well, like what you like or don't like. It's kind of just based on how popular the channel is. I've never had it suggest to me like some person with 5 viewers or something go like, hey,
No,
check
you
this
have to go
out.
out of
It's
your
oh
way. Yeah.
yeah, you basically have to like go and favorite them yourself by digging through all the stuff. Like it's only ever going to recommend you. Like when I first made the account, I mean, it's not as egregious anymore because I think I've kind of told it, oh, I'm not interested in this channel. I'm not interested in this channel. And so, but that's kind of just like a process of elimination. That's not like some sophisticated learning algorithm. Um, you know, uh, yeah, I mean, it doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't seem to be learning. And so that's, I think, why the whole Twitch bot thing. I don't know if you're kind of heard
Yeah,
upon.
I've kind of heard of it. It's been pretty recent, right?
Yeah.
Last week,
Yeah,
I think.
well, I think the bot problem. Oh, so I don't know. So a lot of this is stuff I'm just hearing from YouTube videos of other people saying it. You know, because I'm kind of a relatively new Twitch user, relatively speaking. So apparently this botting thing has been going on for a long time. It's only just that
Yeah.
recently they started doing something about it, even though it was always against their terms of agreement. But they never did anything about it. So now I guess they're still not penalizing people. They're just somehow like blocking the bots, but they're not penalizing the person who's actually doing it. Maybe because they don't know
Well, I don't
who's
think they
actually
know
doing
who.
it.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
don't know who's doing it because
But
people bought.
most likely it's probably the person whose channel it is. I mean, but I guess they can't prove it. So um
Yeah, you can't prove it.
but basically the whole reason why that even works. I mean, if you think about it, why should you be able to make money on making fake users? The only reason why it would even be profitable is because you get a boost from it, and you also get money from the fake viewers because they pay you based on the number of viewers you have, right? So like if you have concurrent viewers, hire concurrent viewers, even if they're not real. So they actually get paid more from Twitch than what it costs them to buy the fake viewers. That's crazy. Like, how could that even be a thing? And then the fact that people do it is not strictly because they get paid for it. It's also because they get a boost from it. So if you have more viewers, you have more visibility too, because of how unsophisticated their algorithm is.
I'm not sure if this is true, but I thought I read somewhere that Twitch for a long time has been able to calculate, like in their ad revenue, how many of the people watching ads are bots, and apparently they've been taking that into consideration when they pay out their streamers.
Okay,
but I'm not sure.
I'm not
how
familiar with that.
true that is. I remember reading that, but I don't know if that was just someone spouting BS or that's actually the case. So maybe that's the case. In that case, they'd only be benefiting by like, that they get more, viewers because they appear higher. In like,
but that's a pretty big boost already. Even if you weren't getting paid for them, I still think it's a huge boost because of how unsophisticated their algorithm is. Because I mean, if you're like a lot of like at most games, like if you look at the like, I don't know if you ever like sort of like actually went through an entire some of the bigger games like Valorant, let's say, or whatever, or League of Legends, or Dota or something, or whatever the even new releases. I since the last month and a half or so I've been streaming. I look at new releases. And new releases are still even they kind of fall under this category too. If you look, like like half of the people have like one viewer, which is just zero because that's just them.
Yeah, it's very it's like very top heavy.
Yeah, so like because when I first joined, I would have thought like a channel with 75, which is what you need for partner average concurrent viewers. I would have thought that sounds like a small channel to me. But that's enough for you to get partner. And actually, just 3 is enough for you to get affiliate. But I thought if you would have just told me that before I actually started using Twitch and studying it more carefully, that sounds like a minuscule number. Like I thought, oh, that's a very nice number. They're just being nice to people because they just want to onboard them. But like if you look at the actual, and if you just kind of look at a bunch of games, like to get 3 is actually you're already like in the top like 25%, and that's for any given game. So you have to do that on average, not just one day. Like on average, you got to do that. So most people have like almost no viewers. I think what most people do is they probably stream for like a month or something and then they just quit. So the actual number of people who have like one viewer on average is like probably like 95% or something like this, because you only see the people who haven't quit yet, not all the people who already quit. So when you stroll through all the Valorant channel, it looks like 3/4 of them have one viewer or something. That's the people who haven't quit yet. If you include all the people who quit already, because if you have like 10,000 people, if you have 10,000 viewers, you're not going to quit, right? So so all the people who are quitting are the people who have like one viewer, and all those people are invisible. Most of the people that probably already quit, you don't see, they already gave up a long time ago. So I don't know the numbers, because you'd have to do a lot, you'd have to scrape a lot of data for that, but I think the percentage is going to be pretty high, like 95% or possibly higher. Like they average like one viewer or something like that, 1 or 2 viewers, and they don't actually get affiliate. Even which would be, if you would have told me that from the beginning, that would have sounded shocking to me, because I would have thought 3 viewers, like I didn't know, like the same is actually true, probably similar for YouTube, because I would be watching YouTube and I'd be like seeing all these people with because I don't know, when I was just watching YouTube before, when I was not trying to make any content, I was like, would have thought somebody with 100 views or something is like a minuscule number. But like after having posted videos, like no one fucking even watches my videos. Like some of them, like there'll be like 1 or 2 views or something, but like most of them have like 0. like literally zero.
Yeah, I think YouTube is still better though, because I've posted random videos that have
Mm,
gotten like hundreds of views, and I have no clue how.
yeah,
Like
I,
they
I
just like randomly get picked up
I
and
think
recommended
that
to
it
people.
was a lot easier to get views in the past because so I made new channels recently, right? Because I was trying to do gaming stuff. And but like I think it was 2008 or something. I posted one video just randomly, just like it was like a Tomb Raider video, and it was like I don't know, like 3 minutes or something, and it had like 250,000 views. Like there is no way, and it was nothing special. Like literally, it was just like the first 3 minutes of the game. That was it. And like I finished like the first cutscene, and then I just stopped. Like literally, it was like you know how there's like a little cutscene before the Eidos thing comes, and that was it. Like it was like I don't know, like 3 4 minutes or something, and if I would make such a video today, literally, it would get 0 views, like, for sure. I mean, that was the most nothing video, and I think it was only just the fact that it was, 2008. If I would have just kept doing it, I mean, I guess, that would be
Yeah, you
different.
never
But
know.
but at the time, I didn't think anything of it because I just thought, people playing video games online. Who would ever watch that? That's what I thought back then. I was like, this is just a fad. Like, like I thought it was like watching someone eat. That's what I thought. Like, why would anyone watch that? They could just play themselves. Why would anyone watch instead? But I clearly was wrong. I mean, um,
Yeah, I mean it's a good time to get into it. I feel like it's super mainstream now.
I
When you
don't know if
compare it to like a
it's
few years
probably
ago.
not the. No, I think 10 years ago would have been the right, or 10 or
Yeah, if you could
15
have got
years
in
ago. Yeah,
before,
when it
but
wasn't
like
obvious that it would work. Like nowadays, I actually think it's probably not a fantastic time to start because it's kind of like saturated. I think that new streamers now, like you'd have to sort of like stand out now because you think about it, you're not just competing against new streamers, you're competing against all the established people who are not going to quit now, who have who can who already have resources and experience doing the thing because they're gonna be pouring in all their stuff into um doing this, right? Because that's their thing now, and so they're doing that, and then there's new people trying to come in, so you're competing against all of them at the same time. So whereas when you started before, like 10 15 years ago, when no one's doing it, um, you know, uh, you could kind of screw around for a little while, not know what you're doing, fumble around, and you're not competing against as many people, and you're not competing against all these established people who already know what they're doing. It's I think it's harder now, so it's probably not the ideal time. But like, I just figure I play a lot of games anyways, so it's like, why not? Even if it just pays for, my gaming hobby, it's like I'm
yeah, that'd be
kind of
cool. That'd
kind
be
of fine with
amazing.
it. Even if it didn't do that, and I met some people, and it's just like an at I don't know, like I don't know what the word is, but if it just kind of like another side thing to your gaming that sort of like I mean, like for instance, you using Discord and you adding people on Steam is not actually part of the gaming itself. It just kind of adds. It just kind of helps you to facilitate your gaming. If streaming was kind of that, that would, I mean, even just that is kind of okay. Like maybe the amount of effort I put into it is maybe not exactly congruent with just that benefit, but um it's kind of okay. It's kind of a little bit of its own game too, in a way. So, yeah, sorry, it's kind of a tangent we went off on.
No, no,
Uh,
no, you're good. That's cool. I'm
yeah,
hopefully. I mean, you really never know. I mean, it does kind of seem like it is maybe not random because I mean, you have to be like you still have to be putting the work in for like the luck to hit you. Like if you're not putting the work in, then you can't get hit by that luck.
yeah, that's true.
Um, but
Um, yeah, you gotta put
you
yourself out
you
there.
literally never know. Yeah, you literally never know.
I do think,
Like next week something could happen and you could pop off, and
you
next
know,
thing you know, like you're a millionaire next month.
yeah, no, that's definitely not going to happen. I would say that initially when I started, I thought that because I don't know if you ever tried streaming, but like I just thought like, why is this not? This stuff all seems like so simple in my mind. Like, why is it so like convoluted? Like, I just thought I was kind of shocked. Like the when you like the text stuff that I saw on the screen. I just thought, okay, like before I started streaming, I thought, okay, that text that you see on the screen, they see it on their screen too, and it's just some simple app, and everyone has it, and you can just change some settings, and how it looks and stuff. So it's not like that at all. So I don't know if you're familiar with this, but there's no such app. First of all, you don't nothing shows up on your screen. All the text that you see is done post processing.
Yeah,
Uh,
through
yeah,
OBS.
yeah. And there's no like singular thing that does it. There's like a whole bunch of different million little apps, like, and nothing's like there's no single platform that does everything that you want it to do. So you're just stitching a bunch of stuff together. The closest thing to a singular thing would be OBS, but that pretty much just encodes your video, um, and sends it to sends it off. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff like monitoring your channel and like all the other graphics on your screen. They're all from different places. And or even if there are some places that have a bunch of those things together, but like there's a trillion different little settings that you got to like dig through. And I don't know. It's not as straightforward as I thought initially, but um I actually thought, oh, this is kind of annoying. I don't know if I want to do all this stuff. And then now, like, I've kind of gotten a lot of stuff set up. I actually think um, it's kind of good in a way for people who are. I mean, maybe at some point there'll be somebody will make a application that's really simple and does like 95% of this for you, like right out of the gate. You don't have to think too much about it. But it kind of helps the people who already started because the fact that it's kind of a little bit of a not super straightforward, I'm sure that deters some people. And so it kind of helps the people who are kind of already doing it to an extent, you know.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who isn't willing to put time in to learn, like, odds are they're also not really going to take off as well.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of little things I thought that I was doing that don't seem to be helping. Like I was a little bit maybe overly anal about trying to get my video encoding to look good because I was very so like there were a lot of things I didn't quite understand, but like it sort of caused me to so I try to optimize the way my videos look as much as I humanly could and to make it like look really good. And because there's a lot of like bit rate constraints and other constraints that Twitch has on like what settings you can and can't use. So within those parameters, like there's a lot of things I didn't know initially, like before I go off on a complete tangent. But basically, I kind of played around with it probably more than I should have. But anyways, I think I got it looking quite good. And I look at other people's videos but because I can be just as critical of other people's videos as I was of my own, and I'm just like, man, everyone's videos just look like much worse than mine, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think my videos look that good. I was trying to make them look better, but I'm like, but people are like super successful with these super crappy looking videos, like the video encoding just doesn't look good, like or they're like just using the default bitrate thing that the default thing uses, and they're not like changing. I could just tell they're not changing any of the like more advanced settings. And I just thought, but they're doing just fine. They're doing better than me. So I don't know.
Well,
Maybe it doesn't matter. I mean, so stuff like that.
like it might, yeah, I mean, it probably matters to a point, but I think like once you reach like a certain baseline, like people start caring more
about other
about other
things.
things. Yeah,
Yeah.
like as long as it's not like so bad that like it's actually like taking away from the stream. Um, like at that point, they probably just care more about who the streamer actually is, more than like that probably has a bigger impact than just like how good it looks. As long as it looks like okay and they can tell what's happening, they
Yeah.
probably don't care much past that point. Some people do, I'm sure. But like probably the majority don't. I mean, I would imagine like a huge amount of people watching are gonna be like non-technical people who probably can't even tell anyways.
But it seems like they, yeah, I don't know if it's the. I think you have to be maybe more technical to actually fiddle around with the video encoding to make it look good. But I don't think you have to be technical to tell that it looks good. Um, but I think what it
Yeah,
is my intuition is that um, this is maybe something I've kind of picked up as I've sort of streamed a little bit more and spent more time on Twitch because I'm not really like a native Twitch user. So like I think that maybe things that I think about myself doesn't mean that's what how other people experience things, because I think that a lot of people might be like watching on their phone or something, or
I was
they're
just about
doing
to say that.
or
Yeah.
they're like, and you can't see those tiny differences when you're looking at it on a small screen, right? So and then also, you could be, I think this is another thing, there's a lot of like lurking that goes on Twitch. It's sort of like maybe like in like old days there was like TV, or like someone would just have radio on the background. It's not like YouTube where you like search up something very specific that you want to see like right now, and you're gonna like pay super close attention. You're searching for something. Like Twitch is sort of like it's in the background. You're kind of like half paying attention. It's not like you're not like sitting there staring at your screen like scrutinizing it. So it's sort of like in the background noise sort of thing. And so therefore you kind of don't you pay that much attention, and if you look at it in the default view, because I don't even know how many people are really going to watch it full screen, like if you watch it in the default screen already, it's shrunk your screen down, so that, which already diminishes like the importance of how good it looks, because it shrunk the image down already, because half your well, maybe not half, a quarter or a third of your screen is just the chat, right? So it's already shrunk down the video. So you're watching a smaller video, it's harder for you to tell details on the image quality and stuff. So there's that. And then, to be honest, like if it was strictly about video quality, you would just watch it on YouTube, because you could watch on, people can
That's
record
what I was
stuff in
gonna say.
4K, and there's no interactivity. So I think that's part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't think people are going to Twitch to see the highest quality, video
No.
streams.
But
They're going there to like
that's definitely
interact with
true.
the streamer.
That's definitely true. But at the same time, I was thinking like it would still be an advantage if it looked good. But
Yeah,
I just don't
doesn't
know.
hurt.
It might not be as significant as I would have thought, I suppose. Maybe I care about it more than other people, or or I'm probably discounting other things. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. I also maybe thought like, I don't know if I'm gonna be. So I'm also not really sure exactly what people, because I know like what I think I would like, but I don't know that that means that's what the typical person on Twitch would like, because I'm not real. I was never really a big Twitch watcher, so like I might be, maybe I'm just doing that because I'm like compensating for the fact that I don't think I'm gonna do some of the stuff that I see other Twitch people doing. Like I'm not gonna do that, so I'll do some other stuff better or something. I don't know. Um uh yeah.
Yeah,
Like
that's probably your best bet, anyways, because I think the more you try to act like the big streamers, like the harder it is to
right.
kind of make it. And that's
Yeah.
where like the most competition is. Whereas if you find like your own secluded little corner where there's always going to be people who want to watch the same thing that you're into. There might not be as many of them, but at least then you're like surrounded by like a community who's actually watching you because they enjoy what you're doing. And if it's a a smaller community, uh, then I mean all the more reason to watch you because there aren't
Right.
going to be as many people doing the same thing.
Yeah. I think there's multiple good reasons. So one of them is that you sort of have a little bit of you could almost say it's like a monopoly, because if you're just copying the other person, why would anyone watch you? The bigger
Yeah.
streamers are already doing it, and they have more visibility. So why would anyone not watch them and then watch you instead? But then if you're sort of doing something that no one else was doing, then it's a little bit like you have a sort of a monopoly on, maybe it might be a small space, but at least it's like kind of like an uninhabited space. And
Yeah.
and also the other side of it is like it's more authentic. You don't have to be like you know going out of your way and like pretending something that you're not, or something. So it'll probably be more fun for you, and then it'll um you'll
Probably comes
probably,
across as well.
yeah. And then also there's like more downstream effects too. Like if you sort of built like little bit of a following or community or whatever you want to call it, like around the thing that you're interested in. If you're actually interested in it, then that'll be like more meaningful too, rather than you had just like got a bunch of followers just because you were like going through the motions of something you weren't really all that into, and now you're just gonna like you know have to throw it away because you really want to go that direction anyways. You're now just gonna you were just doing it to get followers, but you'd have to keep on doing it if you wanted to sustain their interest, and that probably is not completely sustainable if you're not entirely interested in it. um
Yeah, I mean, it seems kind of silly to go through all the trouble of streaming just to end up streaming in a way that you don't enjoy.
yeah, yeah, I
At
mean,
least not
because
in
I think one of the
like a
big benefits
sustainable
of
way.
yeah, because I think one of the big benefits of it is that you have this kind of flexibility. But you do kind of set that you do have to still kind of choose a lane, so to say. You exist in some place. It's not like um you're making content, but if you I think you could easily, I don't know, it's kind of like you're self-employed, but like you could force yourself into something you don't really want to do, and give yourself a job you don't actually want. It's like possible for you to do it, even though you at the start, at the outset, you could kind of have the freedom to like kind of do things you want to do, but like you don't have to do that. You could end up like maybe people would do it on purpose. No, probably no one would do it intentionally, but I think like people think like probably that, oh, this person's successful. If I do this, then I'll be successful. But then they kind of inadvertently kind of go down and get themselves in a situation where like, okay, they feel like they have to keep doing that now. They didn't really want to do that to begin with, but they thought it would make them successful. So now they're doing it and they feel like, oh, well, I have to keep doing it because otherwise it won't work anymore, or something like that. And now they've kind of made themselves a job they don't really want.
Yeah, I mean, that just like, what's the point?
Yeah.
You just completely ruined it for yourself.
Which was the whole reason why it was appealing to do streaming in the first place, which was you could choose and then you kind of threw it away because you're like,
I mean, if your only goal was like to make money, sure, maybe. Like
I
if you're
think it's
accomplishing that goal and you
I
don't
think it's
care.
very hard now to as a new streamer. I think it's very hard for anyone to predict that
Yeah, you can't. It's impossible.
something's good that you're going to be successful doing it. I think that if you were already big, like you already had, um, you're already doing well. I think that would be more sensible to me. Like if you made some sacrifices and you said, okay, I'm going to do this on the stream because I know what works and doesn't work for me. And, you're already getting paid doing it. Then I think that makes sense. But like if you're starting out to do that, to make like those kind of sacrifices when you have no idea that it's going to work in the first place, and you could easily like kind of pigeonhole yourself into something, I don't know if that really makes any sense. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a route I would go down. I could see how some people would go down that. I mean,
I just
for
think like
better or for worse, like there's kind of certain ways to get popular that are probably not in a way that like people would enjoy going through, but like it's what works for a lot of people. Um, anyone who like gets into drama, like that's what gets views, and
oh yeah,
like
controversial
some
things.
people, yeah, some
That's
people
why
will do
like
it on purpose.
a lot of big streamers like Asmongold and Hassan something they just kind of talk about politics half the time.
Yeah, like you can go through that route, uh, but like that, like I'm sure they don't actually enjoy just getting dumped on every day, uh, or maybe they do. Maybe it's worth it to them. I don't know.
I
But I'm
don't
sure
think that
for a
they
lot of people, that wouldn't be something they would enjoy going through.
I don't think they planned that. Like Asmongold, I don't know as much about Hassan, but I mean Asmongold started off playing WoW. I mean, and then I think then, he just would, naturally you would just kind of ramble about stuff. And then I think it just slowly started noticing like he would make a little offhanded comments, I think, probably about, somewhat more and more political things. And then he just started talking about it more and more. Now I don't even know if he plays that many games anymore. Now he kind of just like talks about political shit all day. I think he
Yeah, I'm
just
not sure.
slowly
I don't
started realizing
know how
that,
much, but
that those were getting more views. I don't know if he actually planned that from the beginning. I don't think he did.
probably not from the beginning. Uh, but it's probably helping him stay more at the top. I'm sure
Yeah.
there's a good reason why he's doing that.
I do think he is like a kind of a good speaker. I don't know if that's the right word. Like he kind of says things in a kind of like I think it makes it interesting. I don't know if that I don't know if I would like hanging out with him, but like he is kind of interesting because he's kind of like a little bit cocky, and then he says things kind of like in an emphatic way, like he knows what he's talking about. I don't know if you've ever watched any of his stuff, but I'm just
Yeah,
kind
I've
of
seen some of it. Yeah,
assuming you have. But he kind of says things kind of like in a very like like kind of like a cocky way, like he knows what he's talking about, and you kind of get a little. I don't know about you. I'm just saying I should just be saying me, but I kind of suspect I'm not the only one. But you kind of think like it's almost like he says stuff and you're like you don't know what you're talking about. Like you kind of want to like slap him and be like, like you're not as smart as you think you are, kind of thing. And I think that he's good at kind of. I think that's actually good for him because he gets people like kind of riled up and like talking. And that's actually what you want to do. You want to get like other people talking. You kind of want to start a conversation, kind of so to say. And I think he's good at that because he kind of says things in a way that's kind of antagonistic a little bit because it's like he says it. I don't know if you know what I mean, but it's like he says it so you kind of want to argue with him.
yeah, which people love to do
Yeah.
online.
So I think, but you kind of have to say it in a way, like you can't be like very political. Like I know he's talking about politics, but you can't say it in a very like politically correct way, like super nice and stuff, because that's not interesting to people. Because you want to make them
No,
kind of upset a little bit, and want to, or either upset or like I guess you have people who are kind of like he's saying he has like your like philosophy and he's kind of just saying articulating what you believe, but he's just better at articulating it or something. um Something like that. Yeah. um
yeah, but then the issue is like I wouldn't even like it works, but then do you like? I don't know about you, but like I wouldn't want that to be part of my like community. Like if I had the choice of like maintaining the same popularity with or without that kind of stuff. Like I feel like the majority of people would want it without, because then you avoid a pretty big
Yeah.
group of
I think a lot of
people you
streamers
probably
that
don't want.
I've seen recently, like, so I mean, I would say like 3/4 of my Twitch watching is kind of me studying it and trying to understand it and kind of looking at what other people are doing and trying to get ideas and stuff. And I've watched a lot of channels where I'm kind of like, I'm not like just watching one person like diligently. It's sort of like I'm kind of like getting a kind of a broad view, or a broad, I don't know what kind of like scouting. I'm kind of scouting.
Yeah,
And I've seen a lot of channels, and I think the vast majority of channels, they have some type of thing in their bio where if either when you click on the chat thing and it pops up something and it says these are the rules or something, or that it's literally in their bio, or that it's just something like don't be sexist, don't be racist, don't talk about politics. I very commonly see that. Don't talk about political shit. And it's interesting because that's kind of like the opposite of what Asmongold does, because he just talks about politics all day long. But he's not
well, I
playing
guess it
games
just depends
anymore. I
on.
think if you're playing games, it's kind of disruptive if somebody just starts like
Yeah,
starts a political topic and you're trying to play your game, and it's just distracting everyone.
yeah, because then I mean you already know no one's gonna agree on anything, and
Right.
then your entire stream is kind of people arguing.
Yeah.
Um, which I mean, it's great for the views, but it's not really a good experience.
It's good if you
For you
want
or
your
for probably a
whole
lot of
channel
people.
to go that direction. It's not very good if
Yeah,
you actually want to play games or something.
yeah. Like if you want to like foster a community you actually enjoy being a part of, then it's probably not the best.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it would be very fun to have that be part of your community every time you stream. It would probably get old pretty quick.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want I mean, unless I started riffing on political stuff and then started drifting that direction, and I wanted to
Yeah, if
do
that's what
that
you're
on
into.
purpose, but I just don't see that. But like, I don't want to. I think it's very unlikely, but just in general, I don't know that people know exactly how their channel will go when they start. I don't think that most people know
No, I think it's
exactly.
impossible.
Um, I think each person kind of has their little thing. I mean, to some extent, you might have a very general idea. Like some of people are doing DJs or music stuff. I mean, they probably had that inkling from the beginning, right? You're probably not going to be playing Super Mario and then switch to DJing, like But I think that yeah, I think that Asmongold, I don't think planned to do political stuff commentary all day long. I think that happened by accident. That's my intuition. I mean, I don't know him that well, so I'm just
Well,
guessing.
no, I mean, I think he's also the type of streamer that seems to enjoy it anyways.
Yeah. So I
Um,
don't think it's wrong for in general to do it, to talk about politics. I think that for him, it works. I just don't think that most people want to do that, and I don't think that you should do a thing you don't want to do. That's kind of my point.
yeah, yeah.
I'm not here to say that politics is bad. I think it's probably bad for most people because most people probably want to play games. Most people probably don't want to be Asmongold and talk about politics. I think he's good at it, and I think he probably enjoys it, and I don't think it's wrong for him to do it. But for most people,
No,
it's
not at
probably
all.
not the right fit. Probably.
No, I think for him it's smart. I think for like if that's not something you're into, then
I'm actually
probably
kind
avoid
of
it like the plague.
impressed that he kind of like found. I'm kind of assuming that he enjoys it, and that I mean he's clearly well paid, and but like I'm kind of impressed that he sort of found that because um he kind of got there through this very um like it's not something you would have planned. I kind of envy that to a certain extent. the fact that not that somebody could find something through through like something other than planning, like, because I don't know if I know how to do that.
I mean, like it's
You know
luck,
what I
right?
mean?
Yeah.
Because
Like it just so happened. I mean, like I'm not American,
oh,
but like
okay,
it just so happened
like
that
Canadian or
you
something.
know, yeah, I'm Canadian, but like it just so happened, U.S. politics are very much in the last 9 years now.
Hmm.
Um, so like it just that was good timing, but like it's not like you can plan that kind of thing. Like you could maybe try and like see the writing on the wall and predict it.
But it's not.
Um,
It's not only that. I feel like the fact that he went into a space where he had a platform. I mean, he couldn't have predicted this, right? Like think about it. Like Twitch is kind of new. Like YouTube was kind of new. It just kind of like he was on the platform doing a completely different thing, and then he like somehow like transitioned into that and then utilized the growth of those two platforms. Like, I don't know, it's interesting because like how could you have planned for that? Like you would have had to predict the political weather, like your own. I mean, I'm probably pretty sure like whoever knows such a thing. Like I don't think I can't, even if he was interested in politics, what was the likelihood that he thought that playing WoW and then streaming it would lead to him like making political commentary? Like, there's no
that
way.
was
Like,
impossible.
yeah,
No,
like how
there's
did that
no way
even
he thought
happen?
about that
Like,
back
I
then.
mean, like he surely didn't plan it. Like, it's just so interesting to me that like it's like the stars just aligned or something. Like, how did that even happen? Like,
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I mean, he was in the right place at the right time. I mean, he put himself in the right place, uh, but still, it was like 50% him, and then 50% the world just going
just luck, I
in a
guess.
way that benefited him. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Do you wanna? Do you
Yeah,
wanna?
like
We could literally start a podcast.
podcasts are kind of in too right now, I think.
Yeah. Are they? Are they?
I'm
Are
not sure. I
people
think so.
actually?
I feel like I
Are
see a
they
lot of
actually doing them on
podcasts popping.
Twitch though?
No, I don't think so.
Uh,
I think
um.
it's mainly, but I mean, it's all people who are already popular
Yeah.
and then
I
just
I
start a
think that
podcast
would be
after.
even harder than doing a Twitch channel.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I do see there's a lot of these podcasts that I find are interesting, but but you need to like interview. Um, you need to be able to get interviews with people. Um, like that can't be easy to do. And there's already a number of big podcasters who are kind of monopolizing the interesting guests. So you have to once again kind of find an interesting niche um that somehow no one else is interested in. Um that might not be that easy.
Yeah, I
um
think you're more likely to make it as a streamer than as a podcaster. 'Cause, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, there are more people trying to become streamers, but there's also way more people into watching streamers. Like, I feel like everyone like listening or watching podcasts, they're not doing it because they like podcasts. They're doing it because they like the person doing it. Odds are that person, whatever they were doing, they'd probably be watching. It just happens to be a podcast.
I do like the topics actually, and I don't know if it's entirely that I like the person. I think I don't care that much about the person. I care that they're good at asking questions, and if someone else asked those same questions, I would be, fine with it. And in fact, a lot of times what I do is I watch the same guests with different podcasters, so it's not because I like the podcaster, it's because I like the guest. So I think getting the guest, that interesting guests for your niche of like sort of topics you like to discuss, I think is going to be a huge thing. But of course, you also have to be good at asking questions and stuff. But I think that you also have to be able to get uh, good guests. And I don't know. I mean, I haven't really looked into it, but I gotta imagine it's like not that easy to.
No,
I
I think
mean,
you already have to be big to even
yeah,
have that kind of pull.
yeah. So you would have to find some niche where you would have like the authority or like credibility. Authority is probably not the right word. Credibility to to ask somebody to come chat with you. I think like Lex Friedman, for instance. I don't. You probably. I'm assuming you've sort of
Yeah,
heard
yeah,
of.
no,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I think he started with more humble roots, with where that was more aligned more directly with work that he was doing. He would like interview like programmers and stuff or other people doing science and stuff like that, and not like super famous people. It's just like kind of more, people who had like some standing in their field, but weren't like, you know, world class necessarily, sort of like that. I think that if that's kind of how you would have to start. And then you kind of get bigger names, you kind of branch out a little bit, and then you kind of hone your interview skills or something, and then questioning skills, and then I think So I think it would take a while before you could ask some super famous people to on come on the show. Um, yeah, there's like no way to start off doing that.
No,
But
no way.
I also think it would probably take more deliberate effort because I think like I see a lot of streamers where I'm just looking at it and I'm like, this is kind of just like seems like super easy. Like they're not like I think some people put in more effort, but then I think some people are just literally just hanging out. Like, um, I'm not
Just
saying it's good or bad. All I'm saying is like I think that the amount of effort you would have to put in to make a podcast is a lot more work, like deliberate
yeah,
work
for sure.
compared to streaming, where it's like kind of like you're kind of just playing a game, just doing your own thing, somewhere between just doing your own thing and hanging out with the chat. Um, and you don't really have to plan ahead. You don't really have to, you know, you know, the planning you have to do is sort of like, okay, what will I play that will last the next, 3 to 5 hours or whatever, the, you know, duration is, that's kind of it.
Yeah,
And
it's
like,
it's definitely a completely different audience and skill set.
yeah, well, I keep on, sorry, I keep on, sort of
No, you're good.
going on a tangent. We can, do you want to,
So you want to do the first one, right?
yeah, I haven't actually purchased the other ones. I figure like it's on sale, and if I really
Okay.
like the first one, I
Yeah,
can always just buy the bundle. Did you get the bundle thing?
I think I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I check? Or actually, no, I don't think
Or you bought each
I
one
did because I
individually?
think I think I bought the first three, but they were probably in a bundle back then, and then I think the last one came out recently.
Is that the
So that one was a
friendship one or
bundle.
whatever?
I think it's the We Were
Or
Here
forever?
Forever.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they made
Let me see if I
another
can
one
find it.
too after that. Friendship something.
Yeah, apparently that one I haven't played it, but apparently it's like not part of it's like
Series?
not considered part of it. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know
They
if it's
they
just
are
like
they are they
not
are
a complete
selling a
game or
bundle though, which includes it. But it's not that one's not discounted. So maybe that means something. I don't know.
oh
Or maybe that's just because that's the most recent one. I don't know.
yeah. Let me check. Yeah, it seems to be on sale. It's $5. I'm assuming it's not like a full game.
The
Uh,
the bundle's like 17 and it includes all of the whole series. I don't know, there's like 4 or 5 games in it.
I think that's a pretty good price for what you get out of it. 'Cause, I mean, there aren't that many co-op games like this.
How long does each game take roughly? Or is it pretty wide range?
Um, I think each game gets longer and longer. If I
Okay.
remember right, the first one is pretty short.
Okay.
And I think that's why it was free because they were kind of just testing.
Yeah.
And then if I remember right, yeah, like each game kind of gets longer and longer. And I think they also get harder and harder.
And
If I
longer
remember
up
right.
to like what? Like, can you get
Like
a
there's
rough
just
idea?
more
Like
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 more levels.
like
Um
10 hours, like 15 hours.
uh I think probably less than 10 hours. I mean, I guess it probably depends on how good you are
Yeah.
or how good we both are.
Yeah.
Um but I think the later ones are like closer to 10 hours,
Okay.
which is I mean, 10 hours of like trying to do puzzles. I mean, it's pretty tiring. Like it's a lot. Like, it's a lot more focused than like 10 hours of some
Yeah.
other game where you can just turn your brain off.
Like Diablo or something. You just like
Yeah.
mash your buttons.
Yeah, where you can kind of just do your own thing without really thinking about it too much.
Yeah. I really, well, I mean, it seemed super interesting to me so far. It's a little bit early. I haven't really done but I kind of surprised that no one has really made something like this so far, as far as I'm aware of. I mean, I
Yeah,
said the
it's
same
not
thing about
like
Split Fiction and It Takes Two, which are kind of almost the same game. Um,
I
I
thought It
just
Takes Two was decently popular. Was it not?
Oh, I
I could be
mean,
wrong, but I feel like
no,
I
no,
saw a
no.
lot of people play it.
I'm not saying it's not popular. I'm just saying that I'm surprised that no one had made a game
Oh,
like
more
that and
people. Yeah.
all this time. Like he's the first one, and he's still the only one, as far as I know.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
surprised too.
because
Yeah.
Split Fiction is made by the same people, and beside them, no one's made such a game, as far as I know. And I just find it. I thought, oh, hey, this is really good. Why is he the first? This doesn't seem like the most mind blowing idea. This seems kind of like, I don't know. Maybe it just seems everything seems obvious in retrospect, I suppose. But like, I just thought, how is it that no one has thought of but doing this? This doesn't seem like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem that groundbreaking. But it kind of is because no one's doing it. Like, why is it? How is
I
that?
do think it's kind of like an untapped market
Yeah,
for
I think it
sure.
is because I think it won Game of the Year in, I think, 2021, and I think a big part of I mean, it's a very good game, right? From on its own, it's a good game, very good game. But I think a big part of why it won is because I think there's probably a little bit of a bias towards games that are innovative, right? And kind of have a new idea. And I think that it does have that. So I think Split Fiction, I actually think, is a better game than It Takes Two somewhat. It's a little bit more refined. It's, very similar. It's almost the same game, but it's, just a little bit more refined. But like I think generally in gaming that they you lose a little bit, a few points if you kind of do the same thing. I actually think, you know what I mean? Like you take a first person shooter from today, like a modern game. Let's say, um, what, like Battlefield 6
Yeah. Or any
um,
COD
or yeah, like there was the Rainbow Six Siege
Six
X.
Siege.
So I mean, that game objectively, you take a game from like 20 years ago or something, a first person shooter, like it's incomparable, right? Like this game is these games are just better. Like, but if you would take like the consensus score from reviewers and critics and fans and stuff at the time, I'm sure other games that came out back then that probably had higher scores. So it's sort of like if you would release a game today that in the state that it was in, like a top rated game back in 20 years ago, like it would not score well. So like I think you kind of lose points by but like if you it's sort of like why EA, right? EA has their sports games that they just release the same game every year and they just change the name of the players. It's sort of like that, right? So like you lose points for not being innovative. So if you, even though the game is not objectively worse, it's the same game. You lose some points for it a little bit by not having improved it at all, right? So I think that even though like It Takes Two won in 2021 and Split Fiction is marginally better than It Takes Two, I still think that probably the fact that it's kind of the same game is probably going to be, from like a game of the year standpoint, probably slightly less likely to win than It Takes Two, I think, because it's kind of the same game. The same reason why EA Sports is never ever going to win Game of the Year, because they just make the same game every year. Nobody's ever going to recognize them for doing that. So even if they made a really, really good one and they just did the same thing over and over, like no one's going to recognize that. They're just going to say, oh, people are going to mark them down for it. Be like, this is the same thing from last year. I'm just going to dock you points, something like that.
Yeah, I think probably like the main reason it's like quote unquote untapped is probably simply like the replayability is a lot harder compared to, like you release Madden 2025, they don't change anything, but the same people are going to buy it every single year.
Yeah, like sort of the COD people.
Playing it people are just going to.
You're like locked into the ecosystem. Yeah. I think, well, I'm not one of these people, but like I watched a video where I think Bellier or something and Asmongold did a commentary on it saying that I don't really know if this is true or not, but it's an interesting food for thought, I guess. They were saying that the younger generations don't identify themselves as gamers. They identify themselves as playing a game. Like, so like, and he said that Asmongold was saying that he could totally relate with that because when he was playing WoW, he knew a ton of people who would only play WoW and did not consider themselves gamers because they did not play anything else besides WoW. And the Bellier video is basically saying there's all these kids who only play like one game and they don't consider themselves gamers. Yep. Or Roblox or something, or I don't even know what the hell that is. But apparently it's like a big thing with kids because apparently I saw another video where like apparently there's like these predators that go into the game who are like that. Yeah, I'm like, that's crazy shit. And the fact that the company is not against it and they're like, because they don't want to, I don't think it's that they don't want, but I mean, clearly they don't want predators, but it's not, but they care more about their profits because the things that they would have to do to stop those predators would like encroach upon their profits. And I think that that's what they care about. And so it's not that they're support of the predators. That'd be crazy, but they just don't do anything about it, and they've known about it. And the fact that there was some guy named Schlepp or something who like called them out on it, and like I think it's crazy that Roblox is not like lavishing praise on him and like supporting him and literally don't just hire him or something. Instead, they're like litigating him. That's crazy to me. Yeah.
Well, it's because he kind of exposes that Roblox is not only a dangerous game, but he was also exposing how he would report those predators to them and they wouldn't do anything. That they weren't banning them. So like that was basically it. That they just had such a bad reputation from it. And their quickest fix was, well, let's just remove the guy who's exposing all these bad things about us, instead of the harder thing, which is let's try to find a way to get all these predators off our platform.
I don't know. I just think like
kind of disgusting.
I think it's just they have the wrong people in power or something there, because I think that's just crazy. I can't imagine like who would find out that there was a predator preying on kids in their game that and there's loopholes in it and that they don't want to know about it. They just want to silence it. They don't want to do anything about it. That's just kind of a little bit crazy. Like you
Yeah.
they
I mean,
must just
anything
have
for
like
the shareholders.
yeah, like I don't know. It's just a little bit
To me, I mean,
crazy.
I think to everyone, it's definitely crazy. Like, why would you put money above kids?
And then I
But I
think there
mean,
was one part of the video where there was a classroom, and the teacher said, "How many of you have been like solicited in the game by somebody who offered to give you something if you contacted them outside of the game or something?" And like it looked like a quarter or the third of the class like raised their hand. I just like, what the hell?
yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah. I mean, like that has to be like a paradise for, for predators.
And then
Like,
they
I
don't
mean, like, not only
and
can you
the
not get banned
platform
apparently,
doesn't
but
even doesn't the platform's not even coming after you. That's crazy.
yeah, they don't even punish you.
That's
Like, you
crazy.
can just do whatever you want and you don't have to worry about it, which is wild. I can't possibly imagine why you'd want that on your platform, but I don't know. They must, I guess,
I don't see how
increased
Roblox
player count is worth it.
can survive this because like as more I think the only reason they were able to do it was because like I don't personally know. I think you're for like over I don't know how old the average player is on Roblox, but I'm guessing like if you're over 20, like you kind of probably don't know what Roblox is. I think it's kind of like for kids or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
it's been popular a long time.
oh, has it? Okay.
Um, yeah,
Um
because my brother used to play it, but like I never got into it, but
yeah.
I do know it's been popular with kids for a really long time.
Like a
Personally,
decade or something.
yeah, yeah. Personally, I don't. I've hopped on like out of curiosity.
Mhm.
Um, I personally find it kind of hard to see how you can be an adult and enjoy playing a game that is just mainly surrounded by like, kids.
Mhm.
I find that kind of weird.
What is it though?
Um,
What do you actually do in the game?
I think it's kind of like whatever you want. Like there's like there's a server for
Oh, so it's like a
literally
role-playing
everything.
game or kind of thing?
Yeah, yeah,
So it's kind of an MMORPG.
yeah. It's kind of like a sandbox. Like people create servers, and they can literally create whatever you want. Like you can have like
Mm.
CS:GO on there. You can have
CS:GO
like yeah,
with
yeah. You can
Roblox
have literally
characters or
anything.
something?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Like people recreate like literally everything that exists will recreate it in Roblox.
Interesting.
Um, but
And then they have like in-game economy, I guess, which converts to real money or something. Is that
yeah, I
something
think
like
they
that?
have something you can buy. Yeah, I think they have something you can buy with real money. That you can buy like apparel and stuff, or like items on servers or whatever. From my
So
understanding, it's kind of like Minecraft.
so they make money by subscriptions or something, or how do they make money?
Yeah, so I think like whenever you buy whatever currency they use, I'm assuming they get a cut. Um, and then the rest you can use it to buy whatever on the platform. I'm assuming whenever you buy something on like a server, like let's say you buy, I don't know, like a code or something, or whatever currency they use, 500 coins. Uh, I don't know what the cut is, but I'm assuming like let's say like 20% goes to Roblox, and then the rest goes to whoever the server owner is. And from my
Oh,
understanding,
okay.
people
So they're
spend a
almost like an
lot of
app
money.
store.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like they'll take their cut. Um, kind of like subs on Twitch. So
Yeah.
they're kind of just like a storefront, and then they just take a cut of whatever people create and sell on Roblox.
Interesting.
Uh,
So why is it kind of all only kids on there then?
Well, I think it's just like probably the graphics and then how because it's free.
Oh, it's free. Oh, okay. It's only if you
Yeah,
buy money that you
yeah,
have
it's
to.
free.
I see.
Yeah, and then I think it's also like super easy to run.
I guess I'm
And then
kind of only starting to recently realize this thing because not Roblox itself, but sort of like um I don't know. Actually, I'm not 100% sure. Like, but basically, I started playing Peak recently. I don't know if the climbing game. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
I've heard of it. I haven't played it, but I've seen it everywhere.
Yeah. So it wasn't until I played this game that it was like kind of the most obvious to me. I think I got a little bit of an inkling of it when I played Valorant because um because I'm kind of old. I've been playing games a long time, and I'm used to paying like $50 for a game, and then like games have kind of changed in a way because it's like I think it obviously there's some obvious things like they're more online now. They're I think also there's cheaper games now because it used to be like I think there weren't like that many older games, right? Because the library of older games has grown substantially. Because
Yeah.
at some point in time, there was like, right, if you start at the very beginning, there were no other games. Um, so like, wasn't my point. I guess like there were all these like super cheap games. So like, um, I think I'm just used to like you kind of like pay full price for games. There weren't any discounted games, and then earlier on, I think games progressed so much, like in each iteration, that like no one was playing the older stuff. Like the new stuff was just like miles better. Like each iteration, they were like so much better that no one would play the old one. You just want to play the new one, right? Because they're not. So I think like at this point, there's like a change that in that um there are like a lot of the difference between each successive release is like shrunk and it's like a marginal thing. Like maybe there might even be like some regression or something. Um and I think that what was my I mean I feel like I'm going off on a tangent. What was my original point? Um
Something about Roblox.
yeah. So it was about like just noticing like kids in games. Like, so I think it was first a little bit of a noticing of it in Valorant, where like you would go in and every other game, I would be in a match with like some 11-year-old who has like the emotional control of like a tadpole, and they're just gonna like grief the team for the whole match because they just lost the last 5 matches or something. And like you just can't get out of them because if you like leave the match, the game will like like soft ban you or something for the next 30 minutes or whatever it is. Um, so you just gotta like deal with these people, and then that was maybe the first time I really noticed it because like I just don't remember this being like a thing in the past, and then I started playing Peak recently, a few, 3 or 4 days ago, and I just noticed like so there's no in-game matchmaking. You go into Discord and there's just like an LFG chat, and then like all these chats were like, okay. Actually, the first time, actually, I streamed with a friend, and then somebody messaged me in my stream and said, "Can I play?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, sure." And then they're like, "I'm under 18. Is that okay?" I'm like, "I guess." Yeah. I mean, like no one ever. That wasn't really like a thing. Like I don't remember any other game where that was even a consideration. So it didn't really cross my mind. I'm like, "Okay, you're under 18. I guess. Why not? I'm just playing the game. What do I care?" And then
Yeah.
and then he was actually fine. He was a good kid and everything. But then I go in the chat like the day after, and all the chat is like over 18, over 21. Like this group is under 16. I'm like, what? Why is like every chat is like delineated by like how old you are. I'm like, what is this? Like, I've never seen this before in any other game. Like, And then I'm like, I was asking people in one of the games. I'm like, why are there so many kids in this game? What is going on? Why is why is like every single group like about how old you are? And like, because what other game is like that? I don't know any other game which the groups are formed based on how old you are. And I'm like, they're like, no one really knew. We're like, maybe it's just because it's a cheap game, because it's like the full price game is like $8 and you can get it on sale for like $5. I'm like, that might be like literally the only reason. But like, I'm like, there's other free games. Like I played like First Descendant a tiny bit, like an hour or two. I'm like, I didn't notice like they're being infested with kids. Like why is it this game? Like there's other free games that I've tried on occasion. I didn't feel like there were like kids, like everyone was a kid. What's going on?
I think kids are very much, they're just like a huge pack. Like that they watch, like they all watch like the same big, content creator, and whatever they do, they'll all follow them.
That makes
And it was
sense.
kind of like when Fortnite was a thing, like every single kid was playing Fortnite.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Like
I've
they
never
just,
actually played
yeah,
it, but yeah,
I
I
played
heard
it a
about
bit,
that.
but yeah, it just, everyone, all the kids just follow each other in a huge pack. So I feel like all like the younger people are all like very concentrated in the same games. Like there's just like a few games, but it contains like every single younger person. Like they're just all playing the exact same thing. I know a while back, like maybe 10 years ago, it was like Minecraft, and now it seems to be more Roblox that's kind of taking that spot.
But Peak
I
is
think
like this
before that,
too. Like, but Peak is just not at the same size as Roblox and
yeah,
Fortnite. But Peak is like it feels like because I did not mind when it was just one kid. It was me and my friend and one kid, and it seemed fine. Like, and he was a nice kid. But then like I go in these groups and I just can't I can't stand it. Like it's like kind of like
well, yeah.
I
I
don't think it's
mean,
because they're I just I don't know.
it's normal. I mean, like you can't really connect to people that are that much younger than you. And I mean, there's like a huge maturity difference. Like whether
And then
they're
it's somehow
trying to or
worse
not,
when
like
they're
they're
like
just
in a
annoying.
group. It's somehow worse when they're in a group. When it was just the one kid, and I mean, he was a good kid, so I was fine with it. I actually felt bad for him because I was like, my friend was like, he was like, I'm not sure. He said this afterwards because the kid was asking in the chat, and I was like, okay, sure. And then I found out he was like under 18, and I was like, okay, I wasn't gonna kick him. And then he was totally fine. I felt like, but my friend was like, I'm not sure if we should be playing with kids because and then I was like, this was before I went in the group chat and started playing with these groups, and I actually, so I still don't know because but basically our conversation was basically I was like um I would rather decide based on whether they're a douchebag or an asshole rather than their age, because I was like, okay, this kid we just played with, he's cool, like he's totally fine, he's a good kid, so I don't have a problem with him. And then I'm like, I'm sure there's older people who are douchebags and assholes. Why don't we just decide based on whether they're a douchebag or an asshole rather than they're a kid? Because this kid's probably being kicked out of some groups because he was under 18, and I feel kind of bad for him. So because he seems totally fine. And then my friend was like, okay. And then but then I actually played in some groups, and I'm like, I don't know, like somehow it's worse when they're like it's a group of them, like because I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
like
like
it
they
just
have this
evolves
group.
into.
Yeah, there's this group mind think thing, and like one kid acts like kind of like super juvenile, and everyone just kind of goes into like retard mode. Um, I don't know. I think if there was just one kid on his own and with like it wouldn't be so bad, but somehow like I don't know.
I think there's also just a huge stigma against it now.
Against what?
Um, Against like you have to be very.
Okay,
You don't have
the
to be
stigma,
careful. It's just like
stigma of playing with kids. You mean
people.
like and be
Yeah,
be
people
careful.
like people are going to judge. Like it doesn't matter what your intentions are. Like the second people see or hear you playing with like a younger person, like they'll just automatically assume like, well, why would you want to play with someone that young?
The thing is, like, they
Uh,
asked me, like, and like also there, I don't want I don't know why there's so many kids in the game. Like, it's very hard for you to play a game with there being no kids. Like, go try to look in the LFG. Like every channel, uh, uh, every single game that's posted is like, um, well, I mean, I personally think like 18 is still a kid. So if you say 18 plus, that to me that's not saying much. I mean, I
yeah,
feel like
I
you would have to
mean,
say 25 plus or something. I mean, for you not to be like a kid. I mean, 18 plus. I
yeah,
mean,
I think, yeah, I would probably agree. Um, but it's just like, honestly, it's at a point where like you can't really avoid them
right.
anymore. Like they're just
I
everywhere.
played like 10 games, and I feel like it's impossible for you not to have kids in your game. And first of all, even if you said 25 plus, for which no one does, and even if you did, how do you know? What are you asking for ID? You don't know how. You can't really tell. It's really hard to tell because people have different voices, right? I mean, you can't tell just based on their voice, right? Um, I mean, there were
Yeah,
like a bunch of people that I was chatting with in one game that didn't have any age, and then the person sounded like a normal person. Then I found out they were 17. I'm like, okay, I didn't think you were
you
17.
can't really tell.
Right?
Yeah,
How are you supposed to
you
tell
definitely
between
can't tell.
17 and 18? I mean, I don't know. It's impossible. So
I
I
don't know.
don't.
I think it's kind of whatever. I like I could see how it could be weird if you're intentionally like kind of surrounding yourself by um those
So
people. Can I mean like
I,
the thing is I'm sure there are adults who enjoy Roblox.
are there? Okay, I don't.
Um
I'm not super
I
familiar
would
with it.
imagine like I would assume there probably is
So
some 25-year-old out
in
there who
in
enjoys it
the
and
in the video that I was watching, where like I mentioned, that first kind of introduced me to the idea that there were predators in
yeah.
Roblox, and they were saying that Roblox is actually is probably going to exacerbate it because they're not intentionally, but they're because Roblox is not satisfied with only kids playing their game, so they want to increase the demographic to include adults, and they want to add dating into the game.
Well,
So
that's
they're like
horrible.
that's good in terms of the whole kids thing. That's going to make it worse because there's more adults going in there, and now you're introducing
Yeah,
dating.
exactly.
That's just going to make it
Yeah.
worse from that standpoint. And so, I mean, I think that it seems weird. I think mostly for Roblox. I think because it has this reputation now. I don't know if it's weird. I mean, okay, I'm only saying from my point of view, so I could be wrong because I may be somewhat blind to some of these things. I mean, like for instance, I didn't really know that much about Roblox. If I didn't watch that YouTube video, I wouldn't even be aware that there was this thing going on in Roblox with this strange shit with adults hitting on kids or something or whatever they're doing. So was not really aware of that, and I'm maybe not. I could potentially be somewhat naive to what people think about it. But like for instance, if I play Valorant and there's some 11-year-old in my chat, I actually would prefer if he could not be in my group because I find that they're usually a little bit like juvenile and like they're like get very emotional and like will just grief the team. I can't imagine there being like some 35-year-old like griefing the team because he just lost a match. But like if you're 11, they do it. So I mean, it doesn't mean you will do it because you're 11, but it's much more likely.
At the average, yeah.
I would rather if that didn't happen. But I don't think that doesn't at least to me doesn't strike me as being if somebody told me that, I would not think, oh, that's strange. Why are you playing Valorant? There could be kids in there. Really, there could be kids in any game. The more free it is, the more likely that there'll be some kid in it, because they don't have to get their parents' credit card to, like, especially if there's like a subscription game or something, like it's probably harder to get your parents to pay for a subscription. I don't know. Or like a pricier game. I don't know. You'd have some games you'd have to have like a top end computer and get your parents to pay for. I mean, it could happen. Um, uh, but
Probably the difference is like Valorant isn't marketed towards children, whereas Roblox, I believe, is only marketed towards children.
So that's what I thought too. So so like I said, I never actually experienced this until I played Peak, which I did not like. To me, when I look at Peak, I'm like, how does that, is that marketed toward kids? I don't see it anywhere. I'm not saying that it's not, but the thing is, when I go into the chat, it's like, I've never have you ever played a single game? I can't think of a single game I've ever played where every single LFG group is based on how old you are. I've never seen a single game like that. Like, what is that?
I think that probably is just related to like all the recent. I mean, like, there's a lot of noise online now about how, like, kids are like not that they shouldn't be like able to play, like the general public, but like in a way, like, they need to be protected.
There should be some controls in the game then, because what am I supposed to do about it? I got the game. Am I supposed to not play the game? I can't even play the game otherwise. Like, what am I supposed to do about it?
I
just
think
play it single player?
Nothing you can really do about it. Like, there's no way to stop kids from doing whatever they want.
Right. If you want to have some kind of control, it needs to be like part of the game or something, because there's nothing I can do about it. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean, even like those group things, like, it's entirely reliant on people being honest and like actually following it.
But like I say, I personally think, like you saying 18 plus, because I go in those groups, I don't think it means anything. If you go in a group that says 18 plus, you know what a kid who's 16 and 17 is thinking. Well, it's not that big of a difference. I'm just going to join. They're not going to know. I'm not going to say anything. You think they come in and say, exactly. I'm actually 16? No, nobody actually says their name or not their name, their age, right? You just join the group and they just assume you're over 18. You really think that they're over 18? People just join if they're I don't even think they care.
No, like, it's entirely reliant on people actually following it, which is never going to happen.
Right. So it's like, what am I supposed to do? Not play the game?
No, but I think something like Peak, like, I don't think anyone would actually judge, because like, you're not going out of your way. Like, if you were going to like the 13, like plus 13 ones,
that would be crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's probably more like more similar to what like people on Roblox are doing, where like they're intentionally joining, maybe not intentionally, but
no, I think that they are, because like well, at least based on the video that I watched, like they would go to groups where they know that they're underage, like purposely.
Yeah.
And then they would and then they showed chat messages where they would, like, the person was trying to kind of like indirectly find out how old the person was. And then they were like soliciting them based on like how old they were. And that's how they caught people, because that Schlepp guy would pretend like, because the whole Roblox argument was that he was faking his age. Because I think he's like over 18, but he would like pretend he was like 16 or something, right? Because he personally had experienced this or something. Like, I guess he was exploited or something. I don't know exactly. I don't know the exact details of his story, but I guess he was like exploited, so he knows how they operate, and he sort of knows. He played the game, so he's kind of familiar with all these things. So he was able to sort of entrap them. And Roblox is kind of saying that he's lying or something, that he's because he can't do that or something. But I don't know that. I
I
I don't.
mean,
I
it
think
seems
they're
like
full of. They're just crazy.
being a predator is worse than lying about your
Yeah.
age
Right.
to catch
You
a predator.
and like that. What's his guy's name? That Catch the Predator. Literally, the guy Dave Hansen. I think
Yeah,
his
the
name.
Chris Hansen.
Oh, Chris Hansen. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what he would. You have to kind of like do
You
that
have
to
to.
trap him. Right. How,
That's
how
how
are
you
they?
catch them.
Exactly. How else are you going to do it?
Like, would you rather they go after a real child?
Right.
Like,
I
is that
mean,
is that the goal here? Or like, yeah, no, it's just I don't know. It's so
so they do.
it's a
So they
greedy thing.
do. So they do target. There are people who are looking for like underage kids. I mean, there definitely are. I don't remember everything explicitly from the video, but I mean, I'm sure you can find them. That there are
Yeah.
people who are doing
I'm
it.
just curious about if there are actual like adults who enjoy playing Roblox just because they enjoy the game. For me, it's kind of hard to imagine.
I don't know enough
enjoying-
about the game, so but to be fair, I guess if it's just a game, it's like I don't know. I don't know
I mean,
enough
it's
about the
kinda
game
like-
because it's like a little bit hard for me to imagine like an adult liking like Hello Kitty and unicorns and stuff. But I mean, it's a game. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's still weird to me. It's kind of like, well, I enjoy playing soccer, so I'm gonna go to the park and play with a bunch of kids to play soccer. And then you're like, well, I'm just doing it because I enjoy soccer. But it's like, I feel like you could get what you're looking for in a place that isn't full of kids. And
yeah.
it has to.
I think
feel like that has to
that
apply
there
to Roblox
I
as
think there's
well.
a difference in kids in a soccer field because like there are these sort of controls like I think in normal like regular society like there's never like a group of kids unless there's like some sort of kid group like that is like some school league or something or their parents know that they're there or something, right? I can't imagine. I don't know. Maybe I have a different childhood than I mean, but I can't imagine. Um, like when is there ever a group of kids that isn't part of some league or something, or their parents know that they're there, or where they're playing soccer?
Yeah, I mean, like they might know, but that doesn't mean they're there. I mean, I don't know how common it is now, but at least when I was a kid, I mean, I used to go and do whatever I wanted without my parents really following me around. I don't know if that's really still the case. I also lived in I live in a small town, so that's maybe different.
Mm. Because like when I was a kid, like aside from just like neighborhood access, like you could only go so far, right? You need to get in a car to go somewhere. Like your parents have to drive you there. Like they need to know what time to pick you up, right? They want to know like who your friends' parents are, like when they're gonna come or who's gonna coordinate all that stuff, and then like either that or you're in some league, either like some school thing or some other league, um like as a kid, let's say under 15, maybe like when or before high school, let's say 14, like I feel like that's the case. Maybe in high school things get a little bit different. You have a little bit more. It's not like maybe you can at some point you can drive at 16, I guess. Well, I don't know. These are U.S. ages. I don't know if they're the same in Canada, but
Yeah, it's pretty similar here.
I mean, yeah. So I guess when I could drive, then really, that's I think when you can kind of just do your own thing. But I mean, my parents still want to know where I am, and they would be upset if I didn't tell them. But you don't have the same they don't have the same level of control because you could just drive wherever. So, but then again, not every kid. I lived in a fairly affluent area where I had my own car. Like not every kid has access to their own car just because they turned 16. You might still have to ask your parents for if you could use the car, or maybe Maybe you don't even have access to a car. Just because you could drive when you're 16 doesn't mean you have access to a car even. Um, um, I don't know. It's just harder. But like online, literally anyone can be anywhere. It's different. I feel like there's more. You're more easily to be exposed to somebody who's an adult if you're a kid online, because like when you're like in person, it's obvious that you're a kid and it's obvious that someone's an adult, and it's obvious to people if you're an adult and you're like sort of hitting on a group of kids. Whereas if you do it online, it's kind of like no one knows you're an adult, no one knows you're a kid, and no one knows that you're communicating to a kid. It's like invisible. So it's somehow like shadier and easier to do. And
Yeah, it
it's
definitely is.
because like if you were playing soccer with a group of kids and you were an adult, it would be completely obvious and it would look ridiculous. But if you were doing that in online, no one will fucking know. Which is the problem.
It's probably impossible to really solve. But like, I don't know. Like, there's got to be. Yeah, I can't really think of a reasonable way to kind of filter those people out. It probably just comes down to more parental control, to be honest.
And
Like,
I
parents
actually
just need to
think
be more
that this is
involved.
this might be like the this might be like a snapshot in time, and this might never really get replicated to the same extent, because like I don't really know that much about Roblox, but I'm thinking that probably it's not optimal for adults. But that doesn't mean that adults couldn't play it. And if it wasn't just infested with kids, there probably would be more adults playing it, because hey, it's just a game. There's lots of games that I think are stupid, but somebody's playing it, and probably most of them are adults. So that doesn't mean anything, I think. So I think it just so happened that somehow organically, whatever, some emergent things happened, and it just so happened that there were a bunch of kids concentrated in this one game, and people could come in and this whole scenario. But I think that probably what's going to happen is that there's a bunch of kids playing games now online that weren't playing games before, that will, even if there was no Roblox, what would happen is I think these kids would just be distributed amongst other games, and this problem would still be here in other games. So it's not just Roblox, I don't think. So it just so happens that they're concentrated in this one game, so we can like talk about it in like this one game. But I think that if they were in any other game, that game would have the same problem, because I don't see any controls about this in other games. I don't see anything about age, like saying what age you are and stuff, and whether or not, because they could add a bunch of. It'd be really easy to say I'm this age, and then you automatically get some filters or something or whatever, or some flag on you so that other people know when you're like under 18. Like you just be walking around and it's just like obvious to everyone, like that you're under 18 or something, or there's certain like filters or something. I don't know. Like that, I don't see any game that even has that. That seems like super basic. And yeah, I don't even see any game. So that means no one's really even thinking about this. So it's not just Roblox. I mean, maybe they have more responsibility because they know there's a bunch of kids in their game, but like I literally think that these kids could flood into any other game, and no, I don't see these controls in any other game either.
I think probably the biggest thing is that Roblox is a role playing game, whereas other big games aren't a role playing game. So it doesn't necessarily give like the same opportunities to people who want to have malicious intentions. Like even when Fortnite was big, like yeah, you might end up with a bunch of kids, but like you're in game with them for like 10-15 minutes and you're actively doing something. Like you don't have time to.
Right, no one's chatting, you're shooting at each other.
yeah you don't have time to groom this child while this kid's trying to fucking win his Fortnite game.
Right.
Whereas Roblox is
So there
Kinda, like,
was a
perfect
role
for some
playing.
people.
There was an MMORPG that I was into for like a year, and I just bought the expansions just today actually. Which was Guild Wars 2, and so I never saw a kid. I mean, I'm sure there probably was a kid, but like I didn't know there were a kid. And like there's a lot of Discord servers for these things because you need to organize groups, larger groups. And I've never come across somebody who I thought sounded like a kid. And I think on average, probably the age is probably older for that game than most other games. I think on average. That's just it's an older game to begin with. The original game came out in 2012. I didn't really start back then, but like I mean, that's a long story, but a bit practically speaking, I started playing like in 2024. So, but the game has been out, so that automatically kind of makes there have been some people who've been playing since the game came out. So, yeah, so I guess to your point about it being an online game, like somehow I think because Guild Wars is not really free. I mean, technically they made their base game free to play because like it used to cost money, but then they made it free, and then you have to pay for the expansions. And I think they're using the base game as sort of like a trial, like a free trial, so to say. But technically you could play the base game for free, but I just don't think somehow like kids don't play that game. Even though it's an MMORPG, you can play
Probably
the
not, but
base
it's
game
probably
for
not
free.
marketed towards them.
Okay, is that the main thing? They need to have
I
like
would
an
imagine.
influencer that sort of like is playing it, who
Yeah,
they
I think it's
follow.
also just like you're always gonna have some kids in like every game.
Yeah,
But I do think, yeah, like Roblox is definitely marketed towards children. I mean, even if you just look at how like Roblox looks, like it's obvious like who it's really marketed for. Whereas something like Guild Wars 2 is clearly marketed like more for like a mature audience.
is it
So
the
like
Lego look? Is that what you're referring to? Sort of.
probably, yeah.
Okay.
Um, so like even for like Guild Wars 2, like even if there are children, like someone who has malicious intentions isn't going to go through Guild Wars 2
Right.
and or when they can just get on Roblox, and like their likelihood of finding what they want is like a million times higher.
Yeah.
So that's probably like the main difference between Roblox and every other like role playing game. I'm assuming like any role playing game marketed towards children probably has the same problem. I mean, even Minecraft for a long time had that problem. I don't know if it still does, but I know when I used to play it like 10 years ago, they had a ton of problems with predators using Minecraft. Like every like couple months, there was a story about whatever big Minecraft YouTuber there was with millions of subs turning out to use his Minecraft fan base, who were mainly children, and would get exposed for indecent things with them.
You mean the
So it's not
influencer
like it's
was?
only a Roblox thing. Yeah. There were a ton of Minecraft YouTubers who got exposed.
It's strange.
Yeah.
Like
Um,
it's real strange.
I think a few went to prison.
Really?
Yeah. I remember hearing a bunch about it. It used to be a huge thing.
I mean,
Uh,
I don't really get it entirely because I don't even think that kids are even attractive. Like,
yeah, I
it's
mean,
just
for us, like it's impossible to understand it. Um, but yeah, I guess those games. Like to be fair, it's not necessarily their fault, and they're probably very limited in what they can actually do.
who you mean the
But
influencers or who you're talking about?
no, like the creators, like the
Oh,
developers.
okay.
Um, but that doesn't change when they do receive information, they should act on it in the right way and not go after the people who are doing the right thing. Which Minecraft never did wrong. So that's probably why people it never took off quite as much, like the general place and the general space about Minecraft. Whereas Roblox is, because I mean, like the main reason people know about it is just because of how Roblox handled it, and less because of the actual problem. Which is kind of sad in its own way. That it's only getting this attention because of how Roblox responded to it.
Yeah,
Or
I do.
maybe
I
not
do.
only, but like a huge part of it.
Yeah, I do suspect that some version of this, even if Roblox didn't exist and there was no game that was catering specifically to children, maybe that's somewhat fantastical because maybe that's somewhat implausible, perhaps. But I think that even if that were, let's just assume that were the case, that there was no Roblox and that there was no other equivalent to Roblox that was like targeting kids, I think that some variation of this problem would be surfacing in some
I'm sure.
other way, because I don't think that if you just look at all the other games, I don't think any of the games are prepared to have like an influx of kids in the game. Like there's just no controls at all. And there's obviously bound to be some problems if you have like kids like interacting with adults in some, that where they could be like exploited or something. Because I don't think that, because I think like, because I've been playing games for a while, and I can see the progression of things in a certain way. Because like I played games when I was a kid, but they weren't online.
Yeah, I was
And
gonna say,
also, so it took a while before they became online. And then even after they went online, they didn't have games for kids from the beginning, right? So it took some time for there to be games for kids, and then also for it to be free. So there had to be certain conditions for this to like come to the surface, but it would have happened eventually, if not at Roblox, somewhere else, because it's something that was emerging because of the demographic change. Then people, and no one was paying attention to it. So it would have happened eventually, like somewhere, because the things are just changing and people are not keeping track of all the like consequences of all these things, right? So it wasn't like completely malicious intent, but I do think they're like neglectful and they're kind of like a little bit irresponsible, because like it's kind of obvious if you have a bunch of kids in your game, like I don't know what the percentage is, but it sounds like the vast majority of their player base is kids. It's a little bit stupid not to think that they're not going to potentially interact with adults, especially when people are telling you so. I mean, I don't
to
know.
be fair, I'm not sure how you can like. It's not like you can control any of that.
Yeah, like
I don't think
what
people
would they
necessarily
do?
have a problem. Yeah, like I don't think people have a problem with like Roblox not preventing it, because how could they prevent it? Like, there's no way to prevent that.
I mean, there's no way to completely prevent it, but I mean, maybe I don't actually know. I don't know enough about this problem, so I don't want to like espouse like solutions, because like like the thing I was saying earlier, like if you say you're under 18 and you have a flag, that might actually make it easier for predators. I don't even know.
Oh yeah,
So
I think probably like it kind of comes down to, I mean, one, people have to know that this is an actual problem, as in every single parent should know, and therefore every single parent should also like it should kind of fall more on the parents than the developer to
yeah,
ensure
to a
that
certain
these things
extent,
aren't
yeah.
happening.
I think they
I mean,
could
the
a little
developer can
bit
only do
of
so
both
much.
can be done, I think, because like I just think like my parents would like, if I was going to go out in the middle of the night, let's say when I was a kid, like I'm pretty sure my parents would be like, "What are you doing?" or something, or "Where are you?" Like, when I go certain places, they want to know where I'm going or who
Yeah,
will know where I'm at and stuff like that, right? So that's a little bit of a responsibility of the parent. You don't just like let your kid out the door and just run around and do anything they want, right? I mean, and if you're in a smaller town and like, there's only so far they can go, and the areas where they can go are like relatively safe. That's a different thing. But like say like right now, for instance, I live in New York City. I don't know any. I mean, so I didn't grow up here, so I don't know. I don't want to, but I don't see too many kids running around on their own. It's pretty rare. I don't really see that many kids around in general, even with their parents. I think it's just expensive to have a kid in the city. But like, um, let alone kids with their parents. I don't see a kid just like taking the subway on their own, or just walking down the street on their own, right? Because it's kind of maybe this is the closest thing in North America, or possibly even in, I don't know. There's only so many places that are like New York City, so like it's probably the closest thing to being online, because you're just like, if you're a kid, you're just exposed to everyone. Because like if you're in like a super super small town, and there's the next person's like a mile away or something, you kind of know that there's nobody gonna come. Like if you're just hanging around, the block, no one's gonna come, um, you know, cause trouble for you, because the likelihood of you interacting with someone is like low, or you kind of know who will be around. That some random person is just gonna drive down your block or something. Um, but like in New York City, like there's just people all over the place. Like would expect, if you were letting your kid out, that they would be exposed to all that. And maybe that's like the closest thing to being like online. Like you're just online. Like literally anyone could be there. Um, I don't know. And
Yeah, I mean,
and yeah, so I guess I'm agreeing that probably your parents would be responsible for that, because no one can control you. No, like if
yeah,
you had a kid and you lived in New York City, there's no law that says that you can't just open the door and let your kid just run down the street and go wherever the hell he wants. They could. That'd be really stupid. But you could do it. But that's kind of your responsibility to be responsible for the outcome of that. So I think it's maybe a similar thing. But I also think that there probably should be like some laws or something, or some other controls, or I don't know. There probably something they can do. I mean, I wouldn't. It's probably not nothing. I just don't know enough about it. I don't want to be prescribing things, but I find it unlikely that there's nothing that they can do. I mean,
I feel like
um,
probably because like they can't like enforce anything on their own, right? I mean, like people are gonna lie. But I feel like probably the best thing they could do as a developer would be to include ways to make it easier for parents to know what's actually going on, like to actually monitor what's happening. And there's got to be a way for like the parents to
in
know,
the
okay,
game.
this is what my child is doing, this is what he's saying, this is what people are telling him. Yeah. Um.
Oh, like they
Like
can see their chats or something, or
yeah, yeah. Because I actually know Roblox. I saw this when I was checking it out. If you want to mark your account as over 18 in Roblox, you actually have to scan a government ID and send it to them, showing your date of birth for them to mark your account as over 18.
but doesn't that make it easier for a predator to say that they're under 18? Because now they have a
Yeah, but
justification to say, hey, you know, I'm actually not over 18. And then
yeah,
they can later have an alibi for why it was hard for them to say. They can say, oh, I didn't
uh,
mean to say that I was under 18. It was really hard for me to verify my age. Um, it's kind of like
yeah,
they have it both ways. It's actually making it better for them, for
yeah.
the
But
predators.
my my thinking was, but then like at least it could be like once you're 18 and you can prove it, that's when you're able to like disable those parental controls. But until then, like until you're able to actually prove you're over 18, like you are stuck with an account that can be monitored by a parent. So it could be used in that way.
Oh, okay. Yes, that would get. Yeah. So it's not stopping the predators per se, but it's like
No.
protecting the kids.
Yeah, it's making it so the kid can't hide it from their parents.
Right.
So that way, like the parent is at least able, like they're always able to know what is happening. And I mean,
Yeah.
at that point, at least it's more, the onus is more on the parent than the developer. The developer at that point has kind of done everything they could.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So the parent comes in, they say they're over 18 or something, and then
Yeah, like,
they can claim some other account as their kid, and then they can see what's going on the kid's account,
yeah.
and the kid can't say otherwise unless they can provide an
Yeah, like
ID, which
maybe like
obviously they
when,
can't
yeah,
if
like,
they're a kid.
yeah, exactly. Like maybe during the account creation, like the parents are forced to like, I don't know, like there has to be some way of like enforcing that like the parent
So so I think
is
that
able to.
this sounds reasonable for Roblox because their entire player base is kids, so they could devote this kind of resources and kind of
Yeah, other
rearrange
games couldn't.
yeah, exactly. This doesn't seem like a thing that could be like implemented in every single game, because that's just like too much effort for people to
No.
do.
But I
So
think a developer could know in advance, like, hey, this seems like the type of game that kids, particularly kids, are going to be attracted to. And this type of game allows for the communication that could lead to
yeah,
predators being interested. Like, I
I
feel like
mean
a
it's pretty.
developer can know in advance.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that Roblox was neglectful and is being neglectful and is like purposely trying to like deflect attention from like that, and actually going after the person who's bringing attention to about the situation, even though they're trying to solve the problem. And
Yeah.
so I mean, I personally think like what it makes probably more sense if they actually wanted to solve the problem. They should hire that Schlepp kid. I mean, he seems to know,
Yeah.
exactly how these people operate, and he has like firsthand experience. Like I mean, I wouldn't know the first thing. I mean, I'm just kind of thinking as a layperson, just kind of reasoning through. But I mean, he knows the inner workings of. I mean, how many people could? I can't imagine there's a ton of people who really know what's going on with
No.
this. I mean, so Schlepp or whoever else who has like firsthand experience, probably could solve the problem. So it's a little bit shocking in telling that they would, not ask for his advice. Instead, they're going after him. They're just trying to silence him. I mean, that's pretty
And
telling. Um,
it even would have been a good marketing move
right.
if they brought him on.
I don't see how this could end well for Roblox at the moment. I don't know everything that's going on, but
They're gonna have to do
the
180.
publicity that this is going to gain now, because a lot of people didn't know. Like I didn't know this was going on. I don't see how anyone is going to say, "Oh, this is okay." This is totally fine. And who the hell would defund Roblox at this point? I mean, as it becomes more widely known, I don't see how they can survive this. Like they're going to have to change, or they're just like, or there's going to be some legal remedy, or they're just like going to go out of business, or I don't know. I don't see how this could possibly end well for them at this point. I don't know who in their company like thought this was a good idea and decided to go after Schlepp. I mean, who that person is a moron. They have a very very
It's
narrow minded.
it's just some boomer who doesn't get it. Like they do not get it. They think they like, maybe they're smart business wise, and
But they can't be that smart,
uh,
because this is like a huge blind spot. Like, how could you not see this? There's no way this could end well. Like, I mean, at this point, I don't see. It doesn't seem possible that this can fly on. It's already kind of like out of the bag. Like there's no way. I don't. If you took a poll, who would ever say that they think this is who's defending Roblox? There's not going to be anyone.
no, I think the thing is like, probably what happens is like the people who made Roblox are not the ones in charge. The game is so big now that people. I'm sure people either bought it or some people came in to take over the company to run it as like a business. So like the people running and making those decisions, like don't actually understand the game or the space they're in. Like a lot of them, they just run it like any other business.
Right, like an EA or something. And they're
Yeah,
just looking at the numbers of and they're not
yeah,
looking at like
exactly.
who's playing the game or what it takes to develop it or what
Yeah,
we have to
they
do
don't
to
understand.
control
Yeah, they
put
don't
controls in.
understand the community. Yeah, they don't understand the community, the online space. They don't understand any of that. Um, like they just saw it as, well, the easiest thing we can do would be, let's get rid of the guy who's exposing the problems in our game. But like, because they don't understand the repercussions of that. Like when they took that decision, they didn't understand how much of a shitfest it was going to start. Even though to anyone like us, it's obvious, but to them, like they don't get it. Like because they're not part of this space. They're just like some old boomer business guy.
Yeah, I don't completely understand how that's happening either. It seems like that's I don't really get the whole like the CEO like doesn't play games thing but they're like the CEO of a gaming company. It's that sort of thing. I mean, this is probably more than just gaming, but yeah, just in general. Like some
I,
CEO
I
of
don't know if
Pepsi comes
Roblox
in
is a.
to lead a tech company and shit like that. Like what is that?
I'm not sure if Roblox is a public company. I'm gonna look up. Is Roblox a public company? If yeah, okay, so they're on a stock market. So like they have like shareholders that they have to satisfy, and yeah, so the people running this are just running it like they would run a manufacturing
Like
company.
a Domino's or something.
Yeah, like they're I highly doubt that people at the very top understand anything about their game. They're just
Yeah.
there purely for like the business side.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's probably also part of the problem, is that they're incentivized by money instead of like safety.
Well, I mean, I don't want to fault them for being incentivized by money because I think that all companies are incentivized by money because that's just the structure of. But I just find it. Well, I mean, there's a lot of things I don't understand. So, but I don't think it makes a lot of sense to me. I don't really understand how they can be running the company but not know anything about the underlying like business other than from a monetary standpoint. Like, how can you not understand the dynamics of the product that you have, like the social aspect or like the
I'm sure there
technology
are
or
people. I'm sure there are plenty of people in their team who do, but they're just like lower tiered people. Like I'm sure there were a ton of people in the Roblox company who were like cringing at what they were about to do because they knew it was going to be a terrible mistake. But those people are probably just low enough on the totem pole that like they just don't have any say.
yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe organizational structures should change so that those people should be in the boardroom or something and have a say because seems crazy that this is like the status quo because I don't think that they're the only company that's run like that. So it just so happens that this happens to be the consequence of this particular company. I still think that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Um,
Yeah, I'm not too sure either. It's definitely. I feel like people are definitely going to study this though. In like 5 years, it'll probably be a pretty good like study case for any future companies.
I wonder how long it'll take to actually have a solution because I don't know that I haven't heard anyone propose a solution, and I still don't see, even though I don't see how this could end well for them, I still don't see how any specific thing is actually ending things for them right now. So it might take a while for this to play out, because even though it might look like pretty grim, like all roads are sort of like not ending well for them, it still might take a while for it to actually play out, I think, because I think they're pretty big. They're pretty huge, right? Like, let's see.
I don't know if this is gonna kill them. I was gonna say they're probably just gonna try and let this blow over, which, to be honest, it probably will. And the internet moves on quick.
Really though, because I don't know. Because like if you were a parent, you were not aware of this, and now you're suddenly made aware of it. I somehow don't think you would like divert your attention, even if people are talking about something else in the news. I think like you're gonna be keyed in on this. I think there's probably I mean, that's my intuition. I don't know. I don't see how. Like, Schlepp is probably going to keep on making videos about it. It seems like he's kind of all in on it. Who's gonna? I don't see how people are gonna think this is okay, because it's not like a contentious thing, right? It's not like a political thing where, like, it's 50-50. People are like arguing about it. I kind of think like everyone agrees that this is crazy, that this is going on. They just didn't know. I feel like anything that's like proposed will probably be easy to get traction. I don't see how they could win this thing, even if it's like not in the news. I don't know.
So,
I just don't see how they could weather this.
I just looked it up. Apparently, I'm trying to see how many players Roblox has. Okay, so Schlepp's video had 8 million views, and the active player count for Roblox apparently for the last month was 120 million.
Like 120 million concurrent. It can't be concurrent,
active.
right? Active
no,
players.
Not,
okay.
not all.
They played within the last month or something.
Yes. So I mean, let's say 8 million. Like, how many of those are parents? Like, even if we're like super generous, 500,000.
Wait, I just asked Gemini. I just asked Gemini. It said the platform's reach extends to a monthly active user MAU base of 380 million in 2025. That is crazy.
There you go. Yeah.
This immense community is highly engaged, spending a collective 735.5 billion hours on the platform in 2024. That's ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, I didn't actually know it was that big, because if this was on Steam, it would be like all of the games, like yes. like I thought like Valorant and like Counter-Strike were huge. Like I thought, these are behemoths. Like this is like those are like nothing compared to Roblox. I didn't know that was like that big. I didn't know. That's crazy. It's like every kid plays Roblox or something. That's got to be what it is. Like, how else could it be that huge?
That's exactly what it is. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. As far as I know, like basically every young kid who plays games, like 90% chance it's going to be Roblox.
But I don't think that people who don't have kids, I don't think that people are really aware of this. I don't feel like this is common knowledge. But like when people find out about this, they're going to be like, they're going to be appalled. Like, because no one's going to be okay with it. Like, like no one's going to think this is fine. They just didn't know. They're not like approving of it. They're only didn't say anything because they didn't know.
Yeah, but it's kind of hard because I feel like
I think that's why
there are
Roblox was
other-
trying to like silence him, because they probably knew that a lot of people didn't know.
yeah, but like when you think about it, like, it's not like Roblox is the first scenario where this happens. 'Cause I mean, like, for example, like any type of social media, this has been like common knowledge.
Wait,
that this
how could there
happens on any
how could
social
there
media?
even be 380 million? Like, what? How, is that like every kid? Because that can't even be in the U.S. only, right? There's not even
No,
380
it
million.
has to be worldwide.
But how are every single kid in the world is playing Roblox? What the hell?
There has to be like bots, people with multiple accounts.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure it's not. Yeah, it has to be like
Let's
quite
see
a bit lower than that.
what percentage of the user base is under 18.
It's got to be a huge amount. I'd be shocked if it was like less than 95%. I'd honestly be shocked with less than 98%.
It's a little bit slow because I let it, I give it like, I'm using like the thinking mode, and I let it like think for as long as it wants. I put it to the
Yeah,
maximum.
I don't know if I believe this website. This website seems fake.
So it didn't exactly answer my question, because I said 18, but apparently maybe they don't have those statistics. So it says that 56% of you, so 56 to 67% of users are under the age of 16, which is probably higher, a lower number than I guess I would have guessed.
But I would guess that this has to be fake, or at least wildly incorrect. I think most accounts that say they are over 17 are probably not actually over 17. But at worst, it says like 70% are.
But this would be consistent with the stats that Gemini is reporting, because that's under 16 would be 22, 23. So what is that? 45%. Then
Yeah, 45,
50.
60.
Yeah, 60%. So that's almost exactly consistent with. But the problem is, like, how is Gemini or anything that's going off of data be able to read between the lines of, because they can only go by the statistics that they have, right?
Yeah. I think this is very, very unlikely.
But couldn't the people who are couldn't the people who are over 25, for instance, they could just be the parents, right?
Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's like parents registering, or like the kids putting their parents' age or something.
And literally 17 to 18 is still part of the, so part of that is still part of the underage category. Yeah.
I would probably guess like maybe 15, at best 15% are over 18. I would be shocked if that were even true. I think I would be extremely shocked.
Is that based on playing the game, or like based on like what your brother told you?
I've never seen anyone over 18 actually playing Roblox. The only people I've ever seen play it have been underage. And from what my brother has told me, that's been the case for him as well.
Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Like, so the game's been out for what, like 10 years or something?
I think even longer than that. I think it's a super old game.
So then aren't the people who, let's say you were playing 15 years ago or whatever. So, I mean, aren't those people are all over 18 now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, would they stop playing the game? Like, if you're, because like,
they would.
A lot of times for these MMO RPGs, like, you start playing them because they're kind of like so I've not played Roblox, but like I played Guild Wars, and Guild Wars, I'm gonna steal some ideas, which is that like the Guild Wars like is kind of like many games in one, kind of so to say. I mean, it's all one cohesive game because they all integrate together. So it's not like it may not be like Roblox. Like you cannot play Counter Strike in Guild Wars 2. So I mean, so that might be maybe I don't quite understand that part, but like there's a lot of things that you don't have to do everything. Like whereas like a lot of other games, like usually like some single linear storyline driven like single player games, you kind of have to just it's like a very like straightforward like laid path, and you kind of just do everything the developers that's in the game, that they designed a path that kind of hits everything that they intended for you to see. But in Guild Wars, it's kind of like this massive like open world, and there's a lot of stuff that's going on, and you don't have to do all of it. Like you can just there's a lot of people who just do certain things in the game, and they just don't interact and or engage with other parts of the game. So, what was my point? Talking about Roblox. Yeah. So I don't see why like you wouldn't be able to just
Like
keep on
continue to
playing it.
enjoy it.
Yeah, like because there's a lot of different dimensions to the game. So you could like be doing some other different parts. I mean, different things in Roblox as you got older. Maybe you're not doing the exact same thing. And even the developers said they're trying to get more adults in the game and add other layers and things in the game that maybe other demographics would be interested in. So like because like a lot of these MMORPGs are like not really games you sort of finish. Like like the Asmund Gold was saying, right? Like there's people who play WoW and they kind of just think of them as WoW players. They don't think of themselves as general gamers. They kind of just play WoW and that's it. And maybe like that maybe that's similar to Roblox. I don't know if that's exactly the case for Guild Wars 2, but I can imagine that there's a lot of people who played like a majority of their gaming is Guild Wars 2. I mean, I can easily see that. So, so like, if the game's been out for that long, why wouldn't there just be like more older people, like, cause like who just continue to play Roblox?
So I don't know, but my guess would be that as a kid gets older, one, a lot of your friends aren't going to keep playing a game marketed towards kids. They're going to move on to other games that are marketed to a more mature audience. So I think anyone reaching 18 is very likely to leave Roblox for those games. And I think the other thing is, as kids get older, they also get more access to other games. You know, they start having money to buy a real game.
Okay,
I
but
would be
that's
shocked.
true. Yeah.
Yeah, I
The
would be
access,
shocked that
just
like
simply options and access would
yeah,
explain some of
I
it.
would be shocked that like you would go from like maybe you do play Roblox from like 9 to 17, but I think once you turn 18, I would be pretty surprised that you would want to keep playing with a bunch of kids in a game that's marketed and intended to be played by kids. You would probably want to move on to other games,
But
and I would imagine most of their friends would do the same thing.
I still think there's a lot of people playing free games though. Like Valorant is a huge game. Counter Strike is a huge game. Like Rainbow Six, like Siege is huge. What are other ones? Like if you look on the Steam
but
charts, there's a bunch of like free games. Like I used to play StarCraft 2. Well, I mean, I paid for this stuff, and now they just made it free. So now it's just completely free. It's technically a free game. It's still a decent sized game. Somehow they didn't. RTS is, I guess, maybe not been super popular from sales point of view, guys. So people stopped making them. So that's still like the last one that big one that was made. Um, um, Apex Legends, they're all like free, but people still keep on playing them.
Yeah, but I think the difference is like I don't think, like, for example, someone who's like 12 years old is going to gravitate more towards Roblox because like the game itself is easier. Like I think it would be hard for a lot of 12-year-olds to get into Valorant because the truth is Valorant is going to require a certain skill set and a way of thinking that a 12-year-old is very unlikely to have. So it's going to be very frustrating for a 12-year-old to just get dumpstered every single game in Valorant. Whereas they can just play Roblox and the game is a million times easier. And I think as you get older, that's when you would develop like the main mental capabilities and the skill sets to be able to play these other free games.
I mean, there's a lot of immature people in Valorant. I actually,
yeah, for sure.
But immature, I mean that in the most broadest sense. I mean, I don't know people's ages. I'm sure that some of them are probably under 18, but there's just a lot of immaturity, like in the public lobbies with the voice. I don't know if you've played it, but that was maybe
I've never played Valorant, but
it was like it was a big period of time when I was like kind of not. I mean, I played a lot of games throughout my life, but there was like a period of time, a long stretch where I wasn't really playing games. And then Valorant was sort of like the first game that I played coming back when I started playing more games recently. And that I was kind of shocked because like prior to that, I don't remember there being such like a bunch of people who like acted so like I don't even like they're
the issue is it's cool now to act like that. It became cool.
But no, I don't think it's cool though. Like but it's not. I don't think it's just me. Like like the whole team doesn't like it. But there's just one guy who. What it is, it's like it's not like everyone on the team thinks it's okay. It's like the fact is everyone doesn't like it, and the more that I actually just don't say anything. I don't like it, but I don't say anything. I don't feed him because like basically they feel like I think what it is it's like a psychological thing, and they don't feel like they can control the outcome of the game, or maybe they even think like it's not their fault that they're losing. So they feel like the thing that they can control is they can piss people off, and they want to get a reaction out of people. So that when they grief the team and the team gets super upset, and especially if some guy gets super upset and is like trying to go after them and is like talking back to them and like saying they're going to do this and that or whatever. I think the guy who's griefing them gets more satisfaction out of it the more people do that. So the thing you should do is like don't react at all and don't like because he's basically like a troll and you're just like you're just like fueling him, like you're just like encouraging him because he just wants a reaction. That's the whole reason why he's doing it.
Yeah, so I don't know. So I'm like 99% sure this started in League quite a long time ago. I don't know if you've ever played League.
Yeah, I used to play StarCraft, and I think like the whole Dota thing, which League came out of, started in StarCraft. I think actually in maybe Warcraft 3.
Warcraft 3.
I played both of them, and like there were Dota like mods in those games, and yeah, I mean actually, I'm surprised that it became so huge because I actually feel like that was like a much simpler version of like because I think like what it was is like that was like a chill thing to do, like play Dota. I mean. Because like StarCraft and like Warcraft, they're kind of like these competitive games, and you have to like really pay attention if you want to win because there's a lot of complicated things going on, and like in Dota it's like much simpler. It's kind of like a dumbed down version. So if you don't like it can be kind of stressful if you're playing like your ranked matches and you're like keeping track of all the normal game. And in Dota, you just have one character. You don't have like 50 billion characters and controlling the whole base and like come up with the strategy. You just have one guy and that's it. And that seemed like chill. And then I would play that sometimes, like to relax. I didn't think it was going to become like a whole genre. Like it's like the biggest thing now.
Yeah. So there are So in League, there have been a group of people now, not so much lately, but a couple years ago, which I'm pretty sure is when this started, and I think it expanded to every single game. I'm sure you know who Tyler One is.
No, I haven't. Is that Fortnite?
Oh, you never heard of
player?
it? Okay. No. So Tyler One, he's originally a League player. I think he's one of the biggest streamers on Twitch.
Okay.
But he became infamous because he was one of the top ranked players, and he became very famous for purposefully ruining games in the highest elo games. And
By
in League,
throwing?
a huge
Griefing
and
people?
in League there were popular groups of players who gained like a huge amount of popularity, and they would be known for being the best players, but they would purposefully throw games in the highest ranks. And these people became extremely popular. And what happened is that trickled down to their fans, who started trying to copy them, but their fans are not top ranked players like they were, and they just started throwing in every single elo. And that became extremely popular because they were trying to be like their favorite streamer, Tyler One, or someone like Red IRL is another one who was very popular. And so it became very, very common because of those players. People would just copy them. Something would happen in the game, they would instantly start throwing the game. And they thought it was cool because people became famous doing that. The difference being that the people who became famous were doing it at the very highest level, and that's what made them stand out. That's how they made a name for themselves. But people just started doing it, in their silver games and whatever. And that kind of expanded to every other game, especially Riot games like Valorant. And ever since then,
I'm sure that some
has
people
become
do that.
very. Yeah, it's a huge amount is from originated from that, and they do it purely because, well, usually they don't want to admit that it's a skill issue on their end. It's easier for them to just throw the game and be like, "Oh, well, I wasn't trying. That's why we lost."
Right. Yeah, no, I think I do think that more people do it for that reason than because they're emulating. I'm sure that there's some amount of people who are just copying.
There's a
but
huge
I
amount.
just
You'd be surprised. It's a huge.
because it's a whole different thing to because it doesn't mean anything if you're like in iron or silver or something and you're doing that, because it's just like it doesn't really mean anything. I think
Yeah, but
that
they don't get that.
I do think what they get out of it is people's reactions. I mean, regardless of the fact, I think what they get out of it is when people get upset. Because if people didn't respond, I think they would just stop doing it. Because what's the point? The whole point is they're trying to rile people up. They're trying to get a reaction out of people. And the more people get upset about it, the more satisfaction I think that they get. I mean, in both of these cases, I think no matter what, I think that they are doing this because they want a reaction out of people. I'm sure he made a video. I mean, I didn't see it, but I can pretty much already envision. I'm sure his video, the highlight of his videos was people reacting to him. Was it not? It wasn't just him griefing people, but people just flipping out. Right?
I mean, there were
Because
compilations of high elo players getting
Right.
mad at him.
Right. If they didn't flip out, there would be no video, right? If they were just like, "Oh, cool," right? If you were just playing with your 6-year-old brother or something, and or a cousin or whatever, and then and they did it, and they were just no one was trying. I mean, if he did it in a tournament, and people, there was $500,000 on the line, people would go crazy. If he did that, that would be a video. But if no one cared. The thing is, you're doing it in iron and silver. People are just trying to have fun. They don't. It's just annoying. And so the only reason to do it, there's nothing on the line, right? So the only thing is, you would do it is to just get people to react. I think. Yeah, I mean, I don't see.
I think the main reason they do it, and I know this is the case in League, I'm sure it's the case in probably every game,
Mhm.
it's out of insecurity.
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's it's easier for them to accept, oh, we lost because I'm trolling. Because the truth is, the people
Yeah,
who do
I
that
think
99% of the time, they're the ones who care about winning the most.
yeah, I think it's that,
Like,
and
deep
also
down,
they
they're the
feel
ones who are
like
most upset about it.
I feel like they don't have control over the outcome of the game, so they want something they feel like they can control, which is they can manipulate like the game in a different way because they can't win, but they can force people to lose. So they feel like some sense of power doing that and sort of manipulating people's emotions doing that than trying to play the game normally, which they feel like they can't control the outcome of because they're not like good enough. That I think it's something like that.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like first a skill issue that they don't want to accept, and so it's like a coping
Yeah.
mechanism.
Like you don't have to be good at the game. Like I'm not good at Valorant. Like I mean, I'm like I would say I'm average. Like it doesn't matter. Like you don't have to be good to play. But you shouldn't be like I think I mean, I would report people. I don't think that I don't really expect. I don't know that they really do anything because how are they going to know if somebody really? Because you could just false report people just because you don't like somebody. How are the mods at Valorant going to even be able to tell who's really griefing and who's just being like retaliated against? Like, are they really going to review? I mean, were they going to have a lawyerly team there or something? Like, how are they going to review all those reports? I don't think it's possible. I probably do nothing with those reports.
No, it's the same in League. I'm sure of it. In League, the only way you get banned in League is if you type something that gets picked up by their like chat
Filter
detection thing. Yeah, if you do not type anything, there are people in League who will run you down, and they know that as long as they don't type anything, they will never get banned. They will literally type, "Good luck reporting me." Nothing will happen.
But do people even do they even have an in-game voice in League?
No, in League they don't.
So then what?
I know.
So then why? I don't see what because you wouldn't even know if someone was pissed at you. Like, how would you even know unless they type something to you?
They type all the time in League.
Because like in Valorant, it's I mean I'm not like
in Valorant it's probably even harder because you don't have to. It's not like people are going to type at you.
No, but like in Valorant,
review voice chat.
In Valorant, there's a voice chat though. Like so, like you as a griefer get like more satisfaction in griefing. I feel like in Valorant because everyone just automatically logs into voice chat. Like you could disable it, but almost nobody does that. So like what I just end up doing is I mute specific people if they're just. But like, I don't think that most people do that because I would mute them and I could just tell that the people that I didn't mute they're just constantly like engaging with and I'm just like, dude, just ignore him, but people don't listen to me. They'll just constantly like the whole match they'll just be like engaging with the one griefer and almost everyone does it. Like I mean I don't know, people give into it and they're just I don't think they completely understand like that they're feeling
to be
him.
fair to them, at that point, the game is probably lost anyways. So I don't fully like blame them for like kind of just giving in at that point. Because like most of these games, it's not.
But you don't have to interact.
One person
but despite that, though, I still think that interacting with them is like
it's definitely
just
worse.
making things worse.
Shouldn't.
Yeah. But almost everyone does. And when because I can just tell, like they're just like I'm trying to tell them to do certain things in the game, right? And I can just tell that they're preoccupied with the person who's griefing them. Like they could just ignore them and just play the game as if we were like one man down or one man who's like trying to kill you, whatever. It's a different game. Fine, we're gonna lose. But like you could just ignore them and just play as it is, right? But almost everyone just constantly pays attention to the person who's grieving, which is exactly what they want to happen.
Yeah,
Like
I think it's just
if
hard to
everyone
like.
if everyone just ignored him, he would just stop because he would get nothing out of it.
Yeah, I think it's just hard for like people to like you just have no reason to actually play the game at that point,
Yeah.
which I think is like the main problem.
It's
Where
not
like
just
one
that. People
person
are
just
like
drags the whole team
enraged.
down so much.
People are just like
Yeah,
enraged and they're like expressing their emotion, which is exactly like because they get triggered. And so the person, which is exactly what they were trying to do. So you're just telling them that they succeeded and encouraging them to do it more. Because if you're like,
yeah, they
if you
definitely shouldn't.
even if you're really upset and you act like you don't care, and like the whole team was just like, okay, whatever, cool, keep doing it. Like I actually like this, and you think it's funny or something. They might just get tired of it and just stop. Like the whole point is like they're trying to piss you off and get a reaction out of you. And the more you tell them that they're succeeding, they're just gonna do it more. That's my opinion. But
No,
I
I
guess
think
most
it's
people aren't really thinking that far. I think they're just kind of
no, they just don't care at that point.
yeah,
Like at that point, yeah, they no longer care. Like the main thing they care about is winning, and the second that's not a possibility, like they don't care if they're feeding into it or not. Like they're just gonna go next, anyways. Like they're completely checked out.
yeah.
Which
Do
is,
you?
I mean, it's a shame, but
Yeah. Are you still interested? I know we've talked for a while. Let's see. What
we
is
can try
my
to play. What time is it?
two?
2:40.
It's up to you. I can play. But I can completely understand if you. So I guess we talked for 2 hours and 40 minutes. That was
Whoopsie.
yeah.
Yeah. I
How long?
work at 9.
Okay, you should probably go to sleep then.
Yeah. I think the first game is pretty short, but I think it's
Like
it's definitely gonna take
like
more than like an hour, even
like
even the first game.
2-3 hours or something, or how
I would
long is short?
imagine. Yeah, I'll look it up actually. We were here late. Let's see. Yeah, it's 2 hours.
Okay. Okay. Well,
So
that maybe I played through
probably
more than I thought because I didn't think it was that short. Because I probably played for like 30 to 45 minutes or something. So that's maybe more than I thought I
mm,
did. But I can also
well,
play
I
from
don't
the
know how
other
far you got
perspective.
in.
Yeah, that's true. There's also
Yeah.
that.
I
And
don't know
also we
who you
restarted
were
a
playing
couple
with
times
or
because it was like disconnecting and stuff. I think the other
oh,
person's
okay.
connection
Yeah.
maybe wasn't that great.
Yeah, so yeah, maybe 30 minutes in like that kind of scenario, you probably didn't get too far.
Um,
Um,
but like I don't have an issue playing, but like if you need to get up at 9, you're in Eastern time. So
yeah, I'm Eastern. Yeah, I'm in Montreal.
yeah, unless you're used to not getting sleep or you can take a nap or something. Um,
I am. I'm trying to fix it though. Not
yeah.
good.
So if are you
It's not
able
good.
to
I have
sleep
sleep
right now?
problems.
Like if you weren't playing, would you be able to just fall asleep right now, or is your
No,
sleep schedule screwed
it's
up?
gonna take me a while.
Okay,
No,
so
I
your sleep
mean,
schedule is messed
I
up.
have sleep problems. Yeah, no, I've always had sleep problems,
Okay,
but
so me too.
it's better to take an hour to fall asleep now than an hour to fall asleep at like 5 in the morning.
Okay, so it's not
Uh,
like a circadian rhythm thing. You just need some time to fall asleep, and the sooner you start, the sooner you'll fall
eh,
asleep.
it's not always.
Ah, okay.
I just like to think that's the case.
Yes.
I'm not actually sure if that's just what I tell myself.
Yeah, yeah,
But no, I have terrible sleeping problems. I really need to go have it checked out.
yeah. I mean, I say the same thing.
Yeah, I really need to, but I don't know. It's like it used to be so much worse that I'm like, even though like it's still bad, I'm just happy with it not being as bad as it used to be. But I should, yeah, I don't know. The main thing is like stronger like prescribed sleep medication terrifies me.
Oh, I don't think. What have you taken? Because I have done a little bit of research and I could have gotten sleep medications, but I never. I think
Well, that's
there
the thing.
was one medication that I did try, but it's not strictly it's not really a traditional sleep medication because I think all of the sleep, so probably not a great idea to take any sleep medications because unless there's something I don't know about, but I don't think there is. There's pretty much bad effects from all of them, and like the traditional ones are like I think they're like addictive. So
Well, that's
uh,
that's exactly it. I just don't want to become dependent
yeah,
on any of them, which is why I've avoided going to a
yeah,
doctor for so long.
yeah. So
So I
like
just stick to like melatonin. Does it really
yeah,
help? I
yeah,
don't know,
me
probably
too.
not. But at least I'm not going to get
I think it helps for a
addicted or
little bit
dependent
for
on it.
me. Yeah. Um,
Yeah, you build a tolerance. Uh,
but it's definitely
but
not solving the problem. For me, anyways.
no, no. I think it definitely helps me. Um, it doesn't solve it though.
I mean,
But I mean, at this point,
there was one I took that helped somewhat called gabapentin, but I ended up stopping because don't really like the idea that I'm I don't know, taking this neurologically like it affects like your nerves
oh yeah,
like
I'd
I
probably.
I mean I actually maybe had some positive side effects, but I don't know, just the idea doesn't I don't really like the idea of it. Like it's like my knee kind of hurt because I hurt myself playing tennis and like so it's kind of like and then I had like the surgery anyway. So but like when I take that medication, actually I don't have as much pain there, which sounds like a good thing, but but I find it like unsettling because like like the idea that it's affecting me in that way because it's not even the reason why I'm taking it, right? Because I was taking it to try to for sleep, and then
Yeah,
I just think to myself, I don't know exactly what it's doing because I don't think anyone really knows. A lot of the times they give medications. A lot of times the doctors are not that sophisticated. You know, they kind of just match symptoms or something
yeah.
to like they don't know exactly what it's doing in your body. So it's doing a bunch of things that it doesn't know. Like can anyone even explain to you how aspirin works? It's doing a bunch of stuff. You don't know exactly what it's doing, right? Just because they match some words like doesn't mean we understand how it works. A lot of times we don't know how things work. All we know is like, we have a condition and we give drugs and then we
That's
can
how.
measure
Yeah,
what percentage of people improved or something. That doesn't, that doesn't mean we know what it's doing in your body and how it's interacting with. I mean, I don't know. Just the fact that it's doing these things and I don't know. It just bothers me. So,
to be fair, from what I've researched, I know even melatonin is very much not that
benign.
researched.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that is that they haven't tested it that much, or at least from what I know, that the research they have done on it has not been like long term usage. It's
Yeah.
only been like
So I kind
a
of
couple
researched
weeks.
this too because I actually had now I remember there was another thing I got prescribed because there are these melatonin related drugs actually. Um because I know you when you buy supplements, they're just like supposedly just melatonin, the hormone, but you can actually buy there's actually drugs that you can get which like induce your body to produce melatonin. And so I kind of looked into all this stuff and sorry, what was your I'm sorry, I often go off on tangents, forgot what I
Oh, I was
what,
saying about how like even melatonin isn't that research, like for like long-term use.
Yeah, right. So yeah, that's true. And then also, it's a hormone, and you taking a hormone is like maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's almost like taking a drug. Maybe it's worse than taking a drug. I don't know. But it's it's something your body is supposed to produce naturally, and you're taking. I mean, it just like like people think steroids are bad because you're taking like a hormone. This is not like philosophically. This isn't the same thing. You're taking a hormone. I mean, like the. I don't think the idea is like they didn't want to discourage steroid use in drugs is not just because like why isn't it just a healthy thing? It's because there's like side effects to it. They didn't want to normalize it because why isn't like it just why is it considered cheating, for instance? Like because and why isn't it just considered being healthy? Because it's like bad for you. They don't want to like normalize it. So I mean, like just because we don't know the consequences of melatonin doesn't mean it's like totally okay, because you're taking a hormone
Yeah.
that your body is supposed to like produce naturally. There could be downsides or like longer term effects that we don't know about yet. And, and yeah, I mean, I forgot there was a point I was going to make about the melatonin and the prescription drugs too, but yeah, but that was another thing I tried, and I didn't think that helped me. I actually felt like the regular melatonin was more useful. But those are like super. Like I don't think any doctor is ever gonna ask prescribe suggest recommend it to you. Like I just did some research and I was like I would like
Yeah.
wanted to try it, and then I didn't think it was helpful because like it's for like blind people, who
Oh.
like normally your circadian rhythm is like set by a number of like things, like one of them being light. And
Yeah.
so like they've done studies where like person who if they put them in like a dark room, like if you were in a cave or something, like your circadian rhythm would like be shifting around in a way, because it's not getting signals from when like it normally would about when it's day and night and stuff. And so and if you're blind, you don't get those signals. So you could have like worse circadian rhythm issues if you're blind, for instance. So this
makes
prescription
sense.
medication is supposed to be for blind people. And it's super like probably not very commonly prescribed. Probably a lot of doctors have never even heard of it. So anyways, I did ask to try that, but it didn't work
Too
for me.
much.
Because and part of the reason why my rationale for why I want to try that when there was melatonin was actually what you just said, which was that melatonin is like kind of not super well controlled when it's like in supplement form. Like you don't know exactly what you're getting, because like there's no standard for like
Yeah.
the purity or something,
It's
or how
not.
much.
Yeah.
And nobody's
It's not
done a
like the FDA
study
is
on
testing
how
it.
much you're supposed to take and all this stuff, like whereas they are for drugs. There's much more stringent controls for that. So I thought, okay, if the insurance will pay for it, then I would rather. It on paper it sounds better, like if it's like controlled and they've done studies with the drug, versus melatonin. Nobody's done any studies. It's sort of like observational stuff. And so I thought, okay, that sounded better, but it didn't. Anyways, it didn't work for me. So but yeah,
Yeah.
I guess I'm just saying
I,
that I've also had sleep problems and I've tried this stuff, but
yeah. No, I'm terrified of like them giving me like some super strong sleep medication, which
but you can
sure would
just
probably
deny.
work.
You can just refuse those things. Like no, they can't force you to take anything.
No, they
right?
can't force me.
Yeah,
Like, but like I'd be,
you
I'd
don't want to
just
be
be more
swayed.
worried about like I just don't want it to work so well, and then I'm like
Like I'm afraid to even
tempted every
take them.
night.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I don't even take them because I would not even start even if they prescribed it to me, because like I'm just afraid of, like
Yeah,
that
I don't think I would take it either.
what's that psychologist, I forget his name, that old guy from Harvard, um Jordan Peterson or something,
Oh, yes.
like
Yes, he's Canadian.
he had some benzodiazepine like addiction or some, I don't remember, and he had like you know, like it's very hard to come off those things. Like, I don't know. I'm not even going to start. Like, I don't even want to. That seems like worse than having a sleep problem. Like,
Well, that's exactly what I was about to say. Is like I'd rather have what I have right now than to risk having that.
yeah, I mean, people have killed themselves with that over that. I mean, you know, or you could just be like, you know, if you don't completely come off of it, you could just have that, like, you know, be taking that for the rest of your life. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I know at least for like a lot of sleep medication, I don't think you're allowed to. Like, I don't think they would re-prescribe it to you. Is my understanding?
okay.
Is like,
They're supposed to use it for short term.
yeah. But like, what would kind of like? I feel like it would just demotivate me so much if like it works for those 2 weeks, and then the problem instantly comes back, and then I'm like, well, now what?
Yeah,
Like,
but like,
is my only solution?
so I don't know. I don't know the detail. I'm not like intimately familiar with it, and I don't know anybody who used them. But like, isn't this the same thing that people said when they were prescribing those like painkiller medications? Like,
Yeah, I'd be terrified of painkillers too, to be honest.
It's like, and then they start, and then the doctor doesn't prescribe it to them, so they go get some other street version of it. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
I don't even want to start that shit.
yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure that the doctor said, "Oh, it'll just be for short term. You'll be fine." And they were like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, that's how it starts.
Yeah, and I'm not. I'm that scares me, so I'm not going to do it. I'm not even going to start. I mean, because I don't want to. I don't know how that's going to end. It's addictive. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even want to give it a chance to like even come close to that point.
Right. Yeah.
Like I feel like I've got enough of a control over it to where like, yeah, some days like it makes some days really hard, but like it's not to a point where like I can't live this way. Like it's fine. It's not like the end of the world. It's certainly not ideal. But it's okay. It's probably still worth talking to a doctor because I don't know, maybe there's stuff that they can still do to help.
Yeah, like
Sure.
I did a sleep study. Like, I don't remember how long ago it was, but it was a while ago. I did a sleep study, but you know, like things in medicine change. You know, like maybe it's worthwhile to try again and see. Maybe, but I would say I'm somewhat discouraged because, like, I would say that I did do one before. It didn't seem all that insightful. Because that's really the thing where they try to answer what actually do we think is
What's
wrong.
causing it.
Yeah,
that's
like
what I'd
because
like to know.
because you saying you have a sleep problem is very vague because there's many.
Yeah, I don't. Even
I
know
don't mean
what,
you, by the way. I just mean like a person saying they have a sleep problem. Is not very precise, and you know, like even when you tell doctor stuff, it's like you're supposed to that would be like diagnosing yourself because like you.
Yeah, that doesn't help them.
How are you supposed to know? You're trying to sleep. If you, how do you even know when you're asleep or not? Like you know, people get confused about that stuff. So like, so they try to observe you, but there's problems with that because you know, you're sleeping in a place that's not your room and you have a bunch of wires connected to you. You know, is that really a good reflection of how you fall asleep normally? Because you know, you're probably just even if you took a person who had normal sleep and you put them in a sleep lab, they're probably not going to sleep normally, right? Because they're in some strange room with a bunch of cameras and like wires connected to them, and there's somebody watching them. Like, who's going to sleep like completely normally? And is the problem they're finding is that the problem you normally have? Like, you probably have disturbed sleep just because you're in this strange room. So, you know, and then the stuff they tell you in the report, which they're supposed to do something with. I mean, the problem is the insights are not that great. I felt like when I had it, and then secondly, it doesn't seem like the stuff they're gonna do really targets the problems that they think they found because there's only so many things that a doctor can do, which is mostly prescribe you shit. I mean, so that was discouraging to me. So that's partly why I didn't try more like Because I feel like
Yeah, I'm
if I
also
went
just
back,
not
they're
sure
just
how
going to do
well
the
it's
same
actually
thing.
understood.
Yeah, there's that too. But you know, it had been a while, so I felt like maybe things have changed because that could happen. You know, so the
Yeah,
science could
maybe
advance, the
it's
practice
worth.
could advance.
Yeah, could be. It's definitely worth looking into.
Yeah.
Um,
Have you done one?
oh no, I've kind of avoided it.
Okay.
Um,
Well, why?
Mainly just 'cause, like, I'm not. I just I'm just not convinced it's gonna help.
Yeah. I
Um,
probably didn't help you with that so, after I just
y-
explained.
yeah,
Um,
well, I mean, like that was kind of what I figured was gonna be the case, anyways.
yeah.
And I feel like that would be pretty obvious to anyone who like reads up on what a sleep study is. Is like, is this really gonna give them an accurate idea of what my problem is? Like,
So I think the
probably
idea of
not.
a sleep study on the face of it sounds fine to me. It's just the actual details of the actual thing that occurs, and then on top of that, what are they even going to do about it? Because like like what it's not like there's a person who's gonna some sleep coach who's gonna come in your room while you're sleeping and like what all they could do is prescribe like we already know what they can and can't prescribe. So like what so those are the only possible outcomes. So I'm just like that's what's discouraged me from, you know, going back.
Yeah,
I just think like the one thing that could positive thing that could be come out of it was that not so much what the doctor can do, but that there was some insight from the sleep
finding what the
study
problem
that
is.
I could
Yeah.
use myself and change my behavior in some way that could target that. Not so much what the doctor could do, but just the insight that I could get from the sleep study itself.
What I would like, now, if I ever actually went through with it, like the ideal, like realistic scenario would probably be they assign or they prescribe some ridiculously powerful sleep medication. I use it. Hopefully, it works and it continues to work after I stop using it and I don't have any negative side effects and I don't feel like I have to rely on it. Um, but it's just scary to think that like I even have to tempt going through a potentially pretty addicting,
So
like
I would
risky
say
experience.
if you're open to it, I think that there's gabapentin or some other similar class of medications. They're called anticonvulsants. There's some other ones that I think there's another one called Gabalin or something. I mean, they're kind of similar. So these are not addictive, and they can improve your sleep. But like I said, you know, I had like some pain in my knee that went away. You could even say that was like a pro because like there's only so many. I mean, outside of like taking like like an NSAID or whatever it's called, um, there's not that many ways to like get rid of some like achy pain thing. So like I just I just found it unsettling. So like you probably won't have that because you probably don't have. I'm assuming you probably don't have like some pain somewhere. So you probably won't feel because I didn't really feel any side effects. I just found that kind of unsettling because I'm like, that's not even why I'm taking it. I don't know what else it's doing. I guess it was just in my mind. I was just like, I don't know what else it's doing because like you probably won't feel that though, because you'll probably be like, I don't feel anything different from it. I just like sleep a little bit better. And then you might not feel creeped out by it. And then maybe after a while, you could try to like kind of just slowly stop and see if it, you know, like when a doctor prescribes you something, you don't have to take, like, I actually still
Yeah.
have I just have some leftovers that I never threw away. And they're in capsules. Like I'm looking at it right now. They're like in capsules, so like you can. What that means is like you can just break it apart and take as much as you want. and so it's easy to control the dosage. It's not like like sometimes some medications are like in these extended release things that you're not really supposed to break because
Yeah.
it changes, like, I don't know. There's like a coating on who knows whatever like delivery mechanism it has. You're just kind of breaking it, and it might change the way, like, it might just spike in your blood or something. Like, so you're not really supposed to break these. But if it's in like a capsule, there's just these little beads or something, and you can just kind of control exactly how much you want to take. You're probably not supposed to do that, but like I don't really think I've kind of debated with some doctors about it, and they pretty much everyone, and even a pharmacist, like, and pretty much they concede that there probably isn't really, like, even though they say you're not supposed to do it, that there's probably no difference because you're eating some beads, like, and you're putting.
Yeah.
So what difference does it make if there's some little plastic shell like that just dissolves in your stomach? Like, if you eat some smaller portion of the beads, like, how is that changing anything? It's not changing anything. Um, Yeah, okay, so it's a long-winded thing. So, I would say that's probably one of the few options that you have that's not an addictive drug, because it's not really a sleep medication, technically. It's or not. You know, I don't even like the idea, like, because there's no medications aren't for things. The medications are just like they just do a bunch of things in your body, and some of them are good and some of them are bad, and we just give names to stuff. And because they're not really for anything. Sometimes we use medications for other stuff that we different purposes that they be used for other things. And anyways, yeah. So, but yeah, this is not traditionally a sleep medication. Not that sleep medications are, yeah, a thing. Anyways, it's like
Yeah.
just arbitrary name we gave them because they were useful for it or something.
Yeah, it's at least worth asking about it. Um well, it's kind of a pain to
Oh yeah, I
I don't
don't
know
know
how
the
quick
medical
it is for you
system.
guys.
I don't know the medical
Yeah, I was
system
gonna
in
say
Canada too.
here, I mean, we
Um,
have public health care, which is
mhm.
great. It also means it's very slow.
Okay.
Um
Like how slow?
um okay, if you wanted to like call in for a checkup with like a family doctor, if there's like nothing wrong, or even if there is something wrong, but it's not bad enough that you don't need to go to the emergency, you're
Yeah.
probably a couple months out.
But I feel like that's also true here. Like, if you can't just make an appointment with the family doctor here. Like, okay, I'm in New York City, so I mean I don't. But I think that even when I was living in the suburbs, well, I don't know. I don't really remember that so much. Like, I've seen more doctors recently than while I've been in the city, and it's probably more than a couple months out. It could be like half a year or something. Like, so they probably have some slots. I think somebody's explained this to me at some point where they have slots for normal appointments, and then they kind of have slots for people who have more emergency type stuff. So when you make a regular appointment, you don't have access to sort of those emergency slots that they reserve for certain things.
Yeah.
So you could potentially get an earlier appointment. So I don't know how early that would be, but it could be like, within the next couple days or something potentially for that sort of thing. But you wouldn't be able to access those unless you had like a true emergency. And then if you had like a real emergency that you need see someone like right now, you would still need to go to the emergency room even here. So there's not like a doctor who's just kind of like at your beck and call, like just even here. So I don't know. That doesn't sound that different. So is it like completely free for you
Yeah, it's completely free.
for
I don't think
everything?
I've ever yeah, I don't think I've ever I mean, like, a certain medication might not be, uh, covered by insurance,
Uh huh.
or at least, um, I think anything that's not, like, medically necessary is not
So
covered by
is there some governing body who oversees what the doctor prescribes and says this is medically necessary or not, or anything the doctor
Yeah.
prescribes is just
No,
free for all.
they're like categorized, kind of like, I'm assuming, kind of like the FDA does. But no, like you still pay for some medication here. It's just, I know it's like way cheaper here.
Yeah.
Like very very significantly cheaper. Like I think
Are you in Toronto?
no, I'm in Montreal.
Okay.
Um, wait, what's the? Why am I blanking on this medication? The one for diabetes, like insulin, I think is like ridiculously cheap here compared to Merck in the US. Yeah, it's like $30 here for insulin.
Okay. I don't know how
Um,
much it costs here, but um,
I think it's like a significantly higher amount. Although maybe not. I don't know. I guess it depends on whatever insurance you have
yeah, that's a big thing here.
in
Like
the US.
it really
Right.
varies a lot depending on the insurance you have. Because
Yeah.
I mean, if you're well covered, it's really what you pay for the insurance. Because like
Mendo
you could.
TTV says, hello.
Oh, did you hear that? Oh, probably
No, I
not.
didn't hear anything.
Oh, I started using this hi Mendo. Like I have this text to speech thing that I started using recently. Where it reads out what the person typed.
Oh,
um yeah, we were rambling about a lot of different things. We went from
Mendo TTV says, how's it going?
oh, he says how's it going? Good. Yeah, we're right now we're rambling about well, sleep medication, insurance. Yep. Yeah.
yep.
Mendo TTV says, glad to hear that.
Either way, I think you guys pay more regardless.
Yeah. By this
If you
so
have
I
decent
don't know
coverage, I think you guys pay more.
I don't know how they calculate those things. It sounds like compared to Canada and some other places that have like
Mendo TTV says, BTW, I just followed you.
oh thanks following. Yeah, I need followers to get to 25 because I'm not even monetized. It's harder than I thought. Because like the first few days I streamed, like I got
Mendo
like
TTV
a follower
says,
or two every
thank
time.
you, love, for support.
Every time I streamed, but then like there was a period of for a while where I wasn't really getting any followers, so I was like, man, it's harder to get 25 than I thought.
It takes a while.
Yeah,
I know.
it may take me another month or so. I should be at 15 now. Let's see if he let's see. Yes. Are you also streaming? Why is you have TTV in your name? Okay. Well,
Pretty cool.
I was yeah, but I mean, I guess if you pay for insurance in Canada, or you don't have to pay for anything for
Mendo
insurance in
TTV
Canada, it's
says,
almost
do
certainly
you play any other
cheaper.
games beside this one?
Yeah, I'm sure regardless, you guys are paying more.
Yeah.
At least that's my understanding.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a like lower down. There's you see, I have a list of
Mendo
games.
TTV says, cool.
It says want to play, playing, played, favorites, or actually that little plugin is just from a website called Rank One, and then .global, and then / my name. If somehow you don't see that thing. You see that? All right. Well, I don't know. It's hard for me to like based on what you said. I don't know. They sound fairly similar from that small snippet of how long it takes to see your primary care physician. Well, like, what about a specialist? What if you needed surgery or something?
I've thankfully never had to go through that.
Okay.
My understanding, I mean, of course, if it's like super like life or death, like of course they're gonna get you in. But otherwise, I've heard like horror stories about it taking like over a year.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
For
like
what kind of
like
surgery?
well over 6 months.
For like
Um,
elective surgeries?
yeah, or even something like let's say you need surgery for something that isn't life or death. Like
Yeah.
I would imagine an example could be something like carpal tunnel,
Okay.
where you're not gonna die from it.
Yeah.
But you could be in a lot of pain for a long time, waiting to get that fixed.
Yeah. That sounds like a lot like that does sound worse. I think I've only had so actually I guess had two surgeries, but they're not like major surgeries, and probably both of them could be considered elective surgeries, like um, and I don't remember precisely, but I was probably able to get them pretty quickly, probably like in 2 weeks or something. So like
Like that would
over
never happen here.
over a year would be like just like crazy.
Yeah, no, dude, you would never get it in 2 weeks here. That's for sure.
Um, do you do you think people use healthcare more there, or do you think that there's just fewer providers in
I think
terms of
people use
why
it
it's
more
like
here.
they use it? Yeah, I guess that would be a thing, right? Because if it was free, like I know, like people would even my mom has done this, like
Mendo
it,
TTV says,
but she has
I think that
insurance,
you're
and
streaming
we're
every
not
day to become an affiliate.
we're not even like it's not even like she's poor or anything, but like it's a thing. Like people will be like if they know they're gonna go to the ER, like they're like afraid if they'll an ambulance will come and then they'll have to pay for the ambulance, and then they're like, oh, like how much is it gonna cost? And they're like people, and we're not even like poor, but like so I'm imagining that there might be like some deterrence for utilizing healthcare to some extent here, where people are, well, some people just don't care. Some people are like so broke that they don't care. Like super like the homeless people, they'll just like go to the ER for everything because they're like broke and they have no money, so
Mendo TTV says,
they don't care
Maybe
if
the
they get
hospital
Mike,
won't
billed.
can
even
I
charge
ask you
them
one more question?
usually. From my
Yeah, so,
understanding.
in the US, like the ER is legally required to like see every single person who comes in. So
Yeah.
so for things that you would normally, like a normal person would just go to their family doctor, because they have a regular appointment. They would just, sometimes things don't bother them enough, so they'll just like wait to go. But like a homeless person, like they don't care. Like they don't, because like a normal person would have to pay like for the ER and stuff, so they don't want to do that. So but like a homeless person, they don't care because they have no money. So
Mendo
and
TTV
the
says,
ER
can
has
I
to see
ask?
them. So okay, so he's asking me. So I think that you're streaming every day. Become an affiliate if you don't mind. Can I ask? I am not streaming every day. I kind of just, I don't really have a schedule. I kind of just stream when I feel like it. It's really, yeah. I don't currently have. I'm aware that you should stream consistently if you're trying to build up like that's probably the best practice, because you are sort of like people who like you one day can find you again. Roughly, they kind of know when to find you. If you're like randomly like all over the place, like even if somebody likes you one day, they don't know how to find you because you just you could be on any random time. They might just end up like forgetting about you. So if you kind of like stream at the same time consistently, it's like people start, kind of like expecting you, and then it's like you
Mendo
kind of
TTV
have
says,
like a monopoly
actually,
on that
I'm a
like little
digital
time slot.
artist and I work for streamers since 3-4 years on commissions and would love to customize something for you in a friendly budget.
Oh,
Mendo
okay.
TTV
He
says,
he wants trying
so
to.
would you like to see some of my recent creatives?
Um, sure, you can send some, but I'm not really looking too much for too much of help
Mendo TTV says,
with the
can I
channel.
add you on install?
I don't really have an Insta for my streaming. I just have like a personal Insta that I'm not really using for. It's not really connected to for games. I don't really have. I have a YouTube
Mendo
that I
TTV
made though.
says, no worries, do you have Discord?
Yeah, it's the same name on my Discord, Katrivas.
Is it an artist?
Yeah, I get a lot of messages. I would say like almost half of my messages because I don't think I get like that many. Um, well, I mean, like this is not a huge game. For instance, the one that we're playing, and I have this channel, this stream labeled as "We Were Here." So, um, but a lot of times I'm doing like these smaller games. I think there's a lot of like artists that come in and they're like trying to ask me if.
Mendo TTV says, I've
They're
sent you a
putting work in.
request, can you please accept?
Yeah,
He's
they're
selling.
yeah. I mean, they're usually nice though. Unlike there's like some, but I'm not really, I'm not really looking for help with that. But
Yeah, done a few times I streamed. I got a few.
oh, similar things.
Yeah.
I like the ones I don't like are but I mean I know how to block them now. So yeah, I've accepted you on there. So but yeah, I mean, they're sort of like obvious spam ones. Where like where are they like? Actually, I think some of them are like ask for getting viewers or something. Like they might even be for the view bots, and they're
Yeah,
like
they'll advertise view bots.
yeah, and they'll have a link or something, and like yeah, I just have those blocked now with the auto mod that I didn't know how to use initially, but yeah. Um Yeah, I mean, I don't really know why healthcare costs more in the uh US because intuitively I would think that uh if there was like this insurance thing that you had to pay for and that if you utilized more healthcare you would have to pay more and things like that, that people would be disincentivized from utilizing healthcare that they didn't really need, and that would somehow drive the price down. That's what I would expect. So I don't know the reason why healthcare costs more in the US based on that idea. Um
I don't really know. All I do know is that for some reason you guys are like the only first world country that doesn't have public health care.
yeah.
But I'm not an expert. I don't know anything. I don't know enough about it
Yeah.
to go into much more detail than that. I just assume that it's not normal to live in such a great country and have to worry about it.
Yeah.
I think it's a shame.
Yeah, it is strange. I mean, I don't yeah, I'm not really sure why,
Mendo TTV says, "Sent you my work. Kindly check and reply me there."
Oh, okay, I got it. Thanks. I'll take a look at it later. I'm just gonna. I'm just chatting right now. So, um, um, do you like the Canadian healthcare system?
Mendo TTV says,
Um,
"All right."
Like, you probably haven't used it that much.
Thankfully, I haven't. Yeah, thankfully, I haven't had to use it. Um,
What about your family? Like, what do they think of, like, maybe your parents or something?
um, it has saved my dad's life in the past. There's been a year where, for example, I think he was bedridden in the hospital for well over a month. And
Oh yeah, that would cost like a fortune here.
It didn't
People
cost us
people
anything.
people probably go bankrupt from that kind of stuff. Here.
Yeah, it didn't cost us anything. So that's kind of like my only experience with it. But it worked. And I guess I can't really complain. Like I haven't had to use. I've been to the emergency once for stepping on a rusty nail, and I sat in there for 11 hours to get a tetanus shot.
Was that
when I was there,
that
I
was an
saw
ER?
people- Yeah, when I was there, I saw people like broken arms just sitting there for like 8 hours.
Mm.
So that's kind of like depressing. But like if you were actually about to die, like you would see someone right away.
I think those numbers are slightly longer than I think you would wait in the ER here. But I don't think maybe they're like double or something. But I don't still. I mean, doubles maybe sounds like a lot, but I don't. I'm not sure that that's not really that significant. I think considering you don't have to pay anything. I'm sure that if you
I
told
think
people in
it's
the
worth it.
US that you would have to wait twice as long in the ER, but you don't have to pay anything, people would sign up for that.
No, the trade off is absolutely worth it. Like there's definitely no like they don't think that's like there are horror stories. From my understanding, they're very rare. Of for some reason something is missed during triage, and someone ends up waiting too long with something that had to be seen right away, and they pass away in the emergency room. But that's like a very rare thing, and it's probably bound to happen anywhere.
But how
So,
does
like-
it work though? Because like if you can you see any doctor? Are there some doctors who aren't part of the like free government healthcare?
They have private clinics, which are very fast, but of course,
You pay out of
also very
pocket.
expensive. Yeah. There are you can take.
And are they generally better?
Uh,
other than just being
no,
fast?
I don't think they're better. No, I don't think
Okay.
they're better. I think they're just faster.
Okay.
Um,
Because
and
what
then
what I'm asking is like basically in the US, they have like usually when you get insurance, you're part of like you have a network of doctors that you can see, right? It's not like usually the more expensive
it's
insurance
not like that
usually when you get more expensive insurance, you get more coverage, but also like you have a wider network of doctors you can see. So why I'm saying this is kind of like sometimes there's like tiers of doctors. Like, some doctors are like more, maybe more reputable or more famous or something or more specialized. Like, and you might not have access to those doctors if you had like a lower tier of insurance. And so if everybody is the same like price, let's say the government pays this everybody and then you can just see anyone you want, then aren't there going to be like some doctors who like are super well known and have like a super long waiting list? And then I mean, how's that going to work if you can't like separate people by the price? Then aren't they're just gonna have like a super long waiting list? And then or you could see some guy who
also, I don't
doesn't
think
have
you
a
really
reputation. You don't have a
No,
choice.
so I don't think you really get to pick. Yeah.
Oh, really?
You just get whoever you get. Yeah.
Really?
At least I've never been in a
How,
situation
how,
where I was
how,
like,
how does that even work then? You just call the hospital or something and they just choose for you?
well, so like for example, like if you want to like get a family doctor, I don't think you pick a specific one. You just get put on a list, and from my understanding, the list is like a year or two before you get a family doctor.
Well, okay.
So at that point, you're just
that's
happy to have a family doctor. You
That's
don't
totally
care
different.
who.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't care who you're getting. But like, let's say, yeah, if you're like in the ER, of course, at that point, you don't care who you're getting.
Oh yeah, okay.
For a
The ER is different.
specialist,
Yeah.
yeah, for a specialist, you might be able to ask to be referred to a specific one. But again, at that point, if you're going to be waiting months, you probably don't care who you're getting.
hmm
My understanding is they're all good, at least here. Like I've never heard of anyone being worried that whoever they got isn't going to be good enough.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
I don't think that's like a thing here. Is that actually a thing in the US? People are like worried about trying to get like the best of the best.
well, I think that sometimes you have an issue and you are trying to get answers and you're sort of trying to find who can answer your question. Because I think there's a lot of specialization in medicine. I don't. I think for common things, you can like. I think there's a large number of sort of medical problems that are like maybe not common, and then you're trying to find somebody who can answer your question. You kind of have to find somebody who, and the more people you sort of have access to, the more likely you'll be able to find someone who can sort of answer your question, right? Because just because you're a doctor doesn't mean you can answer any medical question. I mean, I can come up easily come up with a million questions that any general family doctor could not answer. Um, and then so now you go to specialists, right? But then there's a million different kind of specialists. Though even within a particular specialty, there's if you drill down, there's they all have specializations in certain or more experience in certain things. So if you're trying to find if you have a very specific condition, you might want to try to find someone who has the most specialization in the particular thing you're trying to get an answer to, or maybe something like that. And it's not necessarily like they're better or somebody's better or worse in general sense. It's more like maybe somebody is most closely matched to the specific problem or a question you're trying to answer.
I think here, I'm not sure, but I feel like that would be like it wouldn't be up to you to find that person. I feel like it would be like your doctor, whoever is like referring you to that specialist, would be up to them to find the best one for you, depending on what you need.
Yeah, but I don't think that most doctors really think that much about it. Like they're just going to refer you to that specialty. And if they're in a particular practice, they might just refer to like somebody in that practice at the hospital that they're at or something. They're not going to do like extensive research, right? But you might do that for yourself, right? Right. Like they're not going to like you could go and do research around all the hospitals in your area. They're not going to do that. They're just going to like send you to the department in their hospital or something. And they're not going to find like the very specific doctor who for your condition. They're just going to go to that very general specialty. And or maybe you're willing to put in even more effort. Maybe you would like travel like to another part of the country or something or whatever. No, that kind of thing. Like it depends, right? So you don't I think maybe it sounds like there's more choice in the US system, and that might be part of the thing that contributes to the increased costs. Um, it sounds like, because even when you make appointments for everything, you're always making an appointment with a specific doctor. It's always, even with like a primary care physician, you're always like choosing the doctor. Um, um, so I don't know exactly how that, but it sounds like that sounds like a thing.
Yeah, so I just looked it up because I was curious. So apparently, you go through your doctor, and your doctor then goes through a different um like service where their entire purpose is setting you up with the correct specialists. So while your so it's not like your doctor here who would like your doctor can request a specific specialist. So like if you wanted to, you could ask your doctor to request a specific one.
Mhm.
But from what I'm seeing, like your doctor would just contact this other team where their entire purpose is to find the right one for you, and then they would hopefully, I don't know, I've never had to deal with them, but hopefully they would take the time to match the right specialist to you, whatever your situation is. I would
Okay,
like to
that
hope that they do that. I don't actually know if
sounds
that's the case.
very different, I think, because I feel like that sounds somewhat, I don't know what the word is. I want to say contradictory, but that's not quite the right word. Because so the thing is, in the here, like you, like it depends on your insurance. Sometimes you don't need a referral depending on your insurance, but sometimes you have insurance that requires a referral. But as far as I know, like almost always the person who gives the referral is the doctor, not some other external agency or person, because the doctor is the one who's making the referral, because they're the one who knows the medical, like for instance, you call in and you see your prime okay, hold up. Okay, you have a problem. Let's say, I don't know, I'm just going to make up something. You have a problem with your stomach. Your stomach hurts. I don't know. I'm just making some shit up. So your stomach hurts. It's kind of like in between your stomach and your chest. I don't know. I'm just making this up as I go. Um, you go. You need to see a specialist, right? Let's say the primary care physician is not sure what your problem is. How is anyone other than that primary care physician supposed to know who to refer you to other than that doctor? Because that doctor is thinking, I'm not sure if it's your heart or your stomach. So therefore, I want you to see a cardiologist and a gastroenterologist. Who else could possibly say that besides that doctor who's not sure? Because they're the one who's trying to make a differential diagnosis between those two things. So they're the only ones who can make that referral. Like what would like so I just find it strange that like you could call an external agency and they would give you a referral to a doctor because they're not medically trained. So how would they know? Like how would they know that you need to differentiate between your you know, potentially your heart and your stomach based on the symptoms you have? Like how are they supposed to know that? Still there? Hello? Yeah, I don't hear you. Hello? Oh, I'm getting some errors. Hello?
Oh, hello.
Okay, I think it was my connection because the Discord had some thing saying it was
Oh,
reconnecting or something. I didn't even know. I was
weird.
rambling for a while, and then I was like, "Hello, hello," and
Oh,
then you weren't responding, and then I saw your message. Do you not hear me? And then I glanced over and noticed that the Discord was
the
trying to
thing was not working.
reconnect.
Oh,
Yeah. So
uh,
I don't even
I
know
forget
when.
where that.
I don't even know
Uh,
when you weren't stopped being able to hear me.
yeah, I'm not sure either, but basically, from what I can see, the organization I was talking about, they handle only like a list of special lists. So I'm assuming that like they are quote unquote experts with those specialists, and anything outside that list, it's your doctor who requests the specialist for you.
Oh, okay. So you heard my
Um,
little rant about how probably the doctor who is the one who would be making the referral here, and it seems like, from my point of view, it only seemed to make sense that a doctor or somebody medically trained would be the one that would be required to make a referral, because otherwise, how would the person? You heard
yeah,
that
so
part
my
about my
yeah,
rant,
so
or yeah?
I'm guessing that the people in the organization are hopefully medically trained enough to uh, be able to assign the right specialist to
But
you.
that still seems somewhat
I don't actually
awkward,
know if that's the case.
strange to me, because they didn't see you in an office visit. So even if they have a very general idea, you're just telling them some stuff over the phone. They didn't see you in the office. They didn't examine you,
Well,
right?
I'm
Still
assuming
seems
so it's like the doctor that communicates with them. Apparently, it's not you. So I'm assuming the doctor would provide
Oh,
all the information. Yeah.
okay. So really, the doctor is the one who's making the referral. They're just sort of arranging the logistics. The doctor is the one who's
Yeah. So
actually saying you need to go to XYZ. They're just sort of fine.
yeah.
They're just sort of the
So
last leg of the.
yeah. So they're kind of just like, let's say your doctor says, okay, you need a cardiologist.
Yeah.
They'll probably provide all the information, and they'll say, okay, based off of what the doctor has provided us, we'll assign him to the
Yeah.
specialist who matches, the criteria and has these availabilities.
Yeah. Yeah. I see what you're saying. That makes sense now.
Yeah.
So the doctor is really the one who's making the sort of referral,
Yeah,
but
they're
they're
still
sort
the
of
one
arranging
picking
the
what kind of
logistics.
medical is.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still the one picking what kind of specialist you're seeing.
Yeah.
Um, they just might not be the one choosing the specialists. Like
The
choosing the specific
specific
one.
doctor, like,
Yeah,
but
they're
that
still
doctor is fitting the
picking.
criteria that the doctor.
Yeah, that like whatever's criteria the specialist needs to fulfill to like be able to
Yeah.
to do whatever is needed with you. Yeah. So I'm assuming hopefully that organization is good at picking and matching you with the right specialist. I'd like to imagine that's the case. I don't actually know.
So it's probably pretty good for most of the time, I would assume. I don't know, but like I do like um being able to um choose my doctor. Like I mean, I do think I'm an outlier in a way, because I do research. Like, if I'm trying to get a question answered, I will look at the doctor's research and stuff, you know? And um yeah, so I don't think that most people do this. Like, I will read like research papers and stuff, and like be yeah, I don't think most people do this, because even when I go into doctor's
No, I
appointments,
don't think so.
they're oftentimes like kind of surprised at the amount of information that I know. A lot of times people will be like, "Are you a doctor?" People will be like, a lot people will be um like, I will go and see a follow-up doctor, and they'll be like assuming that I'm a scientist or something. I mean, or something. I don't know. Just because I do like a lot of research on the topic and stuff. So I don't think it's normal because they seem oftentimes kind of like not quite prepared for it. So I don't think that it's a normal thing. But I do like that having that ability, and I do think it's kind of like a commonplace thing, even if most people don't take advantage of it. That I do think like choosing a doctor is just like commonplace here. That like you don't really go into like a really generic queue or something. That yeah, you like kind of choose your doctor all the time. Like
Oh, yeah,
they
no,
do, like each hospital has like some helpline where like you as a patient, if you can't choose a doctor yourself, you can call like the helpline and they'll find someone for you. But like that's like a secondary thing where like you don't have to use that. Like the default thing is you just call the doctor's office and you choose yourself. That's like the standard, I think.
I think my understanding is that we have a severe shortage of medical staff, so that's probably why it's not really a thing here.
Mm.
And I think that's also why it's such a long waiting list to even get a family doctor, because there just isn't enough of them.
Yeah,
For,
because it's not like
for
it's not
everyone.
like a market system.
Yeah,
Because like I think one thing people say is like doctors are kind of like overpaid here compared to everywhere else. Like they just make so much more than everyone else here. And I don't think it's to that same extent like elsewhere. Um, and I was curious and I like kind of looked at like I like looked it up. I'm like, how much do doctors make here? How much do doctors make here? I'm like, yeah, it does seem like they make like a lot more money here than compared to like,
ridiculous. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I'm not sure if that's the case here. I don't. I'm sure they make good money here, but I don't know if it's like significantly more than anywhere else. I don't think so. Um, we've had a lot of strikes here recently, although mainly from nurses, not necessarily from doctors. Um, but yeah, my understanding is the entire kind of any medical professions here are is lacking staff in general, which is the main reason it's so slow. But
But
I guess maybe that's to be expected because um like just the ratio is going to be way higher when everyone is able to actually take advantage of using the hospital without having to worry about paying for it. Um so like just naturally doctors are going to have more patients. I'm not sure if that's the entire reason or if they're underpaid and that's why we don't have enough. I'm not too sure. I just know they're severely lacking.
maybe that means they're underpaid there.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of industries here are quite underpaid compared to in the US. That wouldn't surprise me. That would kind of that would track.
What other what do you play any other games? I mean, well, I think if I recall, I looked at your profile. It looked like you had a bunch of um other co-op games.
Uh, I'll play some stuff with my girlfriend, but other than that, I don't really. I used to play a lot of League. I haven't played in like half a year.
Hmm.
I don't play as much anymore. Um,
But it
but I
shows
kind of
like
just started getting back
you
into
have
it.
like Borderlands. We were here a couple different versions. Portal 2, Don't Starve.
Yeah, most of those are either old and I recently opened them, but like none of them are like games I've actually played recent. I've just opened them recently.
Oh, okay.
Uh, but I haven't really played anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've played old school RuneScape while I work. That's about it.
Hmm.
I'm like starting to kind of get back into it now that summer's kind of ending. I'm starting to spend more time gaming.
Okay. What are you interested in?
Motorcycles, especially. So I spend most of my time out riding with my girlfriend, or I mean, that's pretty much mainly it. Especially this summer because it's been a warm summer. I've been putting a lot of miles down, especially before winter comes. Because then I'm stuck inside for half a year.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm in New York, so
Although,
it's
yeah, you
probably
guys have
not
cold winters
not
as well.
probably not that different than. I mean, I'm sure it's a little
No,
bit
I don't
warmer
think
here.
so.
Maybe we get like less snow. Maybe it's like slightly warmer, but like functionally,
It's
I
pretty
mean,
similar, I think.
just by the geography, I'm sure it's like slightly warmer, but but I don't know that functionally it's that different because there's a certain threshold, right? Like there's a certain threshold where it's like cold enough and you're just gonna go like kind of indoors because it's not super comfortable to be outdoors. So it doesn't really matter because once you pass a certain threshold, like I mean, I don't know the exact numbers, so I'm just gonna use fake ass numbers. I mean, if it was minus 50 versus minus 100, are you gonna go outside? No. So it doesn't really matter. Maybe
Yeah,
it's kind,
I might.
you know you get my point. I mean, so
Yeah,
yeah, it's like that.
so
So
I'm
bait,
looking up. Okay, apparently there actually is a pretty big difference. What I'm seeing is the average
yeah,
low in New York in January is -3, whereas here it's -12.
yeah.
Apparently, okay, so apparently there's a decently big difference. I didn't think it would be that big. I thought it'd be way closer.
But the thing is, like, I think like once you're like, so I'm also used to using Fahrenheit, so I'm not,
Yeah,
but basically it's cold enough where you have to like, put on some, you know, you have to be properly dressed, and it's like slightly uncomfortable. So like, you know, it's a little bit harder to do like sporty outdoor stuff, which probably includes riding your motorcycle. So I'm just sure it's gonna be slightly different. So um, so I don't know exactly what temperatures you can or can't ride your motorcycle, but
so
I'm used to like doing
it's
sporty
illegal
out.
here in the winter.
Oh, it's illegal.
Yeah, winter tires are mandatory here, um, which doesn't really exist for motorcycles.
Okay,
So you cannot
yeah.
ride a motorcycle from December to March.
Okay. But I mean, I'm used to that sort of coinciding with. I mean, I hurt my knee recently, so I'm sort of not really doing the same things I used to. But like I'm used to sort of like doing a lot of like sporty outdoor stuff, and that sort of coincides with the same time frame. I felt like half the year it's kind of a little bit cold to do. I mean, you can kind of modify and do slightly different things, but there's a good chunk of things you're used to doing the rest of the year that you can't do as comfortably. It's a little hard to play tennis, like for instance, when it's like that certain temperature, half the
Yeah,
year, it's a little
sure.
difficult, right? Even if it's like slightly warmer than it is there, you still can't play tennis. It's still too cold. Are you going to play tennis with gloves? No, who does that? So I mean, you're going to wear a coat while you play. I mean, nobody does that. So,
Well, here I would say
there's
it
a
would
whole
be impossible to even think about playing tennis.
anytime, even during the
In
summer.
the winter? Are you talking about
Oh,
outside?
yeah.
Yeah, in the winter here, no
Right.
way outside.
Right.
Impossible.
Right. I mean, it's not impossible here, but they stop. Like they take the nets down and stuff. Like if they left them up,
Okay.
could you physically play? I mean, I guess it's, but it's going to be a bit uncomfortable. It's going to be very strange tennis. Like nobody does that. So yeah, I mean, it does stop. So I guess my point is like, I don't know that functionally in terms of the things you can do, it's that different. I mean, maybe it's like slightly less comfortable walking around there, but like in terms of the things you can do, it's still kind of the similar effect, I think. Right? Because
Yeah.
I'm using tennis as an example. But once you get past like 50 degrees, like, you know, for I'm using Fahrenheit, but yeah, 45, 50 degrees, it's kind of like that's already getting down there, but there's a certain threshold where you're just not gonna you can't really play below that. I mean, if somebody paid you money, I guess you could do it, but I mean, nobody would do it like voluntarily. It's like, I mean, you know, you have to hold the racket. You can't be wearing gloves. I mean, what are you gonna wear a coat? I mean, while you play, I mean, so it doesn't matter if it's like, you know, many degrees below that. Past a certain threshold, you just can't do it. So I think there's a bunch of things that fall under that category. So, yeah. So functionally, there's no difference. I mean, other than you being slightly colder while walking around.
I will say, at least here, it does reach to a point where like it's like more than slightly colder. I'm looking it up. So in Fahrenheit, apparently the average in New York City is 35 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
And then
during
in Montreal,
the winter.
In January. Then here it's 4 degrees.
Okay, so yeah, that is a big difference.
It's a pretty big difference. Yeah, I didn't even think it would be that big. I thought it would be way. Actually, what's the coldest you've had? Like, what do you remember?
A coldest day during winter, you mean?
Yeah, like, do you have any that like stand out, like super cold?
The thing is, I kind of don't remember those days because I used to, well, I mean, more recently, I started taking this. So I live in the city, so I can just take the subway or something. But I used to, for many years, I rode my bike everywhere, like a bicycle, not a motorcycle. Because like things are closer together in the city, so you don't, you know, you can get by with a bike. So like I would need to be aware of the weather, and like to the extent that I can ride my bike that day or not. Like most of the time I can ride my bike, almost always, even through the winter. Right. I can do it. Because I'm not real. It's not that different than walking. It's maybe slightly colder because you have like a breeze in your face, but it's not like a motorcycle, right? You're not like going at the speed of a car or something. So so basically, if it's like too cold, I don't like go and ride my bike. If it's like super cold, like it's got to be like one day out of like 5 years or something, you know. Like, and I would just take the subway or something. And so I don't even remember it because it's not really a big deal to take the subway. So it's not really like, it's not like if I would have rode my bike in like super crazy cold weather, then I would have remembered because like my hands were freezing or something, but I don't super remember it because like I would be like, okay, that's too cold. I'm just going to take the subway. And then I don't really remember. And then I can kind of avoid I want to say like maybe like, you know, single digit. I'm sure that it was negative at some point. I just don't super remember. I remember it was negative something.
Way lower.
I was thinking it was negative something while I was in Chicago. I used to live in Chicago. And I think Chicago was like slightly colder. I don't think that Chicago's colder on average. I think Chicago has like a lower, like more maybe slightly more extreme than New York, but not that different. I think on average it's about the same, but it gets like slightly colder and maybe it's like slightly warmer. So on average it's probably pretty similar. but like I think I remember it being negative something like negative 40 Fahrenheit or something like this at some point. I think that was in Chicago, where like it was so cold, like you could like if you like spilled some water, it would just like in a cup or something, it would just kind of like freeze pretty quickly,
Pretty instantly.
or like you could like breathe your breath onto something and it would just like have this like crystallized like layer of like ice or something. Um, but that's
Yeah,
like a
so
1 day thing out of like 10 years or something.
oh, yeah,
It's like,
I'd say that's like multiple days a year here, probably every year.
really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I remember waking up and like walking to my bus stop and looking at the temperature and seeing like negative 33 Fahrenheit. And I'd be walking to school. I'd be walking to my bus stop.
And that
to go
happened
to
multiple
school.
times a year?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's crazy. That would be painful. Well, I guess maybe you would be more
It is
prepared for
it is
it.
painful.
You'd
Yeah,
probably be more prepared
we're
for it,
pretty
but I'm sure
prepared.
it's still not comfortable.
No, it's not comfortable at all.
Because
It's
I think
ass.
there's a certain degree of expectation which kind of smooths it out. Because like I don't know if you know where Georgia is, here in the U.S.,
Yeah,
but it's in the South, right? So it's the weather is
yeah,
like
the
super
cold weather.
warm there, right? And I remember I was visiting like a family member, and one day it was like snowing, like very lightly, like a very gentle snow, like that no one would have blinked twice at, like in New York or Chicago. Like that would have just been like normal shit, like nothing. Like no one even thought twice about it. But they like shut down the schools and everything because they'd probably never seen snow there for the last 20 years. And no one like everyone was driving like 3 miles per hour on the highway because no one it was like, what is this? I think
Yeah, well,
a lot of it is just like an expectation, like if you're like kind of not used to the like what is like considered normal there, and it's like more extreme. I'm people in Chicago are probably not. They're used to cold weather, but not negative 40. So like that day, people probably are not fully don't really have proper clothes for that. So you can't dress like it's like 30 degrees outside versus like negative 40. I mean, there is 30 degrees is probably most people would consider it kind of cold, but that's nothing compared to like negative 40.
yeah, it does get to a point. Honestly, it is just like painful. Like
Yeah.
it gets to a point where like you can't really prepare for it.
Okay.
Like it's just gonna hurt no matter what.
Even if there's
Yeah, even if you
there's
know,
no amount of clothing.
like no, I mean no, like it's actually more the wind that causes problems, and like it kind
Ah.
of gets to a point where like the wind is so cold that it doesn't matter what you're wearing. Like the wind, it just feels like it goes right through whatever you're wearing. Um, so it's ass. But like yeah, like of course we're like super well prepared for. Like Montreal has like a whole underground city, so that people when it's that cold, they don't even have to walk outside. They just walk underground
Oh, that's interesting.
where it's heated. Yeah,
Oh, interesting.
yeah. So like
So you can
we're
navigate like the whole
prepared for
city
it.
like that,
Not the whole city, but like
sort
the
of
main like
downtown.
downtown area. Yeah, you can kind of like it'll connect to the subway.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So you can you can mainly avoid the cold during those days. If you live outside the city, then good luck. But yeah, I mean it's fine. I have been to New York a few times. I have never been in the winter though, so I don't actually know what it's like in winter.
Yeah.
I've only been in the
I
summer.
don't think it's too bad. I think it's pretty mild. It feels when I look at the numbers, I think it's pretty close to Chicago, but I do think that it feels milder because I think it's less extreme. I think there's probably a number of reasons why it feels milder, even though the average is about the same in Chicago. I think is that because it's less extreme and it's like surrounded by water, because like the city is actually like an island. It's like kind of easy to forget that
Yeah.
because there's like a bunch of bridges. I don't know how familiar you are with it, but like Manhattan is
Yeah.
is actually technically an island. You cannot get to Manhattan without crossing a bridge. It's like impossible. But it's easy to forget because it's connected to. It's kind of not surrounded by like a huge body of water, so it's not like so and you know it's connected to all these other land masses and everything. So, but yeah, um, it's true. So I mean, it's an island. um,
So
so
my
I think that makes it
understanding,
kind of somehow like averages out the temperature. I think.
so my understanding is that I think it mainly depends on where the wind is coming from.
Okay.
So I think from what I understand is where we're at in Montreal, we get wind from the north, I think. And then somewhere in the northeastern states, you guys start getting wind from the south.
Okay. So that
Which is carries like more heat. It's like less cold than the one that we get from the north.
okay.
My understanding is like that's kind of like the main thing that causes like the difference in temperature.
Okay.
Uh,
I haven't really
so
looked into
probably
it,
Chicago. Yeah,
but I
probably
think
Chicago because it's slightly. I don't think it's more north than New York. It might be more south, but just because of where it is, it might be getting more wind from
they're
the north.
I think they're roughly about the same latitude or whatever, or latitude, longitude. I don't remember
Yeah,
which is which, but like they're the same sort of like north south. Like they're roughly, I think, about the
yeah.
same.
I think they're pretty
I think the
even.
thing
Yeah.
that makes so I think that water has a large effect on sort of temperature, and I think that probably makes things more like less
Well, I
extreme.
mean,
Like
Chicago is by the Great Lakes. No,
yeah,
it's right by
yes,
Michigan Lake.
yeah, that's true. But I'm not sure that a lake has. I mean, it is an extremely large lake, but
It's a big, yeah,
yeah, it's almost like when you're there, it's you
like the
if
side
you
of a state.
yeah, like you can't see across it, so you when you're there, it feels like an ocean because you know
Yeah, I know it's huge.
like if somebody did not know geography and you put them there and you're like, does that look like a lake or an ocean? They were gonna probably say an ocean because it doesn't look
Yeah,
like a
it's
lake because you
massive.
can't see across it, so you don't even know. It looks just like an ocean, but it's not an ocean. So I think somehow that has an effect on
Yeah, that's
because
true. Yeah,
like the water can like the temperature of the water. I think I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of talking slightly out of my ass because I did not look this up, but like I think that even though that's like a large body of water, that that water can't like connect with other pieces of water and like transfers energy and temperature, whereas the water that's in the ocean can. So that I think helps it to um like maintain a more even temperature. And
that makes sense.
like I think like San Francisco, for instance, is super temperate, and I think part of the reason why is it's like surrounded by water. I think that water generally makes um, temperature like more like temperate, more like
Yeah,
even.
less volatile.
Yeah, because like I think
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm trying to think of
water just absorbs a lot of energy. I think so. It makes it's hard to change the temperature of water. Like you have to put a lot of energy into it. So being near water is just like kind of yeah, like you were saying. Like I think it makes it more temperate and more like reduces like sort of the variation in the temperature.
yeah, that definitely is
So,
because I mean
there's
Toronto's also by the lakes and they're quite a bit warmer than here.
yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of other stuff not familiar with. Like, there's probably
Yeah, I'm
currents that
far from an
affect.
expert.
Yeah, there's probably
Yeah.
currents that affect temperature too, like because that's affecting what direction, like what water is mixing with what water, and like I don't know about all that stuff. But I think generally speaking, I think like water is like hard to change the temperature of. I don't remember. There's like something in physics. There's like some metric for how hard it is to like change the temperature of different things. And I think water, like if I recall, like like you need a lot of energy to like change the temperature of water. So
Yeah. Also, I did find a map. Apparently, yeah, Chicago gets northeast winds. It looks like New York gets southeast winds. I don't know if that actually plays a part of it. I'm assuming southeast wind is probably warmer than the one from the north. So it's a
yeah,
probably
I mean
definitely
we're
combination with
probably
the
also like kind of I mean
yeah.
I don't
It's
think
probably
there's
not that simple.
yeah.
It's
I mean,
probably
there's probably
multitude of
many
things.
factors that affect the weather, and that's probably why even today people still can't predict the weather
Yeah,
entirely
you
accurately,
don't
even
predict it
even
right.
even with all the
Yeah.
machine learning and everything.
And they're way off. Sometimes they're way off. I had it just the other day. It rained when it wasn't supposed to.
Yeah,
Don't know how they missed it. It was so obvious.
yeah. I mean, there's just, I guess, a lot of stuff going on. Um,
Kind of crazy. We
I
can
mean,
predict it at all, though.
if I had to make a model, I mean, I'm not sure where I would start. I mean, probably not that easy. I would just use historical stuff, but that's not exactly physics.
Yeah. Oh, it's kind of cool that we can predict it even a tiny bit.
Oh,
That was it.
what I was gonna ask
Oh,
was when I was asking actually earlier, I kind of then I forgot about it. When I was asking you, I meant to ask like what games were you interested in because you were saying it's getting cooler and you might start playing games, and I meant to
oh,
ask like what games were you interested in, but but I think you meant in general, and you started talking about the motorcycle, and then we sort of went off on a
oh, yeah.
tangent.
I don't really know yet. Normally I just like League was my game for years,
Okay.
but I don't plan on getting back into it unless something changes. So I don't really know. I
Did you
haven't
ever play?
really
Did you ever play Team Fight Tactics?
TFT. I played it a tiny bit on release.
Okay. What do you think about it?
I liked it, but I went back to League pretty quick, and then I didn't follow up with all the meta changes. So I haven't played it since like when it very first released, and
But
I think
it's
like Volibear was like completely broken.
it's very different from League, right? It just happens to use
It's
the units
completely
from
different.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a completely different game.
So I was considering playing that game because it seems like something I might like. So there's that. But that's sort of like an open-ended thing. I'm not sure. I mean, I do kind of have like too many games that I think seem interesting, and over the last month and a half or so, I've kind of not done a fantastic job. I mean, I think I have switched games quite frequently and haven't really completed games. And I have like a whole bunch of things I think sound interesting. So, yeah, that's kind of where,
Where you're at.
yeah, I mean, I didn't used to be like this. Like, I think it's a combination of things. I think that one is that I'm streaming, and I haven't exactly figured out how to balance games that I'm interested in and games that might be good for stream. And I don't even know if that I've fully figured out what games would actually be good for streaming. But it's very easy for me to kind of switch directions if I think it might be good for a stream. It doesn't matter if it is or not. If I think it would be good, then it's easy for me to kind of jump on it. Um, it turns out that I think that I've been wrong a lot, but it's kind of okay because I think that I've gotten some insight on it. And I think I had to do that to a certain extent to figure out what works
that's
or
what you
doesn't
want.
work. Um, but yeah, I think that generally speaking, I think that in terms of the channel, not everything needs to be in terms of the channel, but in terms of the channel, I think that as sort of a new streamer that is kind of starting out, I think it's probably better to stick with um, a either a game or a theme of some sort so that people can kind of expect a certain thing from you when they kind of tune in rather than just some random thing. If I'm like switching games every 2 days, they have like no idea what I'm doing. So even if they like me one day, they come back, I'm doing some other completely random shit the next day. That's not great. I think if you have a big enough following, it's kind of okay, and they're kind of just following your personality or something. You do whatever, but like I think
Yeah.
that that's not ideal for like starting out. I think it's probably easier to build a following, kind of sticking with. I mean, generally speaking, like I don't think you should like be religiously, but like let's say 50% of my time, roughly, like maybe stick to either a game or a theme or something. That would probably be a good thing. And then, but there's a bunch of stuff I'm not doing that's not ideal. Like if I did that, plus was doing it consistently at the same time, then that would be uh ideally. But yeah. I'm not really doing either of those things at the moment. I was thinking about potentially doing Guild Wars 2. I had played for about 6 months in 2024 because I had streamed that a couple times, and that seemed to be some of my better performing ones. And then also, I think that sort of incorporating this co-op thing was an idea that I had, and I think that that would be easier in Guild Wars 2 because it's already an MMO. So like everyone's already online. It's not because like I take other sorts of games and especially even games that are not co-op, and I try to turn them into co-op games, like because there's ways to do that. I can use like a screen sharing type thing. There's some apps to do that. And I feel like that gets more complicated. So and also I feel like there's a lot of content in Guild Wars 2, whereas like it's not like some games are like a lot, like for instance some single player games you kind of just play through them and they're just done.
Yeah.
Like I mean, so you could never make a channel about like any one of those types of games. It would have to be like a certain type of those games or
Yeah,
something.
it would be a genre.
So which is okay, but like I mean it's more yeah, I don't know. So so I think the co-op component, there's like kind of an endless amount of content that you could make with it. I like it. It's probably one of my favorite games. But on the other hand, I think that I did kind of get a new computer recently. If I had a choice, if I wasn't streaming and I didn't have to sort of like pick a game, so to say, and be consistent for other people, I would try to play more recent modern games to like try to push my system and stuff. And Guild Wars 2 is not exactly doing that. So, but yeah, I mean, uh, I don't know if you looked at my page, but or you can go to rank one global dot slash or dot global slash Trevis. There's like a whole bunch of games. I listed for like games that I'm interested in or games I'm playing, games I played in the past, and like favorites. It's kind of a crap ton of games, but might actually be difficult to understand. Maybe it's easier if I just like generalize. Um, um, yeah, I guess I never had like this huge list of games until I started trying to stream, and I started trying to, because like people will come in and be like, "What games do you play?" And I'm like, this seemed like the easiest way, but then people don't really seem to look at this when I tell them. And then even after I posted it on my page, people will still ask me, even though this thing's on my page. So it's not really serving its purpose. I think it's too long. I think maybe there's too many games on here. I think, and it's hard to make sense of it. Perhaps.
That could definitely be it. It's also maybe if they're on mobile, maybe they can't see it that well.
Oh yeah, I don't even know what it looks like on mobile. I've never even looked at Twitch on mobile.
That definitely could be because I feel like most people watch on their phone.
Really? Most
I
people?
think so.
Really? Okay.
I would think so. I'm not sure. Maybe they put those stats out.
But like people
imagine
using
most
all those
people watching
emojis
that.
and stuff, that's easy to do on a mobile.
I think so.
Okay. Hmm. Yeah. So
I
if
don't know if they
that
release those
if that
stats.
is the case, then me like trying to make my video look good was a complete waste of time because I think that it's probably very difficult to tell the difference between the video quality that's at default and sort of the tweaks that I've made. Because if you are on a monitor, you could see it, but even then, you probably need to be in full screen, and probably no one even watches it in full screen because now you can't see the chat.
Yeah, so I just looked it up. Apparently 60% will watch from a computer and then around 40 from a phone.
Yeah, but that's a huge percentage, though.
Yeah.
Even if it's not the majority, it's a huge chunk. I wouldn't have
Yeah.
guessed it would be 40. If I would have thought it. I don't know, like 20% or something. That would have been my guess. I mean, I didn't think it was like
I think
nearly
makes sense.
half.
Most people are probably like in bed
Okay.
and they just want to watch on their phone.
Okay.
That would be like what I would assume or how most people would watch.
There was like one guy who was I started playing games with recently, and he told me like he watches Twitch sort of in the background while he's working, and it's
I think that's
sort.
common too.
So I was like thinking that makes sense because I think like when I go into a stream, like I'll see a few hundred or like 1,000 people in a stream, and I'm like, okay, that's a lot of people, but like most of these people are not saying anything. I mean, yes, there's a lot of people talking, but like if you think about the number of people you see actually talking compared to the number of people who are in the stream and they're not saying anything, I'm like, okay, they're kind of like doing something in the background that they're not really paying that much attention. Um, like similar to the friend I mentioned who would have it in the background while he's working. So that's what I kind of was thinking. Um, so I thought because if you're on your phone, you're holding it in your hands, right? Or something like that, right? So I thought
Yeah.
if there was a significant number of people on the phone, I would just think that, oh, those people are probably more interactive. And if it was a high percentage, then most of those people would be chatting. And if it was like, like a large percentage, it just seemed unlikely if they weren't all chatting because if you're holding the phone in your hand, it's hard to be doing other stuff at the same time. That was my, I don't know, sort of in, intuition, I guess. Um,
I would think probably on phones at least, probably people watching full screen. At least when I watch Twitch on my phone,
oh,
it's in
okay.
full screen.
So then you can't
But on my
chat.
computer, I have the chat open. Yeah.
I see. That makes sense. Yeah, that would
It was like
explain
too small
why.
otherwise.
That would explain why there's, perhaps a large percentage of people watching on their phone, but then not chatting, even though
Yeah.
it's like, maybe taking up a lot of their attention because they're using their hands and stuff, and
Yeah.
it has to be in front of your face essentially. Um, yeah, that makes sense. I need more lurkers in my channel. I don't know how to get them though, because like I don't think Twitch. I think that Twitch cares about the interactivity of a channel, but I don't think that they pay you based on it. And because there was some channel that I was following, because and that channel, they were like trying to get partner, and they claimed that they had applied 6 times, which I thought sounded like an astronomical number, um, and that they had been rejected, and they claimed that the reason why they were rejected was that people were not chatting enough in their channel. So I
Hmm.
guess that even if you meet the criteria for partner, that they may have some internal like hidden metrics that they have that maybe aren't publicly advertised for criteria for being partner. And so I don't even know why, because I don't see a huge benefit to being partner, honestly, besides different than just affiliate. But um, um, yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to say is that maybe they may care about it, some like metrics for the
Yeah, they
activity of
probably
a
have their
channel,
own
but
criteria.
yeah. Um, but I think
The
like
pr-
I think I need more lurkers, because I feel like everyone who comes in my channel, they chat, but there's not that many people who come in my channel. Like I need people to just like watch in the background who don't like I think like you should have like half your channel should be lurkers or something. Like
Probably
maybe more than half, but like I don't
more.
have any,
Yeah.
I don't even have any lurkers. Like everyone who comes in, they say something. I'm like very interactive with each person who's in there, and then they're like kind of leave after a while, which I think is normal, because like you can't, no person can be like interacting with you like through an entire multi-hour stream. Like I need people who are just like watching but not really participating. That's
It's
totally fine.
it's probably related to like the type of person who's going to go out of their way to watch a
Small
low count
streamers.
small streamer is going to be one that's more likely to like interact with them.
Yeah, and they might
Whereas
be
anyone who just
doing
wants
that
to
for,
lurk,
yeah, they might be doing that specifically for that reason, because they know small
yeah,
streamers will interact more.
yeah, exactly. And I think anyone who like just wants to lurk, they're just going to go to like whatever big channel is on and just throw them on in the background.
Yeah.
But like that probably just comes over time, where like someone does find your channel and then they enjoy it and then they just leave you open in the background.
Yeah. I'm not consistent enough for that. I should be.
It's a lot of work to
Yeah, I guess
just for
my whole
one small
idea
opening.
was that I would just be like playing whatever I wanted, and I would just stream when I was playing. I feel like if you have all these constraints for like when you stream and like how long you stream for when you stream, it almost seems like a job. And then you're curating like what you stream, like versus what you just feel like playing. Suddenly it starts to feel like, you know, you're not just playing because you feel like it now. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, it definitely becomes a lot less fun.
Yeah, I think it
Uh,
affects your experience. then you're kind of conscious about like how you're acting like on the stream versus, well, I mean, I would say this is less of the case now. But like I think earlier on, I think I was more conscious of it. And I think that like kind of affects your experience of the game. You're kind of like thinking, oh, how should I like act or something? But
Yeah, for
I don't
sure.
I don't think of it as much anymore. I might that might change if people actually started watching, but I think I got used to not having people watching for long periods and just like forgetting that I was even streaming. Um so but that's because no one was interacting with me, but I think if there was a lot of interaction, I think I would still notice, but I still think, yeah, I mean, I think I would get used to that after a while. I think, but um,
It's kind of, I mean, I feel like it's definitely just the beginning that's the hardest. I feel like once you get like a little bit going, I feel like it's kind of like exponential once you get to that point.
I was I was thinking that, but then I looked at. I've kind of like over the last month and a half or so, I've kind of been. I don't like. I'm not. I don't. I haven't been like scraping stuff or anything like scraping. I don't even know how to do that, but I've been kind of like just manually like trying to like study. So I mean, I don't know what other word to use. Like kind of observe the channels to see like, because I guess when I started, I wasn't really sure like what. I figured it was like unlikely that you would get a big channel like it's just like the odds are like against you just in general, but like I wasn't sure like how likely actually like what happens, what's the most common scenario, like how much do people actually get paid and all that stuff. I mean, a lot of stuff I'm still hazy on, but like I think I have a lot better idea than I did when I started. And I think I seen a lot of cases. I actually like saved some of them, and like of people who I think like I see them and I'm like, they seem like they have a pretty good stream. I'm like, and then I look at their history. I figured out how to do that now. Like there's like and you can see like kind of like when they started, like how many viewers they've had like over time and stuff. And I have found like a significant number of people where it seems like, so I mean, I don't know what they were like in the past, of course, but it seems like they have a pretty decent stream, and now and I can see that it doesn't seem like their viewer base has really grown. And so I think what I noticed is that a lot of people can kind of stagnate in a number of concurrent viewers while their number of followers keeps on growing. So they're just getting new followers that um, will watch them maybe for a short period of time, and then maybe they start watching other people or something. I don't know, but or they don't spend a lot of time watching them, but even if they're following them or whatever. So the rate that they're like sort of getting new followers is not enough to compensate for the amount of time each person watches or something. So, but anyways, whatever the combination of all those things, like somehow the amount of concurrent viewers that they have is not going up. So I can look at the graph and like their number of followers keeps going up, but the number and the number of watch hours goes up, but the number of concurrent viewers is kind of flat. So there's a lot of people who actually fall in that category, and that would be like kind of somewhat counterintuitive to me because I just figured like most people would just keep growing, but they're kind of growing, but they're kind of not. Like the longer you're on the platform, the more followers you're just naturally going to get, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the number of concurrent viewers will like increase because it's actually even possible, although I don't know how common this is. It's even possible for you to keep getting new followers while your concurrent viewers is falling. Because I don't think that a lot of people unfollow people that as much as people follow people.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So you end up following people. You just end up following more and more people, but you can only watch so much. So the longer you're on the platform, you just keep on getting more and more followers, but that doesn't mean that they're watching you for the same amount of period of time. So like a person who followed you like 10 years ago and just forgot about you and didn't unfollow you is no longer watching you, but they're still following you. So like, but like the thing you actually care about is, and what they pay you on is the number of people who are actually watching you, because those are the people who are getting served ads. So we care about the number of followers only in so much as they actually watch you, but it just so happens that they're not exactly correlated entirely. I mean, they are correlated, but not entirely. So, yeah.
Yeah, I guess that would make sense that. I mean, it doesn't, like, logically doesn't make sense, but I can definitely see how that could happen.
No, I mean,
I guess
I think
it's
logically, I think
kinda
it makes
hard
sense
to-
because it's not inconsistent. It's just like intuitively, I wouldn't have expected that. But like,
Yeah.
I see it like frequently. Like, I think the number of followers you have is most correlated with you consistently streaming over a long period of time. But the number of concurrent viewers does not exactly align with that. So if you just like, because I've seen a lot of people who don't seem to have like a huge number of concurrent viewers, like they still don't even have partner, but they have seemingly a huge number of followers. And then I look and it's like they've just been streaming for a long time, which would be consistent because you just get followers over time. Like if you just keep streaming consistently over time, you just keep on doing it, people will just keep on following you slowly. But that doesn't mean they're watching you, right? They think you're interesting, but then they kind of don't find you interesting enough to watch you. Like they kind of bookmark you because like maybe they'll be interesting, but then maybe when you're on, they click on and like they watch you for a little while and they're like, okay, not super interesting. Let me click to somebody else. So they're not really watching, so you don't get concurrent viewers built up.
I guess I don't know, maybe some
'Cause I
people
think-
just hit a plateau.
I think the number of concurrent viewers you have is like, so I don't have like metrics for this, but I think it's highly correlated to like the amount of time someone watches you for. It's like a combination of how long people watch you for and how many people are kind of interested in watching it. Because like if a lot of people like follow you but only watch you for a short period of time, like the concurrent viewer count can't really get that high.
Yeah.
Which is why I think it's good to have lurkers, because they are sort of like this base of like that just pads the viewers who, because they kind of don't, they have like a long watch hours, but they don't, I don't know. I think that's a good thing. It might even be better than a person who's really active who comes in, because I get a lot of people who are like super active. They're asking me a bunch of questions and then they leave. They might even follow me, but then I don't feel like they come back and watch me all that much. But I just want some dude who just like lurks in the background
Sits
all the
there.
time.
Yeah.
That's totally fine with me.
It probably also depends on what type of game you're playing. Like, I'm sure some games are better for lurking than others. Well, maybe not. Maybe
Another
they'll just lurk for whatever stream
way
they're
I
in.
can kind of tell how much lurking is going on, because I think other people have way more lurkers than me. Like, well, it's easy to imagine because I have almost none. But like they do these polls or they do giveaways. Giveaways is the most obvious one, because like a few times, like there's in Guild Wars 2, there's a lot of giveaways because it's easy to give away stuff in the game. and also the expansions are not that expensive, so a lot of times people give away expansions. Um, but like a few times, okay, so these were like feel completely obvious. Like a few times I was in a channel where they were giving away a new game that just came out, like Metal Gear Solid Delta, whatever, Snake Eater, the new one. A couple of channels were giving away that one. There's, I think Wu Chang Fallen Feathers or something recently. But okay, those are like $60-$70 games, right? So like if you were watching the channel at the time they were giving it away, why would you not sign up for that? Like you might get a free game. Like why would you? There's zero reason why you wouldn't do it. So I'm just like, okay, if there's 700 people in this channel and only like 100 people sign up for it, they're all, or 150 or something, everyone else is lurking, right? They're doing something else and they can't be bothered to sign up for the thing because they're lurking, or I mean, I can't think of any other reason. Why would you not? They're giving it. They're like, okay, sign up now. In 5 minutes, I'm going to close the thing, and you could win a game for $70. That's $70. I mean, unless they were all like Russian bots or something. I mean, what? I
was gonna say it could be related to the view botting.
But I don't think that these people were botting, because these same people, after the whole news about the crackdown on bots, their numbers didn't change, because usually it's like, usually like, people are going, oh, look at this channel, like their viewer count dropped by 90%. Clearly they're just botting or something. But these people, like, their numbers didn't change. So like, I don't have an explanation. And also, like, I don't know how to do this. I'm just reporting things I noticed that I think are interesting. Like, I don't know. It's like nobody asked these questions or something, because somehow like I'm like the only person asking this, because I went to this one channel. This was, I think, before I learned how to actually look up like a lot of data on a channel without actually asking them. But like I would go in and I'm like, how long have you been streaming for? Blah blah blah, like stuff like this, and like sort of like, how did you start streaming? Blah blah blah. And then like they were like, this one channel, I would say it's an intermediate like sized channel. I'm saying, I mean, it's still kind of a large channel, but like it's not large compared, because when I say large, it's like you're ranked in the top, like 500 channels on Twitch, and like thousands of viewers type of thing. But like it's a few hundred, right? That like from my standpoint, that's still like eons away from where I am now. So like, and they're like, somehow it got their whole chat talking, because they were like, she was like, oh, I've been streaming for like 7 years. I mean, she still looked young, and I don't know. And then everyone was like, in their channel, it was like she had a whole bunch of people who were like following her for like years. I'm like, wow, really? That's kind of amazing. They were like, people would be going, wow, I can't believe it's been that long. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, yeah. So then a bunch of people started responding to that. And then I just thought, that's actually impressive that you got all these people who are watching you now, who've been watching you for years. That's crazy. Like, I don't know that I can get people to do that. I mean, that's impressive, because if you would ask me, I would expect, a person would watch for a little while, and then I have to find other people that just kind of naturally watch for a little while. I don't expect anyone watching me for years. I mean, that's crazy. I mean,
I think probably over time, like, they just kind of like start seeing you as like a friend.
Yes, I do think that they do that. So, some people, yes. And then I asked, actually there was one person I kind of, when I signed up to this one Discord channel, which is not a great channel, but I didn't know at the time, and it's like for small streamers. And then I posted in the chat, like, and I messaged one other person who there's like a lot of like fake advertiser people who say, oh, hey, this is my, there's nothing stopping you from posting a link to someone else's channel and saying that's you. And they go, oh, here's my channel. like I can help you like become like I know what to do, blah blah blah. I don't know. It seems kind of obvious to me that they're like, but it's just annoying. I get all these messages. But anyways, I messaged this one person, and I was originally gonna play like TFT with her. I've never actually played TFT, but she played, and I was like, "Oh, we could do a stream together. Like you could like kind of teach me how to play, and like that could be like content right there." And she was like, "Okay, yeah." And then what was I forgot where I was going with this. What the hell was I saying? Um, sorry, what the hell was I talking about? Um,
I think I kind of forget too.
small streamers.
They see you as a
Oh,
friend.
oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So I asked, so she watched Twitch because I said that I'm only kind of like watching Twitch now because had the idea to stream on it, and so I'm kind of stuck. Like a big portion of my Twitch watching is kind of like not a normal person Twitch watching. It's sort of like I'm studying it, trying to understand it, and then I'm also trying to understand like the motivation or the rationale for a person to like why do people like Twitch, like who watch it regularly? Because it's not exactly me. So so she watched Twitch, and she's like, oh, she's been watching it for like many years, and I don't remember the number, but I seem to be surprised. It was like a large number. Maybe it was like 10 years or 15 years or something. I don't remember. I don't even know if it's been around 15 years. But anyways, I don't remember the number exactly. I just remember being surprised. It seemed like a large number to me. And then I was like, so what do you like about it? Like, like, because I'm used to like watching videos on YouTube. No. I watch tons of videos on YouTube, but like I know what I'm watching. I'll like skip around. I'll like try to find what I'm looking for. But it's a totally different thing on Twitch. And she said that she liked that she felt, so I didn't quite understand this because I felt like a contradiction to me, but like she said that she liked that where she could kind of see like the person's personality and that they kind of grow over time. And I was like, oh, okay. So and it's kind of it. And I thought, okay, it's an interactive thing. And then, but then she said a lot of times she doesn't chat, and some of these are bigger channels. So you can't really, it's hard for your message to get across because there's too many people. And so I thought, okay, but then I feel like how is that different than YouTube that you can't watch whenever you want? Because if you don't feel like you can really chat in there because the chat there's too many people, and it's not that interactive, then what? But that was her reason, that she liked to see like the person's personality, which I can understand, but
Probably just like it's less like cherry picked moments, I guess, in YouTube. Maybe like Twitch just feels more
like more authentic.
Yeah, like more raw.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I guess like I feel like that would make sense to me.
Do you watch a fair amount of Twitch or no?
I do not.
Okay.
Like I might have like a stream open in the background while I work.
Yeah.
That's about it. It's like if I have nothing else to do, I'll throw a stream on in the background.
Yeah.
But apart from that, I don't really watch Twitch all that much.
So I'm
I kind of prefer YouTube.
Yeah, I do too. But I think like you get more money on, like, I think it's a combination of things. I think like Twitch seems to have more tools for sort of streamers. And also I think that they get more money for streamers. Like maybe not in general, like, but there's YouTube's a much broader platform. But like, because you get like these subs and these bits and all like channel points and like donations, all this other stuff like the combination of all that stuff. I don't think that YouTube has all that stuff yet. And I'm just kind of amazed a little bit that because I don't quite understand it, so I'm sort of like intrigued. Like I watch a channel that's kind of like a reasonably sized channel, with a few hundred viewers or something, and I'm just like, and like sometimes they have like some hype train or something, or like there's just like a bunch of people doing subs, and I'm just like, I don't get it. Like, what? Who are these people? Like, why are they? I don't get it. Like,
I don't really know if
even if I wouldn't do it, I feel like I should understand what's going on if I'm streaming on this platform and I want to be successful. Because how in the world am I ever gonna? How's it ever gonna work out just by accident if I don't know what's going on? Like, if I'm not like somehow trying to do it on purpose and facilitating it, because like it's probably not going to happen by accident. Like, I'm just kind of fascinated. Like, how's this happening? Like, why are people even like I don't get it. Also, like there's a hype train going on. Like, why it seems to somehow trigger people and they like donate more stuff. I'm like, why? Just because some icon is moving across the screen? I don't get it. Like, what? Like,
I don't really know either. I think it is kind of just like it's like its own culture. That like you just like learn over time. Because like it is pretty unique, and I don't even know if it's possible to understand without like being a part of it.
and like
for like a while.
and sometimes I'm kind of shocked because I'm like, okay, there's not really that much going on in the chat. This channel, this person has a lot of lurkers, and then they'll say something, and then suddenly, like everyone's like doing these party emojis, like it's just like flooded like with all these like party emojis. Like then there's like a billion people in the channel. I'm like, what the fuck were they doing all the rest of the time? Like I thought they're just waiting there like in wait to like do party emojis, like they don't have anything else to say during the rest of the I don't understand what's going on. They're just like kind of like partial lurkers, and they're just with with party emojis ready to go, like. And like
Yeah, I guess
they
so. I
can't
don't
they
really-
can't just be bots either, because like they're doing the emoji that makes sense relative in the context of like what was said on the stream, so it's not like some random emoji, like I don't
I
know.
I think a lot of people don't actually type, like emojis are like different. Like they'll just like they'll type to like put an emoji, but like that's it. They might not type other, and I think it's because like if you type like a sentence, like a bigger chat, like there's a like really small chance it's gonna be seen, so they just don't even bother. Like when you're like typing an emoji, like you're just part of a wave. You're not really trying to be seen.
Okay, that
So
kind of
it's-
makes sense, I guess. Yeah.
yeah. So like
Like they don't think
You
that
can just
if
type
they
an emoji.
typed an elaborate message that it would just kind of
like
get lost in
just wasting their time.
Yeah.
So they don't bother.
so they don't feel like it'll be acknowledged, but they don't mind kind of like contributing a tiny bit to like.
Yeah, if they type an emoji, like they're not expecting a response, like a
Yeah.
personal response. or
Yeah,
emoji.
actually that makes sense. Yeah.
Like if I feel like that makes sense to me.
Yeah, that does
that's
make
like
sense.
what I've noticed.
But then there's other channels. Like, I don't know if you've seen Asmongold's channels, because he sort of does all this political commentary. So he gets like actual real messages, not just emojis. But his chat goes so fast. Well, first of all, his channel is huge. So he'll have between 30 to 80,000 people in his channel concurrently. And you can't even read that many people's chats, even if like a fraction of them are chatting. And since he's doing political commentary and not just like that's not just like something you can respond to with like a party emoji or something, like you do have like comments that are like questions or comments that, you know, are on topic that could be responded to. But I'm just like, how is he even reading this? Because I can't even read it, and I'm a person who doesn't even have to talk on the stream. I can just sit here and read it. I can't even read it, so I don't know how he's reading it. But he would like respond like to some messages like here and there, you know. And I'm just like, is somebody like feeding him like the most like interesting comments, which you could potentially respond to or something? Because like it doesn't look like when you look at him, it doesn't look like he's trying to read the chat, which I don't even think you could read anyways. Like I said, I can't even read it, and I don't even have to be talking at the same time and running a stream. And I'm like, does he have like a moderator like feeding him like things to potentially respond to or something?
He might, or I think if you scroll up in a chat, even when it's going, it'll kind of like pause it.
Yeah, but like that wouldn't help you because the rate of new messages coming like is faster than that. So even if you did that, you couldn't keep up with the new ones. Like there's still
I don't know if he actually keeps up with the new ones. He might just pause the chat for like a second to like find one to like respond to, and then he just
I guess
resumes the chat. I don't actually know. But I wouldn't be surprised if he has a mod that's like...
I mean, his channel's big enough. He makes enough that he could hire a person to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of big YouTubers like hire editors. Like, I mean, I'm not at that point, but you know, like, you know, they have staff, you know, right? Like Lex Friedman has staff. He
like a
literally seeing him posting ads for that. Even like some smaller, I mean, they're not even that small, but you know, like there's like, you know, like Lex Friedman is sort of in a like, you know, this he talks to like sort of like kind of techie people. There's another guy named Darkesh Patel or something who's kind of like a mini Lex Friedman. I don't know if you heard him, but you know, even he has hiring like staff. I mean, at a certain point, I think you can like take on people if your channel gets a certain size to help with the channel. So I mean, it wouldn't be inconceivable that Asmongold would be doing that.
They also make him, they'd like make him money in the long run.
Even
if it's not like apparent, like I'm sure in the long run, like it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, Asmongold, like, and like people of that roughly. I mean, there's people who are even bigger than Asmongold, but he's shown his like what he makes because he's on YouTube, Twitch, and like Kick. And I think he makes the most on Kick. I don't remember. I mean, I literally watched it not that long ago, but like specific numbers kind of like easily slip my mind. But I mean, he's making multiple, like, I want to say, I think he's making like, I don't remember the exact numbers, but I think somewhere between 5 to 10 million a year based on the checks that he was showing. So, well, that's like combined with all three platforms. So, I mean, if you're making that much, it's easy to pay somebody like a full-time staff to
even if you're
help.
paying like 60,000, like
it's not that
like
bad.
A drop in a bucket for him,
right? I'm sure he's at least got an editor at the bare minimum. For YouTube.
There's no way he takes time to do anything himself. It would probably be losing him money just in time.
Yeah, he could be streaming, right?
Yeah, exactly.
An hour of him streaming versus like sitting there editing videos.
What time is it? It's 5.
Yeah.
Oh, I might have to try. I might have to give
Oh,
it a shot.
yeah. Sorry about that. I should have
No, you're good. No,
demanded
you're
that you
good.
leave.
The odds of me falling asleep by now were going to be pretty slim, anyways. So I highly doubt it has changed anything. But
You don't sound tired. What that's I don't know if that's a sign of something.
I'm like, I don't really feel. I don't. It's
Is
weird.
this is this the normal problem that you have? Like, do you normally not feel tired? Is that?
Yeah, no. I never feel tired. Like 2 minutes ago, I was feeling tired. And now I don't feel tired at all.
Oh, you should have gone on bed when you felt tired.
Usually I feel tired in the morning, especially after waking up. During the day, a bit. But like the closer it gets to nighttime, the less tired I get.
Wait, so you don't feel tired during the day?
No, during the day I feel tired. Like in the morning, is when I feel most tired. During the day, I feel tired. But then like the closer I get to like time to sleep, the less tired I get.
So how tired do you feel? Like, is it just like somewhat like uncomfortable, or do you feel like it's like you can't function?
Oh no, I could function just fine. It is like slightly tired.
But how is that even a problem then? Because it doesn't even. Maybe you just don't need that much sleep.
Well, the issue is
is it even interfering?
Yeah. So what normally happens is if I don't kind of keep it under control, is like the time I'm awake will like extend more and more and more. And then like it just gets to a point where like I'll start to get super, super tired like in the middle of the day to the point where like I have to go to sleep during work or something. And then my sleep schedule is completely off. Like I'll get to a like at my worst, I'd be up like 36 hours or something every day.
Wait, you're just up for 36 hours straight?
Yeah. I haven't had that in a long time. That was like at my worst.
What does that mean every day? Like, so you're up 36 hours and then you sleep for like 8 hours and then
like at my worst, so at my worst, I'd be up like 36 hours and then I would sleep like 12 to 16 hours. But like the issue of that is like it's just not possible to have a normal life.
Yeah.
Because like it just interferes with like work eventually.
Yeah.
Where like I get to a point where I'm like halfway through my work shift and I've been up like 32 hours.
So what do you think the problem is? Do you think it's a circadian rhythm thing?
I honestly have no clue. I don't think so. Because like it just feels like
because it's
like I just don't get tired after like a normal amount that someone would get tired at. Like even if like I sleep.
So would you say that it's like you still need the same amount of sleep, but that you just don't get tired when you're supposed to? Would you agree with that or no?
Yeah, it just feels like the amount of sleep, like I require very little sleep to be awake like a regular amount of time before being tired. And so what kind of happens is like let's say tonight I'll sleep like 3 hours and then I'll be tired a bit during the day. But then let's say I got 3 hours of sleep, I might be tired tomorrow night at like 1 or 2 in the morning. But if I sleep like 8 hours, even if I'm up like, a regular amount, let's say like 14 hours, 16 hours, I'm just not tired at all. Like it'll take like 20 hours, 24 hours before I start feeling tired.
So you just don't need as much sleep then?
I think so, but the actual problem I have is that like if I sleep 3 hours, I really feel it after waking up. For like the first 6 hours of the day are like horrible because I'm so tired those 6 hours. But then when it comes time like later in the day, like I'm fine. Like when it comes time to sleep, I'm not tired whatsoever. But I only feel it during the day, like right after waking up. Like that's like
But
the actual issue I have.
so when
Uh,
so you're saying the problem is if you sleep like the more typical amount of hours, you just don't feel tired.
Yeah, no, like I won't feel tired during the day, and then I won't feel tired um like at night. Like tonight, let's say I'll sleep 3 hours tonight, probably. Like the first like 6 hours of the day tomorrow, it's gonna feel like I only slept 3 hours. Like I'm gonna be dead tired. It's gonna be hard to focus. Like I'm gonna feel completely dead. Uh, but then later, that's gonna go away, and then I'm not gonna be tired until who knows how long. So that's like the actual main
So you don't
problem.
end up feeling tired earlier if you sleep less.
No.
Okay, that's weird.
I'll only feel tired right after waking up for a couple hours. But like as soon as like it comes closer to like time to actually sleep, like all that tiredness just goes away. I'm like wide awake at that point.
Okay. So I don't
So
know.
maybe it is
I
a
because
circadian rhythm thing.
it
Like
doesn't
maybe
sound like it.
it's completely off. I don't know. I
It
don't
doesn't
really know.
sound like it because I don't know. Because I think that I have a circadian rhythm thing. And it doesn't sound like
Like that. Yeah.
because I do think I need roughly the same amount of sleep as a regular person. So like if I sleep less, I can fall asleep earlier. And if I sleep more, like I can fall asleep later. Like it's fairly consistent. Um but I'm also like sort of um kind of my sleep is somewhat erratic and it's easy for me to sort of shift my sleep often gets screwed up and I often kind of feel like I'm kind of in a perpetual jet lag or I'm constantly trying to fix my sleep schedule. Um so but I don't have the whole like if I sleep a normal amount, I just don't get tired or the if I sleep a short amount of time, I don't feel tired like later on. Like if I
Yeah.
sleep 3 hours, I'll feel tired like in probably like in 6 hours. If I was tired enough to sleep at roughly, it's fairly
Mm.
consistent, I guess. Relatively. Uh, um,
Yeah, no, for me, no, it doesn't unless I get like an actual like terrible amount of sleep. Like if I slept like 1 hour, even then I don't know that I necessarily feel tired later at night.
have you ever
Uh
tried to ask a language model this stuff?
I have not.
I
It
don't
might
know
be
what
worth it
that
just to
is.
see
Yeah.
what it says.
It might help you even if it doesn't have a great answer, if it kind of points you in the right direction, at least you know
Yeah.
like what doctor might potentially. I'm not saying a doctor could fix it. The chance that a doctor would have the solution is not probably super high, but it's you don't have to pay for seeing a doctor. It probably wouldn't hurt
Yeah.
to like this is not a type of thing that is invasive. So it's like even if they're gonna do a test, it would be like a sleep study. I don't know what else they could possibly do. Like, so
Yeah,
that's
so it
not
doesn't like
exactly
you.
that's not exactly invasive, right? It's not going to hurt you. Maybe you might. I mean, it's probably not. The worst case scenario is you're slightly uncomfortable for a night, but I don't even know if that's necessarily the case. I mean, I, I just don't. I mean, I don't think that the sleep study is really. I don't think that it's uncomfortable. I think that I'm just not sure how useful the information is that you get from it. The one that I had a while back. Um, but I don't know. It doesn't hurt. I mean, it's not hurting you. It's not invasive. They're not sticking it into your body. You don't have to pay for it anyways. It's a thing that is kind of mysterious. I mean, I don't know. Assume it's bothering you for a while. Uh, I don't
Like
know.
10 years now.
Just don't take addictive medication. I mean, uh, you could even ask them for the gabapentin thing or a Gabalin or something similar to that, or some anti-convulsant or something similar to that. I mean, like you could, if you wanted to, you could read up on some literature, because there's been some studies showing that that it does help. So, and that's not addictive. It wouldn't hurt you to try it. It's not really that dangerous of a medication compared to like benzodiazepines or
Yeah.
something, or sleep medications, or um I mean, I don't I try to avoid some kinds of drugs, so um that's mainly the reason. I mean, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, for me, most of like the sleep medication kind of fall into that avoid section. Um, but I don't know. Maybe it's worth just trying.
well, like I think probably you should be cautious about the traditional sleep medications, but there are some medications which are not traditional sleep medications, which might be safer. So I think
Yeah.
there's gabapentin, Gabalin, and which are under the category of anticonvulsants, and there's also like antihistamines, I think, which can also make you drowsy, kind of like a Benadryl type thing. But like, there are more specific types of, like, you should probably not take Benadryl, right? But there are some other. I mean, you can search this stuff up. You could ask a language model, but there's like some antihistamines which can be used for sleep. Um, so I mean, like, you can't get addicted to an antihistamine.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, like, if you can, you should just try to avoid drugs. But these are not at the same level of dangerousness as, like sleep
Yeah.
medications or
I don't have to worry.
benzodiazepines and that sort of thing. I mean,
Yeah.
I would just, uh, eh, I mean, personally, I would avoid those. Um, uh, I mean, you would have to have like some super serious sleep problem, I think, to warrant taking those things.
Yeah. I don't
'Cause,
know how easy they prescribed them. I'm not sure. Like, you just walk in and say you can't sleep. I don't know if they're just gonna instantly be like, "Here, have some benzos."
I think that
I don't
I
know.
don't know about doctors in Canada, but, like, doctors here prescribe that stuff like nothing. Like, my mom
Mm.
was, um she had, like, a period where she was kinda depressed, like, they were gonna like, they just give it to her like nothing. Like, it's like, I try to tell her not to take them, and so, like, you have to, like, I think doctors will, like, prescribe it here, like, easily. Like, they'll probably just do it. Like, literally, if you just say, I don't know what exactly is certain thing. I think if you just say certain things, they'll just prescribe it. Like, it's they don't have to run a test or anything. You just say certain symptoms or something, and I don't know. It's yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's like that here. I'm honestly not too sure. I guess maybe we'll find out if they try to prescribe me benzos, and we'll know. I mean, I could
yeah,
probably just tell them I didn't want anything like that. Anyways, they probably wouldn't do it.
yeah. No, I mean, I'm sure that they wouldn't, because this is all like voluntary stuff. So like for sure, like if you told them you didn't want it, they would prescribe it. And also, and even if they did prescribe it, like you don't have to fill it.
Yeah,
And even if you filled it, you wouldn't have to take it. Like so it's not
Yeah.
really, doesn't really matter. I also don't know, the doctor, I'm sure that, I don't know exactly what effect it would have, but I'm sure that that your medical system is completely different. That has some effect on how doctors like practice medicine and how they behave. Um, Even if you have all the same medical knowledge, I'm sure that has some effect.
yeah, I'm sure.
I think that my intuition is that I suspect that probably in the US that doctors do a little bit more of like customer service type stuff where they're like trying to appease the patient. So like if you are like requesting a medication or something, like if they don't have like a strong objection to it, they may just do it. Um, and so maybe they don't have the same incentive to do that in Canada, perhaps. I don't know. I'm just making shit up. And so they might not like if you like. So like I think if you went to a sleep doctor and you asked for gabapentin here, I think that most people would probably just give it to you. So I don't know what would happen in Canada. I have really no idea. If I was going to guess, I would guess that maybe they're less incentivized to try to like appease you,
Yeah,
because like they're in a different system, and they don't have as direct of a connection to you, right? Like whereas here you like choose the doctor directly. You might follow up with them. They might like kind of want you to be happy and see them again, sort of thing. Whereas in Canada, you don't really even have that choice. So literally, I don't even know if you
Yeah.
would see them again. Maybe you would just see some other random sleep doctor.
yeah,
So to them, maybe they don't care whether you're happy or not. They're just going to go by the book or something. Oh, it's not a sleep
yeah,
medication. That's what I have here. And maybe your government wouldn't even pay for gabapentin in the first place, where because it's not under their list of um, approved medications for sleep or something. And here it's like, well, it's a authorized FDA authorized medication, so it's already approved. It's because in the US, like if it's approved for something, you can kind of use it for anything. It's just considered off label. So like, and so like usually the most insurances, I think they just don't care unless it's like super expensive medication. So like this type of thing is not that expensive. So, some like the thing where the insurance, so like the insurance wants to look like they have a high approval rate for things that they're paying out a high percentage. So the way they can make the most money is to improve all the cheap shit. And then when people really need you for really important shit like heart surgery or some shit, or like you broke your leg, or like cancer or something super expensive, like deny those things. Like
Yeah.
don't like improve all the super cheap shit. So like no one's gonna complain for this medication is not that expensive. It's not like cancer medication, which is like 150,000 a year or something
Right.
crazy
Yeah.
shit. Like it doesn't make sense to deny like the super $10 a month shit. So they're gonna approve this kind of stuff, even if it's like not really by the book, because makes their numbers look better. So like, but I don't know that people have the same incentive in Canada, because there might literally be like just a bunch of rules like, because the government's paying for stuff, so they can make all the rules for what they'll pay for. So they can be like, well, these are the medications we'll pay if someone complains about their sleep. Like this is not a sleep medication. We don't pay for it. If you person
Yeah.
comes in and complaining about sleep, we don't give them this. There's no such thing as off label. I don't know. Yeah.
Doesn't hurt to ask though. I'll have to
Yeah.
see. I'll have to try and get an appointment within the next year.
That's crazy within the next year. So that's the kind of
I
the
mean-
time frame you have to like think about when you make a doctor's appointment.
I mean, technically, no. I mean, if there's something like actually bothering you, you can go to like a walk-in clinic.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah,
you can, like,
I know what you're saying. They're probably pretty similar to the ones here, urgent care.
yeah.
But the thing
Yeah,
is, urgent care, I don't know about there, but I imagine it's got to be like this. I can't imagine it being that much more sophisticated, even if it was slightly more sophisticated. Because here, it's like urgent care is almost like the bottom of the totem pole here, because they're like lower than the ER. Because if you have something serious, you would just go to the ER. So they're like lower than
Yes.
the ER. And they're also
Yeah, it
lower
kind of is
than
like
the
that.
primary care physician, because the primary care physician is in an actual hospital here, and they have access to way more resources. And the urgent care clinics are usually like on the street corner, and they don't have that much shit in there. Like maybe they have an X-ray or something. That's pretty much it. Like they can order stuff. Like they can order medications, but they have no ability to do any real testing. Like they get like take your blood pressure. That's it. Like there's no way in hell they're
Yeah.
ever going to do anything that's like going to tell you anything about your sleep. Like if you
No,
go in there
it's-
telling them that you can't sleep, what are they going to do? There's zero chance they could do a sleep study there.
No, they wouldn't. But they would be able to like refer me to a specialist earlier than like a family care doctor.
Oh,
like a
okay.
primary
Yeah.
physician could.
Yeah, that's true. Do you need a referral to see a specialist?
I don't.
Like
I think you can try calling and requesting a specialist. Like I think you can skip your doctor and you can contact that organization right away and contact them directly and request a specialist. I think that is an option. Which maybe I should look into.
because like this doesn't
Um,
seem like a thing. Like I did used to have an insurance where I needed referrals, but like not right now at the moment. But like I always thought like sometimes it seems like kind of pointless. Like it's kind of obvious like you would see a sleep medicine doctor. Like what else are you gonna like you're not gonna see a well maybe you would see a neurologist, because like sleep medicine doctors overlap with neurology, psychiatry, and some other stuff. But like you would not, for instance, see a cardiologist or like like a ophthalmologist or something, or like what's the doctor or orthopedic surgeon or something. Like I mean, like, it's kind of obvious that like, do you really need to make an appointment with your primary care physician for them to tell you you need to see a sleep doctor for your sleep?
so I
I
just looked it
mean,
up. Apparently, yes, you do need a referral.
that's crazy. So
There is a
literally it could take
referral required.
so literally it could take you 2 years to see a sleep doctor, because
Well,
like you would have to see the primary care
no.
physician first.
Because you don't have to see your primary care. You can go to a walk-in clinic. But like if you wanted
Oh,
to,
okay. Yes. Okay. So I see.
yeah,
But if you didn't go to the
like
walk-in clinic, it could take you 2 years.
it could take like 6 months or something before. Well, so it depends because at that point you're not just trying to just get like a general checkup. So they might bump you up in priority for that. So you might
Okay.
be able to get one in like 3 months, and then a couple weeks or maybe a while later for the actual specialist.
But it's also hard for me to imagine that someone would classify sleep as an emergency. Like,
Well, I think if it's impacting your day to day, it definitely could. like
Okay.
depending on the like depending
Yeah,
on
severity, I guess.
the
Yeah.
impact it has on your life. Yeah, because it definitely could be something that very much impacts your day to day to a point where like it's hard to function. Uh, Thankfully, I don't think I'm at that point. But I'm sure for some people it is at that point.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't completely. I mean, I mean, not a doctor, so like, but it almost sounds like like there was periods in my like when I was in school, I'd be like, it'd be really great if I could just if I only needed like 3 hours of sleep. When I was like overwhelmed with like work I had to do, and like you're it like so I don't I mean I don't know exactly what questions to ask or to clarify, but honestly, sometimes it doesn't even sound like it sounds like you just need like less sleep. That I'm like, how is that a downside? That sounds like a pro.
No, because the thing is like during the day, it's rough during the day. Because like I feel it really like the first few hours of the day, like it feels like I've only slept 3 hours.
Okay.
It just stops feeling that way when it's time for me to go to sleep, or whenever it gets close to that. Um, but like, yeah, so like it sounds good. Like, let's say like yesterday, I slept maybe 4.5 hours. So like at this point, I've probably been up like 20.5 hours. Um, like
Do you feel
I
fine right
felt,
now?
yeah, like now, like I feel fine. Like I could go driving right now. But like during work today, like it felt awful the entire day. Uh, so like that's like the main problem. Like it just feels completely terrible during the day,
But
which
maybe
is
you
when I
have,
especially need it to
but
not feel terrible.
but maybe it's not even a sleep thing. Because isn't there something called bipolar or something where you just like have these episodes where you just kind of like stay up and you're like super hyper or something? I mean, I don't know exactly. I feel like I read something about
Maybe it
that
could
at some
be.
point. Like it might not like maybe you have sleep consequences, but maybe there's some other medical reason why. Really because I don't think you have the same sleep thing that I have. I don't think so. Even though
Probably
maybe
not.
on the surface, maybe they sound somewhat similar, but I think the actual cause is probably different. Um, because I would say that if I sleep less, I do get tired earlier. Whereas and then as the day goes on, I would say I get more tired, not like less tired.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
that's the opposite for me. I mainly feel it right after waking up. I'll feel it in the next few hours, and then it'll kind of go away. Which is what makes it hard to like fix it because by the time it comes time to actually sleep, it's like I'm not tired anymore.
Yeah, and then it sounds like you frequently have these long episodes where you're just awake for a long time, and I don't really have that. It's more like I have these strange hours, not so much because I've stayed up continuously, but because I have this strange like sleep patterns, um, where I'm not kind of like not, um, I mean, I guess they're similar to an extent, but like I just don't stay up like these super long periods because at the
Oh
end of the day,
yeah,
we're sort of both not going to sleep when we're supposed to, and but there do seem to be details where they don't seem that similar because I don't, yeah, um, that's that's why I feel like you need to sleep study because I don't know how you're gonna figure it out otherwise. I mean, it might not answer the question, but like you don't have to pay for it. So like,
Yeah.
why not?
Yeah, it's definitely worth looking into. I don't know. It's just kind of a pain to like use some. I mean, I have unlimited sick days, so technically I can just use a sick day to
Oh, to do the study.
go. Yeah,
But
to like
but you,
go to a
it's when
walking
you're
clinic.
but it's when you're sleeping anyways for the sleep study, right? You were gonna
No, but
sleep.
I mean, like to be able to get the referral, I'd have to go in during the
Oh,
day.
oh, okay. They don't have
Yeah.
any that are open like after work hours.
No, it's like
That's
you have to
strange.
be there the second they wake up or the second they open.
Oh, because there's
Otherwise
a
you're not
line
getting
or
in.
something. Oh, I see.
Yeah, yeah. Like you have to like either call like literally on the dot because I've had it before where like they might open then at like 8. I'll call at 8:01, and like it's too late.
But I
Like
think this is a
too like
Canada thing.
people are on hold.
The,
Yeah,
the whole
it's
line
I'm sure it's a
for
Canada thing.
urgent care and
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely a Canada thing. But I mean,
yeah.
like,
So we just have to pay like 3 times more for not for there not to be a
like the
line.
convenience.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which
Well,
I mean doesn't sound too bad. It gets really bad when you have cancer and you now owe $300,000.
yeah. Well, that again depends a lot on the insurance you have. It's like it's really hard to say who pays what because yes, like if you didn't have insurance and you had cancer, that would be yes, you'd probably be bankrupt. And also, if you have bad insurance and you have cancer, you could still be technically have insurance, but you could still be you don't have great coverage, so you could still owe a lot. But even if you so it's that's why I don't know exactly how they calculate what the nation pays for healthcare because if you could have good insurance that covers you entirely when you have cancer, but you've just been paying for like 5 times more than everyone for your
Yeah.
whole life. So I don't know how that all works out. Um, like even for you, like how are they determining how much healthcare is? Because like you don't personally pay anything, but it's not free because you're paying for it indirectly in some other way, like through taxes in
Yeah,
some
for
way.
taxes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like how are they determining how much it is? Because it's some portion, it's not like all of your taxes. Like so
No,
I don't
it's
know.
a certain percentage. I don't know if they publish it. I could probably look it up. Canada healthcare percentage of tax.
So like I feel like it's more complicated even for the US to determine how much people pay for healthcare in the US because is it based on how much people pay for because it's actually kind of complicated even for like to calculate how much a single person pays. Like I don't see how they got in aggregate how much everyone pays because everyone's got different insurance with different rules for each plan that they have and different companies and you know I don't know how they're aggregating all that stuff to determine how much in aggregate everyone in America pays. I mean, also I think like I mean I don't doubt that we pay more on average, but like I think that a lot of the stories that you hear are kind of like like you kind of you don't hear average stories. You kind of hearing like the horror stories. I don't think that that's
Yeah.
like typical stuff. Like like I think most people who get cancer are not going bankrupt. Okay, like most people who have like a surgery are not going bankrupt. Like most people have insurance, which cover like maybe the insurance is not great. Like I don't know if you're the whole Luigi Mangione thing, but like,
Yeah.
but I mean, so the insurance just because you have insurance doesn't mean it's all sunshine and rainbows either, because insurance kind of it has its own problems, but like, but like generally people maybe pay more than they want to pay, but most people are not going like bankrupt. Just because you could go bankrupt doesn't mean like that's the typical thing that happens. That's not like not average, right? I mean, maybe I'm sure it happens more. Well, it has to happen more in America because it can't happen in these other countries because like you don't even pay for the healthcare. But that's not normal. That's not typically what happens. I mean, I suppose it kind of shows the weaknesses of the system because it's
Yeah, the fact that it happens at
but
all.
but that doesn't mean it's like commonplace, right? Because
Yeah,
I
so
do
looked
I
it
do
up.
I do
Apparently,
sometimes, yeah.
oh, I was gonna say, apparently, on average, we pay $6,300 per year per person.
Yeah, so that's the other thing I don't quite understand. So is it when they say that US is super expensive, are they adjusting for the relative cost of because
So like
like even if you
6,200, so
can
like that's what we pay. Like the average person will pay that much per year. That's how much will go towards
yeah, but the
like
thing
paying for
is
healthcare.
yeah, but the thing is even though you converted it to US dollars, people in Canada don't make the same amount as Americans, right? So are they accounting for all that? I mean, so it's kind of like
So I mean, it's not like
hard to compare, right?
so I mean, apparently, from what I see here, apparently the U.S. on average for insurance, you guys pay around $12,000 per year. Um, I'm not sure what the average pay is, but I'd be surprised if you guys made double on average, like the medium household income. I know ours is definitely way lower.
Yeah, but maybe not
I don't know if
half, yeah.
it's I don't know if it's half. Yeah. Median after tax is about $60,000. That sounds low.
But like
Okay,
I
so ours
think
is about
maybe it's not as
60,000 median. Yours it's 80,000. So yeah, about 25% more. You guys make on average.
yeah, but like so I mean, I do think our healthcare system is broken in a lot of ways, but so it's going to sound like I'm like defending them, but like I think like once you factor in like the income and like how much the relative like all that stuff, and then the fact is actually the medical care systems are not exactly equivalent because they're kind of assuming that well you have healthcare and it's just one healthcare for another healthcare. But I do still think that the U.S. healthcare, despite it costing more, is still like world class. I think.
Oh
Like a
yeah.
lot
Well, I
of
don't think
medical
anyone is saying
specialists,
like
like the leading specialists in a lot of fields are like in the U.S. hospitals. So you can and like we don't have to wait like 1 year to like see a doctor.
oh
Um,
yeah. No, I don't
so
think anyone would say that like the actual quality in the US is bad. I think it's obvious US has like probably one of the best, if not the best, uh maybe not like average quality, but like
so one thing I
they
hear
definitely have the best ever like in every field, I'm sure.
I think one thing I frequently hear cited is like, you know, like I think I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was like they used some metric like I think it was like the average life expectancy or mortality rate. I don't remember exactly what metric they used, but to say basically that the healthcare in the US is average and that but we pay um you know, X amount more than everybody else, all the other industrialized countries. But I think that that is a little bit like not super. It's a little bit like a manipulation of the like statistics. I think, because like you're seeing a particular doctor, and many of the doctors are kind of like world class, right? So like they're saying like the health outcomes of the US on average, which I guess is fair to an extent, but I think it's because there's maybe it's not. I mean, I guess maybe it's fair to an extent, but I think it's not so much the quality of the healthcare, but maybe the like how even the access is to healthcare, because I think they're saying like, oh, Americans have X amount, like, if they're using life expectancy or whatever. I don't remember what metric they use. They use some metric similar to that, like, and I think that's more of like, I don't feel like I don't think that's a good metric to use for healthcare, because I think that conflates a whole bunch of other variables that contribute to like how long you live, or like your mortality rate or whatever. Like, it's not just like the healthcare system, or you seeing a doctor. What do they use? I should, instead of me rambling about what do they
That might use that. Although, I mean,
what do they
at least here, no one would ever say that the US has bad. Like, I think what people actually like criticize US healthcare system for isn't like its quality and like service, or like the qualifications of like the doctors. Like, I think everyone agrees, at least here, like everyone would say the US has like extremely high quality healthcare. It just comes at a much higher price than it would anywhere else. Like, I think you could get some equivalent of like the best healthcare in the US. I think you could get the equivalent in Canada if you really needed it, without having to pay the same price.
Yeah.
But I think I think it's obvious US has like some of the best actual like healthcare physicians or specialists in like every role. Like, DOA just attracts the best in like every field. So I'm sure that's the exact same for like the medical field. It's probably just not accessible to everyone, which is a shame.
Yeah, I think because it's kind of a little bit more marketplace driven, I think, than in other countries, which when the government single payer and just it's more like equal, I guess, because everybody
Well, like,
has the same access, right?
yeah, I mean, I think it just kind of makes sense that like insurance companies, like there shouldn't be a middleman whose
Yeah,
intention is to maximize profits
yeah. I do think that's not
when
good.
it comes to healthcare. Yeah, like that just doesn't make sense. Because like it's like there's clearly like a conflict of interest there.
Yeah. I mean, I agree, but I mean, I also don't know how to fix it.
I don't think it's ever going to change in the US.
Because there's too many like political interests, and
Yeah,
like
I don't think it's ever going to change.
there would have to be like an overwhelming majority to like make any progress on this. And there's too many incentives for the insurance companies who lobby all that. And
yeah, that's what I was going to say. The insurance companies pay politicians a ridiculous amount of money anyways.
And I've never heard any president like, okay, I guess I don't want to say any, because any recent president, because Obama, I guess, did try to do he did do the Obamacare thing, which was like a half-assed version of like, I guess we had to do like some some middle ground between like, you know, towards like he couldn't just go full out into like the more
Yeah, I mean, you
socialized
can't
system
just
the other countries have. So that was the middle ground, and then I don't feel like anybody else has said anything after that, who said that they were gonna do something more extensive. So I mean, I don't even see anybody talking about it. I don't know
I don't
any
even know if it's
pol.
something Americans would actually want. Because I kind of feel like there's definitely a culture in the U.S. where a large amount of people, their first thought is, "I'm not going to pay for someone else to use it more than like to use it when I don't need it." Because that's something I've heard a lot from like various Americans, where they don't want to be paying for other people
But that's
who
but
could use it more than
I don't know if that makes
they would.
sense because I feel like that's what insurance is. I mean, no one's
Well,
forcing you to have insurance. You could just not have insurance and just pay out of pocket anytime you need healthcare. You could do that. No one's stopping you from doing that. The whole point of insurance
well,
is that you are pooling your risk with everyone else. So
yeah,
if you
but
use
when it comes to
insurance,
public health care, you are forced to pay into it because it just
oh
comes
yeah,
straight from your taxes.
yeah,
So that's where like they are forced to pay for
oh
everyone
yeah,
else,
I see. Yeah,
which some people are not into. But
but almost
even though I'm
everyone
pretty
has
sure,
insurance. I feel like most people have insurance in the U.S. What is this statistics? Let's see what percentage.
I am pretty sure that if everyone paid into the same pool, you guys would probably all be paying less overall.
I think the problem is that there's insurance companies who are incentivized to maximize
Well, yeah, they're never
their
gonna.
profits, who are basically taking a cut of all the money that's coming in and keeping it for themselves, which is not contributing to people's um, healthcare. They're, they're just like this middleman. So that's I think part of it. In 2023, approximately 92% of the U.S. population, or 305.2 million people, had healthcare insurance coverage for all or part of the year. This leaves about 8%. See, this is the thing. Like, almost everyone has health insurance. So, it's easy for me to find a person who doesn't have health insurance and go, hey, look, I mean, I think I know I think that there are a lot of problems with the healthcare system, but it's when I see things in the news that like says stuff that is kind of not quite true. That's the only thing. I just think like because like they have to kind of sensationalize it because I think one of them was a stream. I think I've walked into like Discord channels and stuff because this is the only way that like because I live in America, so like this is the only way I hear people talking about it from other countries, right? So they're like making fun of Americans because of like how shitty their healthcare system is, and that they make it sound like they hear shit in the news and they think that every American is going bankrupt when they get a bad thing. That's not happening. Like you're just seeing what you're seeing in the news is like some person. Yes, that happened to that person. So 92% of the U.S. population has health insurance. So like if you have health insurance, it's very hard to go broke with, because I think you can pay more than you want to pay, even if you have health insurance, but it's a little bit hard to go completely broke. Like, but literally, I hear people saying this, like, "Oh, like
Well,
if
I
you go
guess
to
it
the
also depends
hospital, like,
on.
you're gonna go broke." Like, look, I mean, you
It probably
probably still
also
have to.
depends on like people have different deductibles, or not deductibles, but
Yeah, no,
like
that's
how
true.
much they have to pay. Yeah, like how much you have to pay before insurance comes in. Because I mean, like even if it's I don't, I'm completely clueless. I don't actually know what like a normal amount is before health insurance will start to pay.
Okay, let's see. What is the average deductible?
I don't know. Is it like? Is it $1,000? Is it 5,000? Is it
Well, I think
10,000?
it's more than 1,000 for sure. I would say
Okay.
probably the
Like, to
average is
me,
probably like 5,000, maybe. I don't know,
like to
somewhere
me, that
between
sounds
3 to
insanely
5
high.
or something.
Okay,
Okay,
to me, that sounds like insanely high.
so this is what it says. In 2024, the average deductible for marketplace plans were, so there's bronze, silver, gold, and platinum level. So bronze is 7,250. Silver is 5,240. Gold is 1,400, and platinum is 97. So basically, so obviously the higher level ones probably a lot less people have.
Yeah.
So probably most people probably have bronze and
Probably like around
silver. So
5,000.
so 5,000 to 7,000. Probably most people have something like that.
I mean, that sounds like a lot of money to me. I don't know.
But
Do that many
this
people
is
just
this is
have,
like
like-
this is like a thing that happens to you like once or twice in your life. It's not like every time you go to see the doctor thing. And here's the other thing: the deductible only applies to like major things, like you getting a surgery or something like this. Like you going to the doctor does not contribute to your deductible.
Oh no, of course
Like
not.
that's just like there's certain things that are just covered, like services, whatever. I don't know all the words, but you know, like so like you go see the doctor, you get a medication. Those are all just like regular things. Now you go get an MRI or something. That goes to your deductible. I think maybe it depends on the plan, but they have a bunch of rules. Every insurance has like a million different rules. Maybe that is kind of annoying, and maybe that would be better if there was maybe one. Maybe if the government did its own insurance and to get rid of all these insurance companies, maybe that would be okay. I don't know. But I mean, the deductible is not like a thing you do like. I mean, for most healthy people, like this is kind of like kind of doesn't matter if you like if you're a healthy person and let's say you only need to even consider your deductible like a couple times in your lifetime or something. Like it's not that big of a deal. And then also like if you're a sick person who needs like who's got like high expenses every year, you would just get like a more expensive plan and you would have like and get a lower deductible because you're like very sure that you're gonna use it, so you can just pay more in your monthly premiums and just you'll have a lower deductible because you kind of you know and expect that you'll have high medical expenses. Then I mean, it sounds like I'm justifying because I do think that there's problems with with our healthcare system, but like all I'm saying is that I think some of the stuff I see in the news, and then I hear other people like Europeans commenting on stuff, and I feel like they're just like they don't really know how the system works, and they're just like saying shit in the news and just blowing it out of proportion.
Yeah, no, I definitely think it's overblown, or maybe not overblown, but like over exaggerated.
You don't think it is?
No, I think it is.
I think
I
what
will
it
still say paying 12 grand per year for insurance and then having to shell out 5 grand out of pocket.
But I don't think it's
deductible
12
is
grand.
wild.
Like it's not 12 grand. It's 12 grand if somebody has a family. Wait, where does it say 12 grand?
Oh, even so, it was average.
Oh, that's the average total cost. You're talking you're that
Like,
the
just for
deductible
insurance.
is included in that.
Oh, is it? Oh,
right? Because that's
I don't
that's not
think
the
so.
average cost of insurance. That's the average medical cost per person, which includes everything, including the deductible, including your insurance premiums, including out of pocket stuff, everything.
I think for what I'm saying, so for individual health insurance, it's approximately $9,000. I don't know if that includes. I wouldn't imagine because it's not like you're using your deductible every single year.
I think that's wait,
Or maybe
where
it's
you have a link for that,
including it.
or
It's just whatever. I just googled
see
the average
what
U.S. health insurance costs. Another one says around 7,000 a year for Affordable Care Act.
oops.
Seems like kind of balance between 7 and 9,000. Yeah, I don't think that's including like the deductible and the average. But I'm also not an expert. I could super easily be wrong.
Oh, I mean, maybe that's. I guess maybe that's about right, because it looks like the employer sponsored coverage is averaging almost 9,000, 8,950, and then
Hmm.
employees contributed on average for a single person 1,368. So maybe the actual healthcare costs are higher than what individuals are contributing because the employer is paying for like 3/4 of it,
Yeah.
or even maybe even more than 3/4. So it would be about, based on this, if I just add them together, it's like 10,000 for individual. But then there's family coverage, which is around, it's like 30,000 roughly.
Oh, that's
So
insane.
then if you divide that by each person, it's a lot less. Let's say, I don't know what a family is, 4 people or something, and then that divide, that's, I don't know, still 7,000, 8,000, 7,500. With the 7,500, but I guess that's for insurance. That'd be for the
Yeah.
annual premium. Um, what? Okay, so okay, the average family deductible for employer-sponsored plans was $5,074 at small companies and 3,547 at large companies. So roughly, if I average those two, roughly
4 grand.
4,000. Yeah, which is maybe slightly better than the estimate when I was looking at bronze and silver. Uh,
That's still a big chunk of money, though. That's like a down payment on a really nice car.
yeah, but I mean, Canada's
I don't
also
think it's
paying
gonna
like
like ruin.
6,300. I mean, so
Yeah.
I mean, and then after you adjust for cost of or income or cost of living, whatever. I don't know. it's not.
It
I
might
mean,
end up being around the same, but then like you still kind of have to include the fact that our amount of
yeah,
people who are
insur-
going broke is zero.
yeah, and then also, I guess now that I'm looking at more closely, this is not including. This is not the total expenses. This is just the insurance premium, which means that it doesn't. This is not the same thing as the total cost of healthcare
So yeah,
because you have to pay. There are some out of pocket expenses which contribute to the deductible, which are not included in the premium. So, but I think the premium is the biggest chunk of it because, um, like most people don't go and see the doctor and don't contribute to the deductible most of the time. They're kind of just going to the doctor and maybe they get some medications or something, and that's kind of it.
yeah,
Like they don't like
yeah. They're not paying that every
you're
time,
not
of
getting a
course.
surgery every year. You're not getting
Yeah,
cancer
of
every
course.
year, right? I mean, so most people, maybe most people don't get any surgeries and don't have any cancer. So like so almost all of your expenses are kind of just the insurance premium because you're just kind of paying for the people who are sick. And so, yeah, I mean that's kind of more closer to the reality. Um,
Yeah, I think that's
I mean,
fair.
I mean, like it makes it sound like we just itemize the stuff. Like you still pay for the stuff. It's not really free. Healthcare's not free. Like just because you don't pay for it out
No,
of
of
your
course
pocket,
not.
it doesn't mean it like it's free. You just paid for it in a different way. I'm not saying that the healthcare system in the U.S. is fantastic because I'm sure it's inefficient in a lot of ways. Um, like we said, like the insurance thing is a little bit of a scam. And surely that's a source of inefficiency. And I'm sure that we're sort of like they're sort of like leeching money out of the system. But I mean, it's a little bit balanced by the fact. I mean, I'm not saying that's not happening, but it's a little bit balanced by the whole free market because yes, like in theory, a company could do that, right? But they have to compete with each other. So if you're doing that, then you have to charge higher rates, or you have to deny more claims, and you're just going to look bad. So they have to compete with each other. So they're not entirely incentivized. I'm sure they're even if you know. I'm sure that
I mean, do we think they're competing, or do we think they are working together to all make more money?
like a collusion.
Yeah,
I don't know. I
I
haven't
mean, they
really
can either
like looked into it.
compete with one another, or they can all set higher prices together, and
Have
they all pocket more money.
has someone accused them of doing that?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm just speaking out of my ass. I'm not sure
Uh,
if that's actually something they're accused of doing.
so
It
I
sounds
mean
like something they could do.
yeah, I mean I guess. I think there's other factors that I can kind of like intuit off the top of my head that I imagine. I mean, I could look into it a little bit, but like the fact that it's kind of a more market driven thing also drives up the price. I think because like say you're in Canada and the government decided if you have this this condition you can do we will pay for this and this. That's it. Like there's no negotiating. You can't get more than that. That's what we pay for. That's it. In the US, you can kind of pay whatever you want. Like it's kind of like it's just like I don't know what the word is, but like you can order whatever you want. Like you're kind of like a customer more, like in the US, I guess. Where you go in and you can just ask for stuff. Like you can request a certain test or a certain exam or something. You can make an appointment with a specific doctor just because you feel like it. Like nobody's stopping you from doing that. So that all just drives up the cost of healthcare. Because like there's nothing stopping a person from just requesting those things. And like the doctor is like kind of incentivized to go along with it as long as it's not like hurting the person. But there's kind of like a nearly infinite number of things you can do that drives up the cost of healthcare for a given person that's not hurting them, because there's like a ton of tests you can do. There's a ton of, like, if you wanted to, you could kind of endlessly kind of, you know, keep doing that.
Yeah, that's true.
So like I think if the government or some entity like that is paying for something, they're probably going to have all these rules, and they're going to say, no, we don't pay for that. That's just not a thing. We don't, you know, they probably have like, you know, a whole bunch of rules and formulas and steps. And they're like, no, that's not a thing. We don't pay for that. But, you know, an insurance company could sell an insurance type of insurance that gives people the flexibility to, you know, do all that stuff. They just pay more for it. Like, nothing is stopping somebody from selling it if somebody will buy it. So
I don't think I've ever heard of like us not being able to do something if we wanted it.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Yeah.
I feel like as long as there was like a reason, like,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
they're not just gonna like you can't just walk and be like, yo, give me an X-ray. They're probably not just gonna give you an X-ray, but like if they're like the tiniest reasonable cause, I think they would probably do it.
You mean in Canada, you mean?
Yeah, yeah. As long as it's like the tiniest bit reasonable, I think they would do it without a problem. But I also don't really know because I haven't had that much experience. That's it. I've actually barely had any personal, so I'm not sure. It's just not something I've ever heard of, though.
Oh, here's another thing, though. It's a large percentage of individuals enrolled in the marketplace plans receive financial assistance. An estimated 92% of those with a marketplace plan receive either a premium tax credit or cost sharing subsidies based on their household income. So, individual earning $30,000 per year could see their monthly premium for a silver plan drop as low as $49. So I don't know.
I'm assuming that's calculated in the averages. I would imagine.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. But
You're right. I definitely don't think it's like
just saying it's not as bad. Like I'm not saying you. I'm just maybe I'm just responding to the like me hearing other. I mean, I think they were mostly Europeans, not Canadians, but like, you know, I think they're kind of just hearing because they don't live in America. They don't know exactly how the healthcare system works. It's kind of complicated. It's probably more complicated than other systems. And there's all this noise, and they're hearing some clip in a news, and they're just like extrapolating that based on like limited knowledge about how the system works. And they're just like saying all this nonsense. Like, something bad happens to you, you're just automatically going to go bankrupt. I mean, that's just not true.
Yeah, no, I definitely don't think you'd have to be a bit silly to believe that. I think that just logically could not be true. Then literally everyone would be poor, which is obviously not the case.
Like, I mean, I don't want to. I do think that the U.S. healthcare system has problems. I just don't like people saying like things that are just completely not true. Um, and
Yeah, I
I'm
think
also
there's
I'm also not doubting that they're like quite a bit more expensive than all other healthcare systems, but it's not as extreme as like people. A lot of these narratives I'm hearing, it's like, yeah, it's probably the most expensive. It's probably the most kind of inefficient cost wise. But I think there's a lot of reasons for that, like that are contributing to it. And I don't think it's as bad as people say. Um,
I don't think people like take like the worst 1% and just kind of extrapolate that to everyone.
yeah,
Which I mean, I feel like there's enough wrong or enough that could be improved, or like enough valid stuff that could be criticized that it's like a bit silly to go after to clearly like you don't need to make stuff up.
I also
to
saw like
criticize it.
this video. I think it was on YouTube in the UK or something, and they were like saying how amazing that the healthcare in the UK was. They took an example of like this couple, and they found out like their like kid needed this. I don't know. They were like in a wheelchair or something, and they needed like healthcare for like their entire life. And they were like, "Oh, we didn't have to pay anything." And like, "Oh, if we were in the US, we would just be like completely screwed." I'm like, okay, I mean, like you would just get insurance if. I'm not saying it wouldn't be more expensive. I mean, I don't know, but like also, I mean, there's a lot of things I'm thinking. Like, I mean, yeah, it's great for you, so you can say this one story, but like everybody else in the country is paying for you for your kid. Is that all good? I mean, like
I
a
think it
lot.
is. I'm okay with
Is
that.
it? Yeah. I mean, because like a
Yeah.
lot of these insurance plans, they sometimes they have like a maximum that they can pay out in your like lifetime sort of thing, and it's like I don't know, maybe they got rid of that, but like I think maybe at some
Oh yeah,
point in
that's
time it was
definitely not a thing here.
it was a thing, and like I don't know, it somehow seems like not horrible, like because I don't know, I guess the idea that like one person could just like consume that much healthcare. Like suppose like I mean I'm just making up fake numbers because no one I don't think anyone could do it, but like suppose one person could consume like $1 billion of healthcare. Like should they be allowed to do it? Like I kind of think they shouldn't be. Like why should one person like cost that much money? Like that's ridiculous.
I'd say they're allowed to be.
Why? Why should everyone
Why?
Yeah, that's
Because
crazy.
if my
Maybe they
if
should
my
just
kid ends
be
up
allowed to
being,
die or something. I mean, that's crazy.
I mean, they can if they want, but if my kid ends up needing 2 billion, then I ain't got 2 billion.
But what if it's
If I
not your
shelled out
kid
for,
and it's like some other person's kid? Would
doesn't
you
matter.
want to
Uh,
would you want to
uh,
pay like 10 times more for healthcare so that there might be one person who needs that much healthcare even though most people don't need it?
Well, the thing is, we don't pay 10 times more now.
I know, but like
Like at
2
most,
billion
we pay the
1 billion
same.
is a fake number, so we're just kind of hypothetical like
Well, no, I think I think if it gets to a point where like something like that is possible, and then everyone is paying more, than they
Yeah.
would with like a US system, then it stops making sense.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's some point where like a person shouldn't
like-
just be able to consume like near infinite amount of healthcare, like one person. Why should they? There should be a limit. Like,
But I don't think we've ever hit that limit.
no, but in the US, people can do that because people can just ask for. Well, I think
Yeah, but
there's a lot of things I don't know, but I think there's a lot of things are like don't cost a
The
normal
prices
amount.
that-
They
no,
just
they
start
don't, no.
inflating the cost of things
Yes.
because they realize
Yes.
that they could just get
it's
insurance to
insurance
like
that pays it anyways.
Yeah.
Yes. That's what I was gonna say. What they say it costs is not what it actually costs. So,
but
like,
it doesn't matter because in the
even if
insurance
it's
world,
like-
in the hospital world, it is what they say it costs. So it doesn't matter if like, what the real cost is. It's like whatever they bill it for, right? But they have rules like contracts with insurance. I think where they say certain things will cost certain amounts, but I think they're. I don't know.
But like I'm completely okay with paying, like, even if I never need my health insurance for anything in my whole life, I'd still be happy that I paid into it. Like I would have zero problem with that. Because I mean, even just like the peace of mind that it offers, knowing if something happens, I don't have to worry. Like that alone is worth it. Even if I never end up needing it, just the peace that it brings is worth it. Not to mention the fact that, well, I mean, like, my fellow countrymen, like, of course I want to help everyone. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I.
Like, as long as it
Mm.
makes sense, and like right now we're paying less or equal, while everyone is safe, never have to pay anything. Like as long as it stays that way, I think some people pay into it their whole life and they never need it. Maybe some of those people could feel like they wasted thousands of dollars. But I don't think pretty much anyone up here would see it that way. I think we all see it as even if we don't need it, we just got lucky. Like that easily could have been us who needed $1 million in treatment, or our kid who needed 2 million. So it's worth paying into every year, just in case you do need it. It's worth it. In fact, I would.
Well, I mean, I definitely
Probably-
think that like insurance and like or the government equivalent, I don't know what it's called, but single payer healthcare system, is that what people say? I mean, I definitely think that is important. I guess I'm just saying and I don't even
Like,
know.
it's not
I
as
don't even
bad.
know. I don't even know the details about this. So there probably already is something to address this because it seems like there would have to be, and I'm really just commenting, like in the most abstract way about some problem that might not even be. So all I'm saying is that seems like there should be something to control the possibility that one person could like require an infinite amount of like healthcare because I watched some like video, I think, on YouTube where like they were like people on like life support or something who didn't actually have any ability to like come off of it, and so they would like ask their family members, um and depending on whether they had like signed something like some health directive or something about what to do in the case that they were ever in such a situation, what to do about it, and whether they should be taken off of life support, because it's like costing the insurance money like company like a ton of money. And it's not like it's because I care about the insurance company, it's because like in general like that they just pass those costs along to all of us. So and so I don't know about like the healthcare systems in all the other countries and stuff, but there has to be like some way, because so that person could just be like on perpetual like indefinite like life support. Like would like should like everyone be paying for that? Like let's say I don't know how much it costs. Let's say it costs like 10 million a year. Like the person is like a vegetable. Like they could just be like on life support indefinitely. Should we just like do that? I mean, that doesn't should everybody pay for
thing
that?
is, like, how many people are in the US? Like close to 400 million now. That
Yeah,
one
maybe. Yeah, I
person,
don't know.
it's like fractions of a penny. Like if you knew, like, okay, if I pay a fraction of a penny for this year, this person gets to be on life support. Like, would you really not give them that fraction of a penny? Because that's probably what it is. Like over 400 million people, even if they cost 10 million per year, over that amount of people, and there aren't going to be that many people who, cost 10 million per year. Like it's going to have a tiny effect over the price for 400 million people. Like there's no way one person, or even 1 million people out of 400 million, like
I do think that
these.
there so I mean I think there like I think that there's like some point where I mean I don't know exactly where, but I think there is like some limit where I think that I don't think that it makes sense for a single individual to be consuming um like a disproportionate amount of like healthcare. Um like
Uh,
that's
I
I
don't
don't
think.
know. I mean, this is just an abstract point. I mean, I'm not saying like where that point is. I mean, I'm not sure, but and I'm sure that there are already because part of it is like I'm not familiar with like all the details about insurance and the rules of the different countries. So I'm sure that they already have something. I don't know what, but they already I'm sure have something in place to address these things. I just don't know what it is. So yeah.
I was gonna say, I'm sure it wouldn't even be possible for someone to cost, like, in real money for a hospital. I'd be shocked if one person could cost a hospital more than like 200,000 in a year
Oh no, that's
that they would
easy.
actually
No,
have to
no,
pay.
no, no. That's definitely that the
No, I'm
person
talking
would
about
have to
real
pay,
costs,
or
not
you.
no, not in inflated costs like that. They're gonna charge the insurance, like that. It would actually cost, like, in real
Yeah, no,
for the equipment,
that's
for everything.
definitely that. No, that's definitely easily possible. There's no question, because like a single cancer medication just for just for the medication could cost like 150 thousand a year just for the medication. Like if
No,
you
but
had
I'm talking real
chemotherapy, if
money.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, like if you had chemo, no,
it's
that's
not
real. What do you mean?
costing. No, because I'm saying, like, the hospital isn't paying 150 grand for that medication. They're paying like $5,000.
No, no, it's the hospital can't choose like there are some things the hospital can mark up, like like how much it costs you to get an X-ray, or how much it costs you to get an MRI, or something like that, or like if they do some procedure on you, they can like say how much that procedure costs. Like they can do that, but they're not setting the price for medications. I mean the company which develops the drug is setting a price that the hospital can mark up even further, but they can't go below that. There's some things that, like, the hospital doesn't like run the whole world. They don't set the prices
No,
for
but
everything.
I'm saying there's no way that
No,
like
there
that
definitely
company
is.
wanted
That's
to,
not that high of a number. There's no way that
no,
200,000.
I'm
I mean, if you would have said like 50 million or something, yes, okay, that's probably. But like 200,000, there's no way that. I'm sure that there's tons of people who spend more than 200,000 every year. You're saying that
no,
like
but
that's
I'm
not possible.
talking. No, I'm saying like what it would actually cost without any like
But how do
price
you know how much
gouging, like
something?
trying to make
But how do you know how much something costs? I'm just
well
like,
because I mean obviously there's no way that okay, first of all, there's unless they're shoving like 45 kilos of cocaine in that medication, there's no way it costs like 100 grand to make. Like if we're being completely real,
what do you
and
mean?
like
Are you talking about cancer medications?
yeah, like
What do you
at
mean?
most, if we're being like ridiculous,
The cost of the cancer medication is a bunch of different things. It's not just the cost of manufacturing it. There's the cost of the
well, no, of
research and the
course,
licensing
there's
of the
research
drug
as
and all
well.
that stuff. Yeah, so they can't get rid of that. The hospital can't
No,
get
no,
rid of that cost. The-
well, I'm not asking
so
for
they're
the
yeah. So
hospital
I
to,
don't know. What do you mean then? Like, is that
but
so?
I'm
That's a
talking like
real
a
cost.
perfect
But that's a
world.
real cost. That's a real. You're saying that's not real. What do you mean?
No, because I'm saying
I
how
don't know.
much
I
do you
don't know
think
what you.
that same company would charge for that medication outside of the US? Like let's say in Canada, how much? Because I'm 1,000,000% sure they are not. We are not paying $150,000 for cancer medication, and like there's no way they're selling it to us for that much. So like there's no way that they're selling it here for like 10 grand. Let's say 10 grand, and I'm sure there are some medication that they sell here for 10 grand, and then in the US they sell for like 150,000 or something. But like obviously there's no way that that's what it actually costs them. Like even research included and everything. I think that would be.
But I don't
like-
know where you're going with this, because like that's what
okay. So
they.
I'm talking like in like a perfect world where they're not allowed to like charge an exorbitant amount, knowing that hospitals are forced to pay it. So like I'm talking like let's say in the UK or here.
So so like nobody has to use the medication, right? So like the companies like who develop cancer medications, like extremely expensive to develop because they have in the US, because they have to like go through FDA approval, and so they have to like structure these tests to prove that they work and stuff, and a lot of them fail. Like so they have to recoup the costs of like all the research and the failures that they have and all that stuff. So like otherwise the alternative is these drugs wouldn't exist. So it's not like they are just like, it's just like a fake number or something. Like so you don't have to use the medication, like, but that's just like the cost of the medication, because I'm sure that they did market research or whatever, and they decided that this is how many people would need it if this thing works, and this is like what we would have to charge to recoup our costs and make some profit or something to incentivize us to even do it in the first place, and all that. So that is like a real cost because that's what they charge for it. So what do you mean it's not real or not real? Like in any ways, the hospital isn't even the one that sets the price for it. So if you use the drug, you have to pay that price. So I don't know about, maybe they charge a different price. Maybe they charge a different price in Canada. I mean, probably they're I don't know about all those stuff of those things, but like I'm sure that there probably are differences in the prices for those things in different countries, because regional pricing is like in many different things. So, but that doesn't mean it's like not a real cost because like there may have a different price in a different country or something, or it's not a real cost because like it costs them less to make it, like because like you have to factor in all the other costs are still real. I mean, it's not like you can just say it's not real because, hey, you could run it through your machine and you can make the pill for, $100 and it's not, it's not $20,000. The other costs that led to the end result of that pill being able to be made still counts.
Yeah, of course. But the issue is that in the US, everything is not the real cost.
What do you mean real cost? You keep saying real cost. What does that even mean?
Because they charge a certain amount knowing that like it's insurance who's going to pay for it. It's not coming out of a client's like pocket. But like that's why when it is coming out of a client's pocket, they are able to lower the price to like a reasonable amount. Right? So kind of like how like insulin used to be a ridiculous amount in the US. I forget what it was, but it was a super high amount. And now it's like $35. But it's not like now they're losing money on it, right? It didn't go from whatever the cost was before. I could maybe find the old costs of it.
Okay, but I think that these things have a lot of components to it, and of the things that are parts of the cost of insulin are not really the same thing as the costs that go into like cancer medications. And so you can't just say that, hey, because like insulin can be reduced in cost, that the same thing's true for cancer medication or stuff like that, right? There's a lot of complicated things are behind the scenes, and you can't just generalize like that.
Well, no, of course, but I think in general, that's very much the case where so here, okay, apparently before insulin was $300, now it's $35. But like, it's not like when it was $300, it was clearly they would have been okay at $35 back then too. Right? And my point is more that even if let's say, I don't know, it costs some company like $500 million to do research for like some cancer drug.
But a lot of times they cost like billions.
Even if it was billions, so like,
so don't you think like people would have to each person would have to pay the cancer? There's not that many people. Like it's not like there's millions of people with the one. Like a lot of times the medications, they only work on like a small subset of people. It's just there's no thing that's just like cures all cancer or something, right? It's usually there's studies usually for like a small subset of cancer patients, right? So they have to. how are they gonna like make their money back if
Well,
they don't? They have to like. They know there's like going to be some small X number of people who are even going to have this condition. They have to like, it's going to be expensive. It's not going to be like, like $1,000 or something. They're never going to make their money back. They would never even do it in the first place.
Yeah, but then that defeats the original purpose of the question, because if that's such a small subset amount of people, then there's no issue with that very small amount of people.
They would not even make the
Costing more.
drug.
No, but because like originally we were saying, like even if let's say someone does cost $1 million per year because their cancer medication costs $1 million per year.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, sure.
But like
I mean, these are kind of arbitrary numbers, right? So I mean,
right. But if we're going with saying that it costs that much because there's such a small sample of people who need it, but then that changes, because then that means you have a very small amount of people costing that much. So in the grand scheme of things, they're not really changing anything because they're such a small subset of the total. Even if they cost 25 times more per people, there may be 0 point something percent. So they're actually irrelevant because you're going to have 250 people, which is probably a small amount, but you might have 250 people who costs $20,000 a year. But that's way over the million that one person costs. Right? So like even if, let's say, someone
I don't
like
know what you're trying to say. Are you trying to say
Okay, so,
that if there's a small number of people that it doesn't matter?
yeah. Okay, so originally we were saying like
I
you don't think like
I don't know if that makes sense.
Because you were saying like if someone costs $10 million per year, like would that be too much for you to want to pay part of your insurance towards them because that one person is costing 10 million? That was what we were originally saying, right?
Yeah. I think somebody came
But
in.
like
They were like, they didn't say anything. They're probably like, what the hell's going on?
But like, okay, let's say I was wrong about like the
200,
cancer
the 200,000 is
cost.
definitely. Oh yeah. Now they're saying, hey, we never ended up playing.
Serafina once
Thanks.
says, I just dropped a follow.
Maybe I should do more of these. I got 2 follows from Rambling in a arbitrary channel for a very small game that probably there's 10 people watching, and we never even played the game. I mean, just for a point of reference, actually the guy I'm chatting to, you haven't looked at my channel, right? So I actually have, so prior to, I had 14 followers. So prior to this chat, so I got 2 followers while Rambling.
Serafina once says, BTW, I do some art stuff on my tablet. Would you mind if I share it with
sorry,
you?
I'm also very sleep deprived, so I'm explaining things very badly.
Okay, I'll just say something real quick. So I'm not really. So I'm having a little bit of a health thing, so which is related to. So I don't want to get all into the weeds of it, but there's a possibility that I might need a bone marrow transplant, right? So down the road, like not right now, but like, anyways, I don't want to. It's a long story, but that bone marrow transplant by itself costs. And that's just the transplant. That doesn't mean anything else besides that costs between 500,000 to like $1 million. So like but like, so for a person to cost like 10 million per year, I don't even know what they would have to do. Like, because that's already like one of the most like expensive things. Like, so there's no like like you're just like, that's just like what it costs, because you need all these other people and all these other specialists, and you need time from the hospital. So it's not like yes, they make up fake numbers for like but the insurance pays a negotiated amount. So like so the insurance is not paying like a fake number. They're paying like the market rate, because if somebody, usually their fake numbers are actually for people who don't have insurance, because they don't have any negotiating power. Because they're just like, okay, you came here, you wanted something from us, this is what we charge. And then you don't have any choice, because you just have to pay it now, because you didn't have any negotiating power. Right? It would be like, it would be like if you parked your car in someone's parking lot, and they said it costs you $10,000 per hour to park here. I don't care. Like, you don't have to park here. If you do, it costs you $10,000 per hour. Like, that's basically what's going on. Like, it's a fake number, because no one would really pay that. And then there's like an insurance, and then they have a different rate that they pay if they park in the parking. If you have the insurance and you park in the parking lot with the insurance, so like that rate is pretty close to the market rate. The real, what it really, I'm saying the market rate is a real rate. I mean, I don't know what you mean by real. I'm saying if it's a market rate, that is a real rate. So it doesn't matter if it costs them more, because that's real, because everyone's allowed to charge whatever they can charge. If it's a market rate, that means like everyone is paying that rate. Like, that is, you know, other hospitals are paying that, charging that. Other people are paying that, because that's what you need. Like, that's why you don't have like enough people in Canada. I guess I mean, I don't know. I'm just going by what you said, that people don't have sorry, distracted. Like, you were saying that there are like a shortage of doctors or something, or medical staff. I think because right, I do think that I don't think it's like the answer to everything, but I do think like the market does have a like a role or a purpose, or sorry, I got distracted. Yeah, so
also, okay, let's say it did. So 10 million is an exaggerated number, but it's actually perfect, because I think it actually kind of proves the point even more. Let's say, like, how many people do you think would need like a bone marrow transplant? Like, it's probably like
no, you can't
amount,
say right? It's a tiny amount, because you add up all these, you know, like every person has their own like problem, right? So you think that this is a small number. So there's a bunch of different people with lots of small problems that add up to, you know, like most people don't have like heart disease, or even though that's like the most common thing. Like, most people don't get that though. They have something else.
Well, yeah, but like the average cost is obviously going to be way lower than 10 million, right? For like the average person, like what they would cost for everyone else in terms of like their insurance rate, like what you would have to pay for them. Like, the average person isn't going to cost anywhere near 10 million. Right? Like, how many average people do you think it would take before you reach like that 10 million mark?
How many average people?
Yeah, like whatever you think the average cost, like how much you think the average person like would cost in medical expenses per year.
I don't know. My point is really simple. Like you don't really have to, that was just an arbitrary number. I think that there's some level that a person should not. There.
Well, no, I'm
just saying, like, there's some number. I don't even know. I didn't like the 10 million is kind of arbitrary. I'm just saying there's some point where I don't think a single individual should be able to like cost, like, let's okay. I'm pretty sure if you if a single person could somehow cost 1 trillion per year, that I'm pretty sure would you want the whole country like slaving over keeping like doing medical care for one person? Like there's some point where but of course, right. So I'm just saying that there's some limit. I didn't say 10 million is kind of an arbitrary number. I think it's a high number. I didn't do like research. I don't know. There's probably somebody who is actually using 10 million per year. So I like I said, like a bone marrow transplant costs like $1 million. So like that's probably not the most sophisticated thing you can do. I literally saw in the news that some dude had a heart transplant from a pig. And like,
well, yeah,
how much did that cost? Like, it's probably not like 50,000, right? It's probably like astronomical.
But like my point was just like even for a number like 10 million, which like I think we could agree would be extremely, extremely rare. I don't even think 10 million spread over like 300 something million people.
Why do you keep saying spread over? Like well, I'm saying that you're saying your whole logic is that a small number of people have it, so therefore we can just ignore it. That's your whole.
Well, no, my point is they wouldn't be they wouldn't be raising everyone's insurance so much that anyone would even have to use the argument, well, I'm not going to pay for someone else's ridiculously expensive.
But I'm saying but you're saying it's a small number, but it's not a small number because it's not one specific thing. It's the aggregation of all the other things that you consider small, which you've ignored.
Well, no, but I'm saying even if there were like, let's say 50,
so you don't have any number. So but this isn't math. You're making it sound like it's math, but it's not math because you're just saying anything that's a small number, which we haven't even defined. We can just ignore. But you have, but well, no, you're not summing up all the other small things. You're just ignoring all of them. So you've ignored like a huge. You've ignored like a huge number of conditions.
No, I think even if you took all of those into account, I still don't think it would increase. No, I think even if you took all of those into account, it would not increase.
No, it would.
Your amount enough.
It definitely would, because there like a small number of people are the ones who are like expending like the most healthcare. Like
yeah,
a lot of people, but that's the whole reason why you have health insurance, because if you knew how much if you had a consistent cost, you wouldn't need health insurance, and you wouldn't need the government to have like a healthcare system. Because if you knew you were going to spend $1,000 every month, you would just pay that, and you wouldn't need this thing, because the whole point is that random shit just happens, and there's like a small number of people who are spending the disproportionate share of the healthcare. Like,
yeah, but my point is like over 340 million people. Like 340 million is an insane amount. It would take literally like $1 bajillion for like you to notice an impact. Like it would take like such an
No,
astronomical number.
that's not true. You're
Over
just
340 million.
no.
For sure. Over no,
that's not true.
over 340. Besides, I think there's probably
I mean, just a moment ago, you were telling me that $200,000 was an unreachable number, which is like not even remotely true.
no. I was.
I mean, that is
I think here it would be hard to hit that amount. But I could definitely. I'm
Like-
far from it. In my mind, that seemed like a hard number to hit, but
no. There's no way.
I probably don't know what I'm talking about. But I also don't think that it would be easy for like a large amount of people to hit that as an average cost.
I mean, I think that's like a not. That's not even an unusual. I don't even think that's like an unusual number for like. I'm not talking about you like going to see your family care physician. I'm saying that you had any serious procedure, which probably most people will have at some point in their life. That's like pretty. That's probably a pretty normal number.
See,
That's
I
not
think
even. That's not
this
even
could
extreme.
be-
That's not even extreme. You're making it sound like that number is never going to get hit. Like that. I don't feel like.
I think this could literally just be a culture difference because I think anywhere outside of the US, you say that number, people would think that is the most extreme number ever.
But that doesn't mean that's not what it costs just because you don't see that, because you don't get an itemized list. That's just like what's an analogy? I mean,
Well, no,
because
but-
you don't see a bill, like, right? You never see a bill for anything for healthcare related in Canada, right? Or any of the other places
No,
that have
but-
a single payer healthcare system. So
The
you
thing
don't
is, I
know,
also
but
don't need to.
right. Okay, I'm not
Because-
saying that. I'm not saying that's not the case, but I'm just saying that you're a little bit detached from how much things cost because you don't have to pay them.
Well,
But that doesn't mean that these costs don't exist. That's my point.
I could be completely wrong about the numbers, but I also know how much it costs for our entire country, which is $6,000 something per person, because
Right.
that's how much we pay,
Right.
and
Yeah,
that's
but-
including that
but-
small subset of people who are probably.
Sure. But you also don't know what rules are in your healthcare system, because I'm saying that there's almost certainly, if this was your job and you had to like do something about that, because you can't have a person costing like $100 million a year or something, because somebody will come up with something that would to treat something that somebody's going to be able to do it, right? Somebody's going to be able to, if you let them, they're going to be able, like, you could keep some guy on life support, like, indefinitely, who's basically a vegetable. And how much does that cost? Like, I mean, somebody's going to do it if you let them.
Well,
So-
that happens here all the time, and we pay $6,500 a year. Like
That's
I mean,
it.
that
That's all it
happens here.
costs. I mean, it doesn't seem that bad. Like, I don't know if
Well,
how much it.
On average, I think it said 8,000. Sorry, it was 6,500 US. I think it
So
said
to
we
keep
pay.
a person on life
But-
support for a whole year?
No, that's how much we pay.
Oh, yeah,
like
a whole
on average
year.
per person. But
Yeah.
but we have.
But you're
we
missing
have
my
people on
point.
life support.
Yeah, but okay, but
We're not pulling the plug on them. Like, we're not allowed to do that. Of course, we have people on life support, and yeah, those people are probably costing a ton of money. But my point is, despite that, that's how much we're paying. Like, people
Yes,
are
but
doing that here.
okay, but I'm sure that you have something that not, because none of us looked into this. So I'm sure that there has to be something that controls the cost of that. Like that you can't have just some person consuming like an indefinite amount. I'm sure that there's more cost controls in your system than there is in the US system, because the US system, people can kind of just pay whatever, because the insurance company is the one, if they're the one selling insurance plans. So if someone will pay for it, and if even if they have more healthcare utilization, they will sell it. because there's nothing stopping them.
But
The difference is your system is controlled by the government, so they're much more likely to put like cost controls on stuff that they will and will not pay for.
well, I'm assuming we're talking about a case where like the US would do the same thing, no? Isn't that
No. It's a totally different system because anything that someone would pay for that because there's nothing stopping healthcare insurance company selling some insurance that they could have I don't know, like there's nothing stopping them from having health insurance that costs $20,000 per month. If you know,
No, but I'm talking about a scenario where
if
the
somebody
US
will pay for
adopted-
it.
Well, I'm talking about a scenario where like the US would like move away from that and do what we did, which like that's my point all along, which was you guys wouldn't have that scenario that you're describing where a small subset of people would raise your amount a huge amount, and we know that because that's not the case.
So
anywhere
also,
else.
also like
it doesn't
like
happen
a
here,
small
it doesn't
subset
happen
of
in
people.
Europe.
So I think like insurance companies are probably much more adverse to having like a small subset of people costing like an astronomical amount because they can't. An insurance company is not the whole country. So
Well, no,
an
of course
insurance company is like some small subset of the country, so one person costing like an astronomical amount is like much more detrimental to that insurance company than it would be like if you had spread it across the whole country. And also I'm saying like repeating that you are discounting because you're saying that small things happening is just that cost an astronomical amount is some minute number. And I'm saying, no, it's not, because it's rare for anybody to have one particular thing, but every single person has some rare thing that you could hunt down if you wanted to. And that could be like some astronomical number. The only reason that a lot of people don't find out about it is because they don't have like the research, they never find out because they don't able to like find the right doctor to like, you know, run the right test to like, you know, just because they don't have enough information basically.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, even if that were the case, let's say I am wrong about that, but like that would still apply here, and that would still apply to this current amount we're paying.
But
I mean, that would still apply to every country that has what we have. No, it's not like that doesn't happen here.
Yeah.
We have the same amount of rare.
So here's why I think.
The same amount.
Yeah. But I think this is why part of the reason why healthcare costs more in the U.S. Because if you have some rare thing that isn't really like research, you're kind of going into the research realm, right? So we don't really have good answers currently, right? In Canada, okay, this is I'm going to oversimplify because I don't know, but there's probably some variation of this going on, right? So they're going to go in Canada. This is not a disease; it doesn't exist because you did the X, Y, and Z. So it's not this, it's not this. So this is what we have for you. The end. So in the U.S., if you're not satisfied with that, you can keep on digging. You can go see the cutting edge researchers, and you can just do this indefinitely, and you can just drive up the cost of your healthcare. Like you can just keep doing this for years and years and years if you wanted.
Well, yeah,
but you can't do that in Canada because I'm sure they wouldn't pay for it. Because they're just going to be like, so let's say let's use your sleep for example. Like I'm pretty sure that there's like a checklist of stuff, and they're going to be like, it's this, this, or this. If you have this for your sleep problem, we will pay for this, the X, Y, and Z. If you have this, we're going to pay for X, Y, and Z. That's it. Like you can't just like make up your own shit. But here you could go and you could be like, okay, well, it's not this and this and this. Okay, but this person's doing research in this, and that kind of sounds like something that might be like me. You could just go there, and you could go like to a bunch of different like specialists who are doing research and different things, and you could just keep on doing more and more tests or whatever else you wanted to do. Like, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. If somebody if will buy the insurance that will cover those things, like and they will sell it. But you would have to just pay out of pocket in Canada, and most people probably aren't going to do that. So they're probably just going to go, okay, the government is not going to pay for this. The end. I'm just stopping. That's it.
Well, no. Okay, that's not how it works. If they don't resolve your issue, they're not going to go, well, too bad. You're stuck because we're not going to. No.
No, I mean, like,
No,
based
they're
on
gonna-
what we know from current medical knowledge, right? Based on the standard of care, right? I'm not saying that.
No, but in your example, you're still talking about. I'm talking about. Well, we're talking about if the U.S. adopted where they didn't have insurance. Like the U.S. government wouldn't let people just abuse the system. They wouldn't let them just waste money.
No, but the current U.S. system is kind of like a marketplace, and insurance is the thing that kind of drives a lot of things. So, but if they can sell it's kind of like a free market right now. So it's a completely different system.
No, I get that, but I thought we were
Right.
talking about.
So what I'm
if the
saying
US
is that
adopted a public healthcare system. Is that not what we were talking about the whole time? Because we were talking about you wouldn't want to pay for someone else, but you would only have. Okay, I thought you were talking about in a public healthcare scenario.
no, I mean, I always thought
That you
I thought we were talking about the current system as it is.
No, okay, no. The entire time I was talking about public healthcare. That's why I was saying over 340 million people.
Okay, so you're saying hypothetically,
That's what I was saying,
if
public
we were
healthcare.
if we had a public healthcare system rather
Yes, I was
than
saying yes.
rather than the
I
current
was saying
system.
Yes. Yes.
okay,
I wasn't
okay.
talking.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
I mean,
It would
okay,
be
so
impossible because
so,
we
I mean,
know that's impossible because it doesn't happen here, it doesn't happen anywhere else. That's why I was so confused why you're.
okay, but I still think that there is certainly some rule, but just because you don't know about it doesn't mean it's not there. There's almost certainly something already, even in your system, that has some sort of cost control. There has to be. You can't just have one person cost an infinite number of amount of money just because, like, I mean, I don't know enough about different medical procedures, right? So I don't want to just give examples of stuff that I know, but even out of the stuff that I'm aware of, there's already things that are very expensive, and I'm sure that they're not the most expensive things. Maybe it doesn't cost that much to keep a person alive. I don't know, but let's suppose that some person had some very rare thing and it cost them $10 million to keep them alive. Like, I don't know, every year or something. I don't know. I'm just making shit. If you don't think that's a high number, you could say, like I said, make it 100 billion. I don't know. There's some limit that just doesn't make any sense. There has to be a limit, and I'm pretty sure.
I agree. I think there is a limit. I just don't think over such a huge amount of people, that that limit is something that would ever actually be hit without such
there is
abuse
something
that would never happen.
No, there are definitely controls in just because there has to be. There just absolutely has to be.
But if that's the case, like it happens here, it happens in EU certainly, and I mean I don't think I've never heard of because we would absolutely know if someone got denied treatment because they went nope, you cost too much for everyone else. Like
I mean they wouldn't say that because there would just be some rule about the amount of there would be some rule that that rule would be based on how much like it costs for everyone else or something. But like you wouldn't no one would ever say that. No one would ever say it's because it costs more, because it would just be because there's like some rule somewhere. And then
well, they might not say it, but the thing is what would happen eventually is someone would find out. Like someone would find out
So here's the thing.
'cause
I think I think almost certainly this is like, I'm sure there is the government already has a prescribed set of. So you haven't really used your healthcare system. There has to be a list, even in the U.S. for insurance companies. They have cost controls where they say, like, for a given condition, like sometimes, like not always, but like we'll pay for this or this. You can't just do anything. Like it depends.
As
Like
far as I
some
know-
insurance gives you like more power to do different things. Okay, like let me give you like I don't know. I mean, the problem is like we're talking about, like, you haven't really used that much healthcare. I kind of know only about certain things. Like, there's a whole world of shit that we don't know about, right?
No, of course.
So we can't.
I mean,
we can't use, like, it doesn't even make sense to use numbers, or like there is
Well, I don't
absolutely
think
a
we need
limit to
to
the
use
number
numbers.
of the amount of healthcare you can consume. You cannot just do anything you want, right? In the US, like, but let's say you were Elon Musk, okay? And you were a crazy person, but you had Elon Musk's bank account. In theory, there is nothing stopping you from, if a doctor is prescribing you a cancer medication for your left pinky toe being sore, you can do it, right? You can go and fill it. You could just pay out of pocket. I'm pretty sure that in Canada, yes, maybe you could do it if you paid out of pocket. I don't know, but like, I'm sure, I'm 100% sure. I don't care. Like, I don't even know your system. I am sure there's 0% chance that your government would pay for someone's cancer medication, which costs $150,000 a year, because their left pinky toe hurts. There's no chance. They have some rule. They have some rules where, like, we will pay for this if you have this. We will pay for this. That's it. There's probably a whole list of shit, right? They're not going to let you just do anything you want and pay for it.
I just think we would have heard about that. Like,
Look,
there would be an uproar. Because there would definitely be an outrage if that were to
over
ever
what?
happen.
Over what?
Well, like, if someone was denied
How are
something that they needed.
What do you mean by needed? Like, I'm just saying that I'm sure they have a list of things that they will pay for. I'm sure that they have a list of things that they will pay for, and that you cannot just do anything you want. I mean, is there something you're refuting? Because I don't even.
Well, no. My point is, they're never going to let you die. Or, okay, I think.
But, like, did I say anything
right.
about dying? I just gave the example I just gave was someone using cancer medication because they could find a doctor who would prescribe them cancer medication because their left pinky toe hurt.
Well, no, of course they would never.
I just made up some.
But
okay, so why are you talking about people dying? I'm just saying, I'm sure that in Canada, your government would not pay for that.
Well, no, they wouldn't. But what they would pay for is the proper
so
treatment.
I'm sure that. Yeah. So, but what I'm saying, okay, but you're not. There's something. Okay, you haven't used the medical system at all. So I'm just saying that there's a lot of problems that people have that there aren't really medical answers for. But in the US, you can keep on looking for them. But in Canada, I'm sure that you can't, because they're not going to pay for you. Let's say you go to the doctor in Canada for your sleep problem, and they don't really tell you anything. But in the US, there's nothing stopping you from just going to 1 million doctors and running 6 trillion tests and just keep on doing it on and on and on forever.
I could definitely. No, you could do that here for sure. Yeah, if they can't figure it out, you just keep going. They'll just keep referring you to higher up and higher up. They'll definitely do that.
No, but
Of course
like
they'll do that.
you can see a doctor, but that doesn't mean they'll do anything. Like there's only certain things that they'll pay for, I'm sure, because it's probably not that different than like insurance even
no,
uses some of it, right? So like
Well, no, but if they can't figure it out, they'll refer you to someone else. And then if that person can figure it out,
yeah,
they'll
but
like they'll just keep referring you, and yeah, they'll keep you going forever if they can't figure it out. They're never gonna tell you unless like they've exhausted everything. They might tell you like, okay, listen, we've tried everything. There's nothing. There's no new research, or I don't actually know. I'm just
okay, but there's a lot of
This
things
is what I
which are
think
like
would
gray
happen.
lines. You're saying okay. Okay, so you're talking about things that already exist, which are standard of care. Like we already know exactly what to do. Right? But there's a
Nothing,
lot
even
of
if they
things okay,
didn't.
there's a lot of things that we don't know that. And in the US, you can do those things and you can keep like I'm sure that there are plenty of things that are kind of in gray areas that Canada will not pay for because it's not like, there has to be a list. Otherwise, you could just do anything you wanted and you would like each person that would just drive up the cost. But that's why I think part of the reason why healthcare is more expensive in the US because there's nothing stopping a person, anyone from just like doing whatever they want essentially because if someone will order something, a doctor will order something, they can do it. But but the only thing stopping them is whether the insurance says no, we won't pay for that. But since you don't have insurance in Canada, the government is basically like the insurance company. They're like, no, we're not paying for that. The difference is there's not this free market thing. So you can't like just go get some crazy insurance that will like pay for all sorts of crazy shit. They just have the same plan for everybody.
Well, yeah,
So
but that doesn't mean that they're just gonna give up as soon as something is unknown. Okay,
but there has to be,
right in the
but
sense
they
that-
have to have a list of stuff because there's no other way. They almost certainly have a list of stuff and operate very similarly to an insurance company. They just don't have the overhead because they're not trying to make a profit. And I think actually that would probably be good if the US did something like that because I don't see how insurance companies are adding anything to the improving the healthcare of people other than just taking profit from selling insurance. But I'm saying that doesn't. Beside that point, they still have to do very similar things to insurance company, which is they have to control the cost of stuff. They can't just let people do anything they want because So there's kind of two things that are controlling what a person can do. One is like a doctor thinks it's medically necessary, and then the other thing is the insurance company will pay for it. So like sometimes, insurance will pay for a thing, but doctor doesn't think that's your problem. So they don't agree. You're not getting the thing. Sometimes a doctor will order it, but the insurance company won't pay for it. So like, but in Canada, it's like they use that just because you don't have insurance companies there doesn't mean that you can just do that. It's just free, that they're just going to let you do whatever you want. So somebody else is doing the job of the insurance company, and that's the government. And they have a list of stuff that they're going to pay for. But the problem is it's going to be much more restrictive because in the US, you can choose the insurance individualized to what you want. So if you have a lot of money and you want to pay for some crazy ass insurance that's going to pay for a lot of different things, you can get it. But you can't have that same level of freedom. There's no way they're going to pay for that same level for every single person in Canada because you all have to have the same insurance. So that means like they have to have some rules for what you can and can't do. So there just has to be. There's no way around it. It's impossible that they're just going to pay for anything just because a doctor said you got a doctor to agree to it. There's no way.
I think they would.
No,
But here's the thing.
I will bet
It's
you
not-
on
it's
it.
not
I
the
will bet
government-
you.
It's not the government paying it.
What do you
Not the
mean?
government paying it. We pay it. We pay it. It's not the government. It's not coming out of the government's pocket. It's coming out of our pocket. They don't care.
They have to
Why
run
would they
they have to balance all that, the budget for all that stuff. I'm willing to bet you.
yeah, but-
I'm willing to bet you on this. I don't think you're really aware of because I don't think you've really used healthcare, which is fine.
No,
I
haven't, but I just think
don't think you've thought about
if
that.
someone had a case, I think if someone had a case where a doctor said, yes, you need this, and then the government said, no, we're not paying for it, because they would have
No, because like it can't be like that, because you can always find somebody, some doctor, like, because like anybody, like you can't just get a medical, like basically if you have a medical degree, you're a doctor and you can write prescriptions for whatever, orders for whatever. It cannot
Yes.
be that simple. No. It can't be like that, because somebody would just open up a shop somewhere and they would just like order. They would just be like, okay, I have a medical
Well, it's
degree. I will just
regulated.
order whatever
They
the fuck
watch
you want.
over it.
No, there's no way. There's zero chance, because somebody would just open a shop somewhere and they would be like, I will order anything you want. I don't even care what medically makes sense. I will just order whatever you want. If you pay me like on the side, and I will like say to the I will just write some paperwork saying like you need this thing.
Of course not. It's heavy regulated.
So
and
so
also,
exactly.
it doesn't come down to
Yes,
one
that's
doctor
the point.
anyways.
It's heavily regulated. You just said it's heavily regulated.
Yes, but
Exactly. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. So who's
but
going to say?
I'm not
Who's to
talking
say?
about
But who's to say what is or isn't? So what's going to happen is the only way to get around this is they're going to have a whole list of stuff that is okay, and if it's not on that list, it's not okay. So that list is going to restrict what you can do. This is like
when
not
I say
even
regulated. I don't mean make it impossible.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
to prevent misuse.
Right. I know, but there's a lot of stuff. But what's going to happen is, in the effort to prevent misuse, they're going to prevent some people who from getting some of the treatments. I'm sure that most people will be served by it. I'm just saying that there's going to be some people who are going to be restricted from getting what they think is the best treatment for them, because it's not on the list that the government deemed is acceptable and that they will pay for, because they're not going to be aware of every single thing in all of the universe, of every single thing that you could do that is reasonable. They're just going to come up with some list of things that they think is appropriate, and it's going to necessarily exclude some things that make sense that they didn't include, and some people are not going to get what they want. That is going to happen. I don't even know how this is controversial. I'm just saying,
Well, I
this
don't
is
think
just
about what they want. I
inevitable.
think
It's
about
just
what they
inevitable.
need.
But this
I
happens
think-
all the
okay.
time, because I have seen doctors, and I know that the doctors don't always agree with the insurance company, just as I'm sure that the doctors in Canada don't always agree with what the government will pay for. This is like inevitable. Like, how is that even?
I just think
They're not like all on the same page. The doctors are not, and the medical necessity or medical opinions that are different from paying for stuff. So I don't know why you think they're like the same person on the same page or something.
I think
Just because they're from Canada or something.
I think if a doctor said this is a medical necessity,
there's no way
it was
that they're just going to be paid. No, there's no way, because you can find.
They would have caused
okay,
this thing.
here's the thing: you can always find some doctor who will order whatever you want. If you tried hard
Yeah,
enough.
but
Like Canada
okay,
is a
yeah,
big
but
place.
sure,
I
but
don't know.
it
You could
doesn't
find
come
somebody who would order it, but just because someone orders it doesn't mean it's justified. You could get some crazy person to order it. That doesn't mean that someone should pay for it.
No, but okay, if
That's
something
why
were
the same
to
reason why
cost-
there's like denied coverage for certain things from the insurance in the US, but somebody has to do that in Canada too. Just because
No.
it's being paid by the government doesn't mean that it's just like free and they're just going to approve anything that a doctor says.
No, okay, if something were to cost that like that amount of money, it wouldn't come down to one doctor anyways.
It doesn't matter
that
the
would
amount
never
of money.
happen.
I'm just saying that I don't think that they would pay for anything that a doctor, anything at all that a doctor. You're saying that any time a doctor says something's medically necessary, it has to be paid for. I'm just saying there's zero chance that that can be the case. Like, I'm sure that like 99% of the time, whatever, I don't know what it is, but I'm sure that the vast majority of the time that that is, going to be the case. But but there's going to be like tons of times. Like, most things are routine, okay? Like, so most of the time you're not doing anything crazy. Like, you're just doing routine stuff. No, there's nothing controversial. But there's no way that.
Yeah, but the only time they would deny would have to be
what do you?
They're not going to deny some $100 medication. Right, like if they're gonna deny something, it's gonna it has to cost such an an absurd amount that they have to deny it. But if you're even in that scenario in the first place, it's no longer coming down to this wacko doctor said this. Like,
okay,
at that point, it's coming from multiple people. It hasn't just gone through one person. Once you get to that point where they could be incentivized to refuse the cover.
Is there a name for the healthcare system in Canada?
I could probably look it up. It might be different for each province. I don't think it even has a name or an acronym. Yeah, no, it's because it's basically the federal government sets like the rules, and then the provinces are the ones who deliver.
All right, I just asked Gemini, what will the healthcare system in Canada pay for? Will they pay for anything at all that any doctor deems is medically necessary? Okay, well, I'm waiting for the answer. I think there's zero chance. Canada's
I've simply never heard.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. But how are you even aware of? You would have to do research on that. How would you know? Because you didn't read a news article about it? How would you even know?
No, because it's universal health. That's the entire purpose.
But that doesn't mean you're
denied.
No, but that doesn't mean you can do anything you want.
No, of course
that means
not.
you have healthcare coverage.
Anything.
That's like saying a person in the U.S. who has health insurance of any kind is totally fine. That they can do anything they want, which is obviously nonsense.
No, we're talking a
but just because they have healthcare, healthcare doesn't mean they can do anything they want.
If it's to save their life,
why do you keep saying to save their life? Why do you keep saying that? Like who? Like I gave an example of like a person using cancer medication because their pinky toe hurt, and then the next thing you said was to save their life. I mean, I'm not even talking. I'm just saying that you can't just do anything you want.
No, but
just
your
because you
scenario
got
also doesn't
somebody to
work.
say, it was medically necessary. Okay, here let's see if I can get
You would never get that scenario to come true. Like no doctor, or let alone, because here's the thing, it's not just the doctor orders it and it comes in. Like they verify. They have entire teams that follow each patient.
what do you mean by
It's not
verify?
just one doctor.
I'm
For
Okay. I'm
like
just gonna
if you're gonna
Canada's publicly funded healthcare system, often referred to as Medicare, provides coverage for a wide range of medical services. However, the scope of this coverage is not unlimited and centered around the principle of medical necessity as determined by each province and
Yes.
territory. Exactly. So it is determined by some other a government entity, and is not. It is
Yes,
different
by
than what
medical
the doctor
necessity, that's
says.
what I've been
It's
saying,
what
though.
no. But determined not by the doctor, but by each province and territory, which means that just because a doctor says it's medically necessary doesn't mean it's going to be covered. You can't just
But
find
what-
some doctor to say it's medically necessary and have it be, provided for you. It has to be determined to be medically necessary by each province and territory, which means there's some list of things they've already pre-approved, which they say is okay for you to do.
Yeah, but that would
So
also
that
mean
means
there's a
that
list
you
of
can't do
things-
anything you want,
No,
but you can here.
for your scenario to apply, though, that would mean that they would have to include something that is medically necessary, but that they're not going to cover in their list.
No, they don't have to say they don't have to list all the things they're not going to cover. They can list just the things that they will cover, and everything else they're not covering. That's the only way you can do it, and that's what they're 100%. That's what they're doing. There's no way they're going to list every single thing that they're not covering. There's no way they're going to do that. There's
no,
an
of course,
infinite
but,
number of things. So
I
they
think
have
you
a
can make the
list of
argument
things.
that-
They have a list of things that they will cover, determined by some entity, which is not a doctor that you're seeing, and it doesn't matter what your doctor says about what they think is the best thing for you. If it's not, first of all, there's probably a small list of things, and they probably already know what's on the list, the doctor you're seeing, and they're going to just order something that's on the list, and they're not even going to suggest you something that's not on the list. The difference here is this system's much more complicated, and the insurance and the medical doctors are two different systems. And so it's entirely possible that your doctor thinks you should do something, and then your insurance says, no, we won't pay for it. But it's kind of similar there, but it's kind of not. I'm sure that your list is way shorter for things that will be paid for. And I'm sure that probably the doctor the system is simpler. So there's not like 50,000 insurance plans. There's just one plan. So they probably already know what the government will pay for. So they're not even going to suggest you anything that's not already on that list. So
my argument would be, I would believe that everything that would be medically necessary would
there's
be on
no
that
way.
list.
There's no way. There's no way. Because I don't think you're aware of like the.
Well, I don't know everything, of course.
No. There's no way. There's no way because we don't. There's so much stuff we don't know. Like and stuff evolves constantly. There's a lot of like. Have you ever watched the show House?
No.
But are you familiar with it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to think. I'm not really familiar. Have you ever watched like some clips of it?
Yeah, I've seen clips like where like some
right. Yeah.
super
Okay.
obscure thing.
Yeah. Exactly. So the doctor goes in. He's trying to figure out some stuff. He thinks of some shit, and then he comes up with some crazy ideas and stuff. Right. That can never happen in Canada because like there's already a list of stuff you can do. If you have this symptom, it's this disease, then you can do this. You can never combine. You can't do anything else. It's not on the list of stuff. That's what it is. So you can't do anything creative. You can't do anything that's research related because it's not on the list. So you can't do anything that's not like common knowledge.
Yeah, but you don't know that. It
Yes,
could
I do.
be.
That is 100%. That has to be the case. There's no other way you can. I'm not even saying there's anything wrong. I mean, I'm not on. It might even be better on average to do that. I'm not. I mean, because you don't have people. You can't have a person just do whatever they want. That's the whole point that I've been making the whole time. And there's no way. Like, there's no way you can get around it. It's impossible because you can't have
but
people.
my point-
The
it's
difference
not
is
about
in the
what they
U.S.
want.
is it's individuals, right? So on average they might pay more, but it's like individuals. Like, there's nothing stopping Elon Musk from wasting as much money as he wants. He can go get ketamine or whatever. Like, do you think like you think that Canada would pay for the stuff that Elon Musk thinks he wants? No, there's no way. Like, this is not really super practical because Elon Musk probably doesn't even need insurance. He probably doesn't even have insurance. He can just pay for whatever the fuck he wants. So it's kind of, but like I'm saying, for an average person who has a lot of money, not Elon Musk, but still needs insurance because, like, like let's say an upper middle class person, having to do a medical procedure that's $1 million, that's a lot of money to them. They still need health insurance. So they still have to operate within the bounds of like the rules of insurance. Maybe they're relatively rich. Maybe they even have, let's say even if they're worth like $10 million or something, or $20 million, they probably still need health insurance because like something catastrophic could happen and it could be very expensive. Like, they would rather pay, 10,000 or 20,000 a year or something than have to pay like $1 million if something bad happened to them. They're okay with it, So, there's still rules. Like, you can't just because you have insurance, just because you have universal health care doesn't mean you can do anything you want. I don't, because you're assuming because you're not really sick. So you have like this viewpoint that we know everything and that doctors knows exactly what to do. And so when you go there, they're going to tell you exactly what is the right thing for you to do. And somebody will pay for it. I'm saying there's a lot of times somebody has a problem and they don't know what to do or what the best thing to do is. But the government can't just let everybody just keep like looking for shit and trying to figure it out indefinitely, because that costs an astronomical amount of money. But I think that's part of the reason why healthcare is so expensive in the US, because nothing stops you from doing that in the US. Nothing stops you. If somebody will pay for it, an insurance company will sell it to you, and they will pay for it, because who pays for it is the insurance company. And if they can sell you a plan which will cover whatever crazy ass shit you want to do, they'll sell it to you, and if you pay for it, you can get it. There's nothing stopping you from doing it. So there's no government that says, no, you can't do this or you can't do that. Other than the only rule is they have the FDA, which says certain things are approved for this or that. But once it's FDA approved, you can use it for anything. So anything that's like being sold for anything can be used for anything else. There's nothing stopping you. There's no law that says you can't do it. The only thing is money, and a doctor, getting a doctor to agree to prescribe it to you. So basically, you can basically do almost anything you want, because you can almost always find some doctor who will agree with you. And there's almost, so you're basically just constrained by money. But there's no way there's no way they would just, in Canada's or any single health care, single payer healthcare systems, just going to let everybody just do whatever they want, because there's just no way. It's impossible. Okay, so
Okay,
there's a bunch of other
here's
stuff.
the
Here's another bunch of other stuff here. Generally not covered by public healthcare. A significant portion of healthcare and services in Canada falls outside the scope of what is publicly insured. These services are often paid out of pocket or through private insurance plans, which many Canadians have through their employers. Commonly excluded services include prescription drugs. I'm not going to read the whole
Yes.
sentence. Dental care, vision care, paramedical services, cosmetic surgery, ambulance services, private and semi-private hospital rooms. And this is a commonly listed ones. So that means
Yeah.
this is not an exhaustive list. So there's a million infinite number of things that are not included. And they're not going to list all of them. They can only list things that they're going to cover. So that's going to be some short finite list, and it's not going to include everything you want. It just has to be the case. It's like kind of irrefutable. Like, I'm not saying it's not a good system. I don't know enough about all this stuff. I'm just saying it has to work like that. And they can't let people just do whatever they want, which is part of the, but I don't think this isn't a thing that people talk about. I don't, because most people don't have health problems. So they don't really know that much about it. So they don't really, I also don't really think they know that how different the system is in terms of how it can drive the behavior of what people do in the US system. It's not just who pays for what, because, okay, I've rambled enough. Yeah. I feel like you were about to say something.
You might be conflating do what we want. You're absolutely, we can't just go to the hospital and do whatever we want.
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying that even if a doctor, the doctor cannot just because you get a doctor to agree doesn't mean that it's going to be paid for by the government.
I think it would be, and here's why.
No, but okay, show me something that proves it. Because I just read you a bunch of stuff that says that that's not true.
No. What you like is stuff that's commonly known.
No.
I knew everything you said.
The medical necessity is determined by each state and province.
Yeah.
Right. Not the doctor. Not the doctor.
No, but even
so that means there's a list of things that they've already predetermined. Okay, so I'm gonna say, based on that, the medical necessity is determined by each state and province. You agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
100%.
so as a consequence of that, it has to be the case that there's a predetermined list of what is acceptable. Is that right?
Yeah, that could be true.
That has to be true, right? Is there any other way that it can be medically determined by the... Okay, what would that be, other than a predetermined list?
No.
There's no other way, is there? Yeah, so there's no other way, right? You agree. So we agree that the medical necessity determined by each state and province means there's a predetermined list, a finite predetermined list of things that are acceptable.
That they determine is
right.
necessity. And I think I think
so. Don't you think that is so? That means that it's not going to include.
I think
if you were a house, do you think that house could come up with something that he would want to do that's not on that list? Because the list is not simply things that can be done, but that things that can be done for certain things. So that means that it's not just here's a drug that you can prescribe. It's this drug can only be prescribed for these things. That's what it is.
I don't think House could do what he did in the US for real.
But what do you mean? All of the stories that they used were from real cases. They're all super rare things that they stole those stories and they made one guy do all those things. When in reality, those were all super rare things that happened over the course of history. So it's not
I
like
think,
it's not like the writers are just like crack geniuses or something. They stole those medical stories, and like maybe they like altered them, but a lot of them are inspired by like real medical cases.
Sorry, what was it?
They're
If he could
inspired
do
by
that,
real medical cases. So I'm not.
no,
So
you were saying
he's
if he
not
could
a
do,
real person. So obviously, like those are rare things that are almost never going to happen to any specific doctor, any single one of those cases, and surely not all of those cases for one doctor. So that is like kind of like if you did one of those cases like in your like career, like that would be like it was already like a famous story, right? Like so like he's not real, right? Like his job was a diagnostician. There's no such thing as a diagnostician. Every fucking doctor is the diagnostician. There's no such title as like they gave him that title because he could. That means he could like do anything, like in any department. Like because most doctors they work in a certain department. They don't fucking just do anything they want. Like, but that's House. He's not real. Like he's fake, obviously. Um. So. But those are all. But most of those, maybe not all, but most of those are like real cases.
yeah. So what I would say is, would he be able to do the same thing here? Maybe not, but that doesn't mean the doctors just wouldn't do anything. They would still.
Yeah. I'm not
provide
saying.
care.
Yes. Yeah. I'm not saying that they wouldn't do anything. I'm just saying that they can't do anything they want. And I think that is still an important point. I'm not saying that.
I wouldn't. Maybe this is a crazy take. I wouldn't want my doctor to be able to do whatever he wants.
Okay, no, that's totally fine.
I
no,
think-
no, that's reasonable. That's totally fine because, like, so sometimes, so there's good and bad to that, right? So, and it's totally fine if you think that it's totally reasonable. But there's pros and cons to that because, like, there are some doctors who are maybe not great doctors who are, peddling, maybe things that they shouldn't be peddling that are not medically validated or whatever you want, however you want to phrase it, and aren't justified, and that's why they shouldn't be covered. But then sometimes they're Dr. House, and they have, or maybe you think that there's something you researched and you want to do that you think is a good idea, but it's not on that list. You can't do it. So there's good and bad to it, right? So presumably you're not going to shoddy doctors who are just doing crazy ass shit, and that's why it's not on the list. But rather, you want to do some innovative thing, and that it's not on the list because it's just kind of cutting edge stuff or whatever, or you're creative, or it's research, or whatever, or you have a preference or something, whatever. You can't do it. It's not on the list.
I think that's. Let me. Okay, give me a second. Okay, first I have to pee so bad.
Okay.
Let me think about how to word this while I pee.
Okay.
Give me a sec.
All right.
Okay. Okay, so I think maybe I was under a different assumption um when you said that there would be something like a doctor wouldn't do because it's not on the list. I took it as there is something that we know will work, but it's very expensive, therefore they will not do it.
So sorry.
I
actually went to the bathroom too.
Oh, okay. Okay. So what I was saying was, when you said that there would be something that they would not cover, I took it as there would be something that they know works, but they're not going to do it because it's too expensive.
No,
I didn't think we were
I didn't.
talking about-
First of all, I didn't say that, and then I think no, I didn't say that, and I didn't mean that. But I think
I
it's
think that
it's
would
more of a
be
limit.
reasonable.
It's more of a limit of knowledge. I mean, I was sort of that's a sort of separate point, like the whole. So the whole costing too much thing is kind of a different point I was making. Maybe it's kind of
I
somewhat
didn't
related.
think we were talking about
Okay,
yeah, the
it's
doctor
kind
can't
of
just
it's kind of a
do
different
some
point.
unproven, unresearched thing.
Yeah.
Of course. And I mean, I think you can just push that to the limit, though.
No,
and
no,
make
but
that
like, there's a
be the
lot of
case for
gray
the US
area.
as well.
There's a lot of gray area in there. It's not just like something's proven or it's not proven, right? There's different levels of. It's a very muddy area, right? So, I mean, so there's a lot of times when you want to take a risk on something because there's not really other good options. But that's not how they can't write a list of medically a predetermined list of things that are medically necessary in that way. So they're going to do things in a very simplistic way, and it's going to be like very common sense stuff, and which leaves you very little room to. It's going to necessarily leave you like little room when you're like searching for solutions for something, when you're not very satisfied. Like the solutions they might give you would be, let's say, so for your sleep thing, for example, let's say that they will pay for sleep medications. Let's just say, and they'll pay for benzodiazepine. I don't know for sure, but I think that this is like kind of the standard thing that they would normally prescribe for sleep, and that they're not gonna prescribe anything that would not cover anything else. But that, let's say the thing I mentioned, gabapentin. Let's say that let's say I live near you and I gave you some and you tried it and it works for you, but you can't rely on me for this because I just had some leftover ones, and you would like the doctor to prescribe you some, but it's not covered because they didn't. It's not in their predetermined list of things. Just an example that I could come up off the top of my head based on what I know. So like that's it. Like, are you going to pay out of pocket? Well, I mean, a lot of medications are kind of expensive. Like relatively speaking, not like cancer medication expensive. I just mean like everyday, like, would you want to pay $100 a month for it? I mean, probably not.
That would ever happen.
Which part?
Like for that, like for example, like we would have it classified different. I don't think that would ever happen.
What do you? I'm not sure what you mean.
Let's say
like the drug would be classified different. I'm not really sure what you're.
Yeah. Okay. No, like let's say it does help me, but there would be a reason why they would not prescribe it to me. It would never be because we have it listed as a different. I think
there can never be. I don't think you're a super. I mean, I'm not faulting you. I'm just saying, like, there was a point in my life when I had not seen really any doctors and was not really familiar with the medical system. And I'm sure maybe not everyone, but many people like I mean, generally, if as you get older, you're like more likely to see doctors. I mean, obviously, everyone's different, but generally, there's a period where I would say many people, not everyone, but like when you're younger and you're not really seeing any doctors, and because you don't really have any reason to, and so you kind of have this idea. Like I personally had this idea, right? So I'm not faulting you for it. I'm just saying that. Like there's some things that you don't really, some realities that you're just not really aware of. Like I had this idea, which you probably do too, which is that like doctors kind of just know the answers to everything, that everything's like kind of known and everyone already knows what's good and bad. And that like when the time comes, like no one would, but the thing is nobody knows that stuff as much as you think that they do, because a lot of stuff we do, but a lot of stuff we don't. So the thing is, when you're sort of dealing with commonplace stuff where you don't really have to think too much about it, where it's kind of this black and white, like that's true. But there's a lot of stuff that's not true. And when you're in that space, like it's very restrictive to have some person, some entity, a government, which doesn't know anything about your medical condition, which says what things are okay and not okay, because they have to do it, because there's no other way they can control the costs for things. Otherwise, they just say, okay, you can just do whatever, or a doctor says it's okay. Then you can, it basically comes down to whether you can find a doctor who agrees with you or whatever a doctor says. They can't do that because then it's just going to go out of control. So, yeah. So basically, it's just like not as simple and straightforward as it seems like, because it's sort of like the universe is like kind of bigger than you kind of think like the universe is like I don't know, like a piece of paper or something. It's like, everything's here, it's contained. It's, maybe a chessboard or Rubik's Cube or something. It's not like that. It's like this huge thing where there's a lot of shit that can go wrong with a person. Yeah. So not everything can be addressed in like any finite list. And you want to be able to search for solutions. And it's restrictive for somebody to say that here's what you can and can't do. You can't go out of you can't stay in your lane. Like this is what we decided. Like whatever list they come up with is necessarily like, no matter how well intentioned it is, they cannot account for everything. So probably for 95% of the time or whatever, like it's going to be totally fine. Or you're not going to have zero problems. And then maybe the other 2% of the time, you don't get exactly what you wanted, but you get something pretty good anyways. But like, there's going to be plenty of times where you just don't get. There's a lot of things where there's like no answers at all. Like, and you're forced to like sort of make decisions, right? Everything has like some risk and trade-off, and you're willing to if you understand them, because even for established treatments, everything has risks and benefits, right? Everything has some trade-off, something like this, right? So that's even for things that we already agree is the standard of care. So even things that something bad can still happen to you, even if you do things by the book, because there's nothing that's like guaranteed. So now, like you go further, and there's things that we just don't know about, that we don't currently have any treatment for, that or whatever, and you have to make decisions about stuff based on your own research and decide whether you want to take risks on stuff. You could do that here if you wanted to, but you can't do that in that sort of system. Maybe you can, maybe there's some other workaround, but there has to be limits to these things, right? There has to be some sort of guardrails. They can't just let people just it can never ever be just that a doctor said it was medically necessary and you get it. There's zero chance that is ever going to be the case ever anywhere on this planet Earth, unless we're like in another system, like some other solar system with different physics or something. Like, there's just no way that's ever going to happen. Because all you have to do is have a medical degree and you can write a prescription for anything. I mean, the only thing that's stopping people is their professional reputation, and that no hospital is going to like accept it or something, or no insurance would pay for it. Which is a lot actually, because that will block you a lot of times. So you can't just do anything you want, but a lot of times you want to do something that's like not in sort of the standard thing. That's yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
I think at this point that means that we were kind of saying two completely different, because at this point we're talking about two different scenarios. Because I'm not talking about a world where, of course, you can't just do whatever you want. But like, to me, that's like common sense. I mean,
obvious, right?
Yeah.
But I thought I was saying something obvious. I'm like, how is this even debatable? Like, this is like irrefutable. It's like obvious. So I try to like step through it. Like. What part of this do you disagree with? Because this seems irrefutable. Like it has to be like this because I mean it just has to be yeah.
Well, I wasn't even thinking about that, because to me that's not even a scenario that's possible to exist.
What do you mean? What?
Like, okay. In my mind, I'm
not sure what you're referring to, but I think that there's plenty of people in Canada, I'm sure, who have something they want to have covered, but isn't a thing that's medically considered medically necessary by the province or the territory. I'm sure. I'm absolutely 1,000% sure that that's the case. There's 0% chance that there are people that's the case for. There's no way. So I felt like I don't even know how that's refutable. And then also I'm showing you this stuff that I'm like getting from the language model, and they're like, okay, but then you show me, because you're saying all this other stuff you're claiming that like that this is not correct. I'm like, okay, well, show me something that says otherwise, other than just like you saying it.
So let me say from like the point of view I was coming from, which I think is at least a lot more realistic, which is that how I was seeing it is, I think that if there is anything that is actually medically necessary, and that we have proven and well-researched steps to resolve it, or to fix it, or cure it, or whatever, that we would do it. I think there are probably some things that are medically necessary, and then we don't have an answer for them. In which case, I would agree. They can't do whatever they want. But I think, of course, why would they?
But you're saying that, which makes it. But that's exactly what the insurance here would say too. But the thing is, they're going to deny some stuff, and I'm sure that Canada probably denies stuff too, because that there is a lot of stuff, because you think everything's black and white, and there's no way that real medicine is that clean, because a lot of things are not straightforward. Like, there's a lot of uncertainty for things. So
I would go as far as to argue, I think if something is proven to have a chance at working, I believe that they would cover that. I don't think they would let a doctor.
But you believe
Be
you
like-
say that, but what proof do you have?
well,
Because they can't
okay.
they can't make a list of things that might work. That's not a list they can make. What would they do? Are they going to make a list for every single possible thing that can happen to a person and what might work? There's no way they can make a list like that. You're just saying that. You don't know what you're talking about.
well, I think if they're able to prove that something has a chance of working,
You
like-
say prove. The moment ago you said might. Now you said prove. Yeah,
Well, no,
so
I
I mean
was always talking in a way that-
prove is like not really worth debating, right? So if we've proven it like at the level of the FDA approval or something, then or I'm pretty sure the Canada would just take anything that the FDA approved as, proven. So
well, actually, I think Canada's a lot more strict than the FDA of their
Okay.
approvals.
Sure. So I'm just saying anything that, whatever they deem. I'm sure that that some of the I don't know all the details, but they do also refer to research from other entities like European entities or other countries. So they don't rely strictly on. But anyways, whatever level of evidence that they have, I'm sure that they cover things that they feel like meets a high level of like proof or evidence or something. So, but there's a lot of stuff, but that's a really, really small amount of stuff. So I mean, I'm just telling you, like, from like my research and then also partly from my experience, because like the way they do studies, it applies to like very select groups of people. So a lot of times, strictly speak, if you're going to go strictly by the book, like even in the US, they prescribe a medication for something that worked for a group of people in a study. That specific group that they selected is very specific. So if you don't fit the inclusion criteria for that group, that technically means that you shouldn't use that drug, technically speaking, because we only know what happens to the people who fit the inclusion criteria for that study. But usually that's a very narrow subset of people, and usually you will not fit a specific group, which means that you shouldn't even use the drug. So if they're very rigid in following the studies and strictly following the evidence in a very strict way, and they can't make inferences about other populations, like they can't make inferences about you, then it can be very restrictive. So they can follow they can follow what you just said, which sounds really great on paper, and you will be completely restricted from all sorts of things. Because like maybe it worked in kids, and or they have a age range cutoff, or like it worked in this group or that, whatever, like different stage of the same disease or something, or what, I don't, all sorts of things. Like, and you can't make inferences so you're technically using it off label, even if you have the same disease with the same mechanism there's no reason why it wouldn't work in you, but like you don't fit the group that was studied. So there's no evidence that it works in you because that's not what the study studied. So we don't know that. We can't strictly say that it works in you. So you think that you're saying something that you're not actually saying anything, because if we actually followed the actual proof, the amount of proof that you think exists is much smaller than you think that there is, because it's really hard to do studies. And it takes a long time and it's expensive, and nobody does them because unless they have an incentive. So a lot of times it's like some drug company that's funding something. Because your doctor is just practicing. The doctor you see around the corner or at the hospital, they're just seeing patients. Who's doing the studies? Why do you think they would even do one? Someone would have to be like at a research hospital, and there would have to be some government grant or something. I don't think you really know how the system works. You're just saying stuff that sounds good.
Well, I think even if I'm not explaining it right, I think.
What do you mean? Like
you just wouldn't. So for
example, no, I don't think it would even work.
Okay,
because I don't even. You saying that because it's proven. Okay. I'm just saying that doesn't mean anything.
Okay, I'm saying that way because that's how I thought the medical industry worked. But let's say the whatever the industry standard is for allowing medication to be worth using on you. Clearly, I'm wrong. It's not 100% proof. But I think whatever the industry standard actually is, whatever.
So they call it like the standard of care in the U.S. I don't know what they say in Canada, but so they I don't. So they're it's like standard of care is sort of the practice of medicine. So it's not strictly speaking evidence based. I mean, I'm sure that there's an evidence component to it, but it's sort of like this is the common practice. What we do in this case, that's basically what it means. And so
I would still say,
yeah. So they would probably cover things that are standard of care. Yeah. So they would probably cover things that are standard of care, but there's a whole bunch of stuff that's not in there. Like it's not. I don't like. I'm sure that they cover everything that's in standard of care, but it's not. But there's a lot of stuff that can happen that is not under there. Even after I exclude all the stuff we mentioned before, like prescription drugs, dental care, vision care, paramedical services, cosmetic surgery, ambulance service, even after excluding all that, there's still just regular things that can go wrong. There's a ton of shit that's not under standard of care.
Yeah, no, I would say
that you would want, like a normal person. Not crazy shit. Because what you're thinking is that we know that there's treatments for everything, and that we know what to do, and like everything's like black and white.
No. What I'm saying is, I think as long as something points towards the idea that it would work.
No, they can't do that. They're not going to do that. Okay, first of all, like who do you think the people are who are making these decisions? They are not like all they're going to do is they're going to refer to some external body. So like for instance in the US, a lot of times maybe it'll be the FDA or something. They'll just say like anything that the FDA approves, like we'll cover that. Like that's what the insurance would say, or like something similar to that, right? So Canada will say something similar to that. They're not gonna. Who do you think is gonna make a decision about that? Who's gonna do that? Nobody's gonna do that. They're just gonna refer to some external body who has authority to make these medical decisions. And so they're gonna say, okay, if they say this, if this source says this, then we will cover. These are the things that are covered because this source says this. That they're going to do something like that. They're going to have maybe multiple sources, but they're going to have some sort of system like that. There's not going to be like one dude. How do you think they're going to come up with that stuff? There's supposed to be one dude who's going to just know what might work. I mean, how's that going to work?
No, of course not.
So how will it work?
It would be based on one dude. Wouldn't it just be based on whatever research?
I don't think you really.
Okay, so I think if there were a scenario,
yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm not understanding you. And it's probably because, yes, my medical knowledge is very limited, and I'm simply not aware of these situations you're talking about where something I would want prescribed, but I can't because it's not part of their list.
Yeah, well, when I say
Um,
prescribed, maybe I mean ordered, because that's like a broader thing, which can include like tests and whatever. Because when I say prescribed, the word kind of like seems to imply it's like a prescription, like a drug or something. So I don't mean like that narrowly focused. I mean much more broadly, like just like any sort of medical like diagnosis or treatment or intervention, or like the most broadest sense, like so um right, like I'm just gonna come up with like off the top of my head, your pinky toe, I don't know, I just like using the pinky toe maybe because it maybe doesn't seem that dramatic. Your pinky toe hurts. You came up with a theory that it's because there's some blood vessel in your brain that's like impinging on some nerve, which is making your pinky toe hurt. You told the doctor you want an MRI of your brain, because you want to find where the nerve is pinching to cause your pinky toe to hurt. Like, I don't know. That actually might get covered. I don't know. But anyways,
I mean, even if that didn't get covered, I would consider that completely reasonable.
okay, but what does that? But can you reference something? What does that matter if you think it sounds completely reasonable? The whole point is whether or not. I'm saying that there's limitations to what you can do in the Canadian medical system based on
I
that.
think,
That's the conversation we're having, isn't it? Because
yes, but I think we're seeing it differently in the sense that I'm seeing it in like a
all I'm saying is that there are necessarily. I'm not even saying that it's not a good system. I don't really even know that much about it. All I'm saying is that there are necessarily some limitations.
I think yes, of course.
That these
there are some
that's
limitations.
also. It's like not. I don't want to. I'm not trying to. I guess I didn't really mean for this to drag out like all this. Like I didn't think that. I guess I didn't think that what I was saying was all that controversial, and I guess I kind of just pushed back because you weren't accepting what I thought was just matter of fact, like irrefutable statements, like just like the fact that
I think
medical necessity is determined by a government of some governmental body of some sort, and that it's not just going to be because some doctors determined it was medically necessary, like that you can't just do whatever, that you're restricted.
Okay.
That's kind of where I was trying to. I mean, I didn't feel like these are not really refutable. Like, I don't think they're refutable. I can argue more if I mean, this is like irrefutable. That's like the level of mathematical like axiom or something. Like it's like there's no. I don't even know. Like, I mean, maybe I'm saying it in a way that sounds controversial. I don't think it's controversial.
No, okay. I think I don't know what the right term is. I think, of course, there's limitations. I think maybe
like you just said, like anything that's good, like they will, like if it needs to be done, it'll be done. Like, what is that? It's so vague. What does that mean? Like, there's no way that can be the case. Nobody knows that. There has to be guardrails. They're going to put some in, and it's going to necessarily cut off some treatments that would be good for the person. That's all I'm saying. And you're like, no. I'm like, what do you mean?
Okay.
What do you think? Somebody just knows what's good? Who the hell knows that? Nobody knows. They're just going to put in some guardrails because there has to be some. And necessarily, that's going to cut off some things that some people want to do that actually make complete sense. Because nobody knows all these things. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I don't even see how that's refutable. I can keep on arguing about it. Like, it's never going to end. Like, I don't think it's...
okay. Hang on. Okay, no. Okay.
It's
I agree
inevitable.
with what you're
They have
saying.
some rules, and it's
I-
going to cut off some treatments that are actually useful. But
Okay.
they have to do it. I'm not even saying it's wrong. I'm only saying I'm
Okay.
not. Is it controversial? I mean, I'm not even saying it's a
No,
bad
okay.
system. I don't
I'm-
even know.
Okay, no, I'm agreeing with that. I'm arguing something completely different.
Okay.
And maybe that's me who is dead tired and not understanding properly. I think, like I said before, I was under the impression we were talking not about stuff that is, I don't know, like out there. I thought we were more talking about, because at first we were talking about the cost of things. I thought you were talking about things that were like, I'm trying to avoid to like the word prove. I completely agreed that they would have guardrails in place, that they're not just going to do whatever you want, because something could save you, it could also kill you, right?
But generally speaking, they're not going to pay for things that they don't think is proven. But doesn't mean that there isn't evidence for it. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it. But like it because the word, like, I can use the word proof in a level, because really nothing's really. There's very few things that are proven, right?
Okay,
there's a lot of
maybe I'm
things that are
using the word
standard of. There's a lot of things that are
proven, right?
standard of care, which don't actually have the level of proof that you think it does. And they make extrapolations from a study. But if you wanted to be very strict about it, there's not the proof that you think exists, because we just don't have studies for everything that you want. You're thinking like we just know everything. We don't. There's just a study that answers any question that you want. There's no such thing.
No,
Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that we don't know. You just haven't, like, just because you haven't
I'm using the word
crossed a.
too loosely. I'm
Because
using the word too loosely.
Like right now, you probably have good enough health that you're not debilitated by your sleep problem. I'm just giving an example. I don't know that this is necessarily the case, but you don't know that in 20 years from now that you're not going to find some underlying cause of the sleep problem, and then some clue that there's some underlying cause, and then you're trying to figure out understand that better, what caused it. You could ask all sorts of questions about it, and you're going to realize, there's a lot of incomplete information, but you want to fix it. You have that particular problem. It's not like a general population problem. And then you're going to find out that, it's a lot more complicated than you thought. There's not just a list with some pill that you could just take or something. Maybe, so you're going to just get to a dead end in Canada with that sort of thing. I'm not saying that generally speaking, because that doesn't mean, it's going to sound like I'm saying that means Canada has a bad healthcare system. That's not what I'm saying, because a lot of times a person can waste a lot of time and energy and money to chasing things that aren't going to lead to something that's going to be meaningfully beneficial for them, right? Because in the US, you could do it, but that doesn't mean you should. You could do that all day long and waste all sorts of money, and no one's going to stop you. And that's what drives up the cost of healthcare, right? Everyone can do that, and people will do it if they can. If they have the money, they're just going to do it because sometimes something turns up. And even if it doesn't, maybe for some people, it gives them a peace of mind to know that, hey, I tried everything that I could. And hey, if they have the resources, who's to say no? Why? I mean, it's their money. So it's kind of like that. You know,
Okay, I think part of the issue is I'm not. Okay, maybe I'm also naive and I don't understand, but what I was also thinking was that, like, if you were in that scenario where uh, you had a problem um, that you think you know something that could fix it, and they're not going to cover it because it's not uh, like a known quantity.
yeah, but in
Let's say.
a lot of things are like everything that we know was at some point in time existing on the fringes of research. But but this is like an infinite like sort of palette, whatever you call it. So there's a bunch of a lot of things now have maybe settled into a thing where we feel comfortable and based on what we know today, and this is what we think is the right thing to do. But there's always like a bunch of stuff that's constantly there's an infinite number of things that are sort of in research, so to say, and I'm sure that every person has like medical stuff that they like we just don't like there's a lot of things like we like older people would say, oh hey, we say like ADHD for instance, like I feel like that's a seems like a very commonplace thing that people say nowadays, like, oh, I have ADHD, blah blah blah, right? People are using the phones, whatever, or they're on the computer, or they play games or whatever, and people have, you know,
ADD.
ideas about what's that.
I was just saying I have ADD.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I feel like in retrospect, I felt like I fit the profile for it. So, and then well, recently, you know, a few years ago, I've been diagnosed with it. I took a neuropsych test and everything. So like, but my point is that like we are starting to understand it a little bit better. Like, I think there's still a lot of things we don't know about it. Right. And so if you go back like 500 years, did people not have it? No, I mean, I'm sure that there would like manifested in different ways. We just didn't have words for it. I'm sure that there's a lot of things, that medical things that people have right now that we didn't even come up with words yet for them yet. And then after we come up with a word for it and give it a name, then we still don't understand it. Then we have to like study it and all this. There's like an infinite number of things. That's just one thing. That's probably not even there's a bunch of stuff like and so like even for ADD, like there is, right, so it's really a collection of symptoms. It's not actually a disease, because a disease means that there's some pathology. So we don't so it's just a collection of symptoms. So obviously there's like different causes for the potentially different causes for this, right? So but people just use one like blanket statement. So that means that there should potentially, if there's different causes, there should be different treatments. But we haven't even got to that level because we haven't really delineated the different potential causes. All we just do is, okay, oh, if you have these symptoms, do these things. Also, like, you know, people, one of the medications I have for it is guanfacine, which is a heart blood pressure medication, which it is not really, so that would be considered off label, I think. Or no, actually that might be FDA approved now. Actually that, yeah, never mind. That is guanfacine. I'm pretty sure it is.
Anyways, my
but anyways, it's
my
a
point
heart
is-
rate medication, so, or blood pressure medication. So it's maybe like sounds counterintuitive and probably wasn't initially used because it wasn't like not a stimulant. Yes, it's approved for ADHD in the US by the FDA.
Okay, so basically, yes, I agree with you. Some things would not be covered. I did not think of it as like in an extreme a way as you were. I was thinking in more of a like
more
Like,
commonplace conditions.
Yes, I wasn't thinking about like some rare thing where you do your own research and this might work.
Yeah, okay,
I was thinking
maybe I'm an
more-
outlier in that sense because I think that, like I said before, like I do a lot of research
Yes,
when
'cause
for medical stuff, and
I
then
wouldn't think of that, right?
yeah,
So, I'm
maybe
thinking more-
maybe I assume that the way I do medical research is it's just normal. Maybe I just that maybe that's
yeah, so I was thinking more like, you have some form of cancer. Yes, something is very expensive, but there's a good chance it'll work. They will do it here. I know that's like the extent of how far I was thinking. I didn't realize you were thinking like way further past that.
yeah.
It's probably also because I pulled an all-nighter and I've been up
Yeah.
27 hours now.
Yeah, sorry
That's
about
my
that.
bad. I'm
Like
sorry. No,
I
you're good.
I have
My bad.
I sort of did this on
good
purpose
at-
because I knew that my sleep was screwed up, and I actually have a well, actually pretty soon I should go prepare. I have actually a doctor's appointment for sort of the blood. I have like some
Oh, damn.
strange blood problem, which actually related to the bone marrow transplant thing. I mean, like I'm not at that point, but I'm just saying there's some risk. So like that. This is why I kind of am aware of it, and maybe also I just happen to have like if you had if you had a rare thing and let's say it was an emergency, like you would not have time to do any of your own research. Let's say you had some rare thing and you were in the emergency room and you would just be completely dependent on whatever the doctors knew.
Oh, 1,000,000%.
Like
Yeah, I
you would not have any time to do research. Like the thing that's bothering me, that's affecting me, I shouldn't say bothering because I don't have symptoms, or not really. But basically it just so happens that I have a thing that's kind of like potentially could affect my lifespan, and also I happen to have like a long time horizon, so that justifies me doing a lot of research, and I have time to do the research. So maybe that's like kind of unusual in a way, but then also I'm kind of know how to read research, and then also I'm just kind of I don't know. Maybe it's confluence of different things, like maybe some other stuff as well. But yeah, I mean, so maybe that's So I think maybe a lot of this is maybe not going to affect most people that, and like think most people are not going to. Well, I mean, I will probably always, because I think I've seen a lot of things like in the medical system that like I wouldn't have otherwise seen, and like other people aren't going to have that kind of context and experience, so they're probably, by the time they reach a point where they kind of need to use the medical system, they're probably just going to depend on whatever the doctor says, and because usually probably people are kind of debilitated probably when they're like, say if you had like some cardiac problem or something, or you had cancer and you're just super weak or something, or you have to have a surgery, you kind of just depend on you don't have time to do research, because this has kind of occurred to me over this time horizon where I could do that, and now I know the certain things, so I will probably utilize it if I got to a situation where I needed to like use the medical system. But like it just kind of happened a little bit by accident, by the way that it came about, and then also like things that I happen to know, maybe my own personality or something. And yeah, and I think probably it's probably a bias, probably I have, and maybe it's probably common that like people, you just kind of assume that people think like you or something, like I don't know, like yeah, I mean I kind of know that, like, when I go to the doctor, that I kind of know that I'm somewhat unusual in the amount of research that I've done. But like somehow at the same time, I'll like forget that, and then yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but by the way, I'm just saying because we just met a couple hours ago.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
don't know each
or,
other that
eight,
well.
or 8 hours.
It, I hope you didn't take any of it as even me arguing with you. It was purely
Misunderstanding. Or something.
yeah. I mean, like I'm not pressed about anything at all. I
Okay,
just hope you
that's
don't.
good. That's
Okay.
good. Yeah, yeah.
No, I'm not pressed about anything. I am sleep deprived, and I am glad it got me through the night.
Okay.
I'm clearly not an expert in anything medical related, and we
Yeah.
saw things completely differently.
Yeah, no, it's fine. But
But
I mean,
just don't want you to
I'm
think,
glad
like, I'm
that
actually
you're
pressed. I am absolutely not about anything. I'm
okay.
a very
That's
chill
good
person,
to know.
and I did not take anything
All right,
in a
that
serious way. I didn't even think for a second at any point that we were seriously arguing or
okay.
anything like that. In
All
case
right,
you thought that,
that's good.
I did not think that for a second.
You know, I mean, maybe sometimes I
I don't know if you thought like that's fine. If you thought that, I did not.
no, I mean, I'm
think that
glad
anyway.
that
I thought we were just.
no, I mean, I'm glad that you aren't you
No,
know,
no, dude,
bothered
I'm-
because
listen.
sometimes people, because you know, I think I have a tendency sometimes to sort of like, if I believe something's kind of strongly, I kind of argue. I don't even think it's bad to argue, but some people like don't respond well to that.
Oh no. Dude,
So
if I'm wrong about something, like I'm wrong. Like it is what it is. I'm gonna be wrong a million times in my life.
Yeah,
I don't
I mean-
expect to be right, especially about something I barely know. And I mean, I don't think either of us were wrong. I think in my own limited view way,
yeah,
like I think I'm reasonably correct, and I think you're obviously completely correct.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we weren't talking exactly about the same thing, so we kind of just clarified things. And so maybe we don't really
I mean,
disagree.
we obviously
We
have
don't
different
really
experiences.
disagree.
I don't think we even disagree.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
I completely agree.
I mean,
with what you're saying. You
I don't know that what I'm saying
probably-
contradicts what you thought.
No, I
or-
don't think
and vice
they
versa.
contradict each other at all.
We
No,
were
I
a
think
little
you-
bit. We were a little bit talking about different things, and thought we
Yeah,
were
I
talking
think
about the
you
same thing. and
Probably. Yeah, I think you probably agree.
you were
that
you were
anything, like,
you were talking about more like in
commonplace
a
they would
practical
do.
sense. Like I think in
Yeah,
like
I was thinking like
in
cancer
more
and, like, an
commonplace,
expensive
more
treatment.
commonplace. Yeah,
Yeah. I wasn't thinking of like some super duper rare. type
yeah.
of
And so
scenario or
I'm just a
anything,
little
like,
bit.
out
I'm
of
a little
common.
bit biased, maybe because I have something going on, and so and I'm just thinking like, yes, I have this particular thing. It just so happens to be maybe could have affect my mortality, but like I'm sure that everyone has some, and I can see sort of the limitations of our medical understanding about things. And I'm just thinking like I could easily see that every person probably has something like that's a rare thing. It may be like some of them are less serious than others, but there's almost something like you have some sleep thing, like which is
Oh, I have
different
more
than
than
my
that.
sleep thing, and I don't know what that is. And there's probably some underlying reason. You just have a sleep problem as a consequence of it, but there's some underlying reason, and I don't know. Like you're probably gonna have some, because usually whatever thing is like bothering you, that seems like kind of not like kind of bothering you, but like not doesn't seem that serious. Probably when you get as you get older, that thing is probably going to get worse, and then you will probably start looking at the underlying potentially what is the underlying reason for it, and then you're probably not going to get great answers. You'll probably ask
here,
if
let
you
me-
ask the doctor. I bet you anything you're not going to get a satisfactory answer for. And if you start digging and you try to find out what's really going on, you're probably going to find out that the limitations of what we actually know.
I don't know about.
Here,
I just
let
use it
me-
as an example. I'm sure maybe this is nothing, but there's something else. Like people are like complicated, right? And we're all different in some ways. And there's something like there's a lot of ways that things can go wrong. And so, I mean, yeah,
Here,
I mean,
I'll show you something. It's kind of funny. I don't know why I didn't think of like some super rare thing. 'Cause, I mean, I'll show you something because I do actually have something that is super duper rare. I mean, it's not dangerous as far as I know. Here, I'll show you. I don't really care. I'm not really self conscious about it anymore. But when I was a kid,
oh, you're like fingernails?
yeah,
What is that?
I forget the name of it. I knew it at some point, but I forget. I looked into it. It's some like gene disorder thing. Nothing can be done. I saw nothing could be done, and I was like, okay, that's all I need to know.
Does it bother you
yes.
in it, or is it just a visual thing?
No, it's a visual thing. Sometimes because
Is
like
it,
they're so like
is it breaking?
thicker, like
It looks like your middle finger. Is that breaking?
yeah, because I had one where I ripped a nail off while working on a car, just because like it's easier for things to get caught in them. So what does happen is like something will get caught underneath, and then it'll lift the whole nail off, which is very painful. But other than that, no, like it doesn't change anything. I mean, people might stare. That's about it. Could be a lot worse. It's not a. When it comes to like rare diseases, could be a lot better, or it could be a lot worse. It's not like I'm gonna die or anything, right?
But
It's
like,
just
there's like so many different things going on in a person. Like I can't. I think they do a lot of things to try to simplify because I don't think there's a lot of things they just don't understand. I mean, I used to think like before I started doing a lot more research and seeing doctors and stuff, I used to think like that doctors just kind of knew everything, that we just knew the answers to things. And I would watch shit like medical shows and stuff, and I just thought, oh, they just know everything. Oh, they can just figure stuff out. Like after you go and see real doctors, like I live in New York City, like I have access to like the best doctors in the world, basically. And they're all like, there's like several hospitals that are all in the same area. Like they're like, you could think of it almost as like one big hospital. So any one of those hospitals are like world class by themselves. But I could like think of it as like one big hospital that like, because like they're all super close to each other. So I mean, like I don't even know there's anywhere else that has like that concentration of like medical expertise. And like I just realized that like nobody like the house thing, like most people don't, unless it was like right any one of the cases that House had. I'm pretty sure that the doctor who devoted the effort to like figuring those things out, like that was like a career like defining moment. Like he like I'm sure that he did not get paid what like he just did it because he was like he was just like engrossed in trying to figure it out. Like he was just like intrigued and perplexed by it or something, and just like it just like gnawed at him and he had to figure it out. Like I'm sure that he did not get paid to like do all that extra shit. Like what doctors really do is like they have a certain time that they can spend with you, and they kind of half the time they spend is documenting shit. And they're not sitting there like figuring out shit like Sherlock Holmes. Like that shit doesn't really happen. Like that's like almost at the level of fiction because it happens like so rarely. Like I mean,
well, that's why I didn't.
Real doctors
see it
don't
that way, right?
Yeah.
Because like I mean, like to your point,
most doctors are kind of operating within the framework of like some checklist of what they're allowed to do by like, you know, if not the Canada government, or they kind of have some vague idea of what insurance will cover, you know,
it's a little bit more complicated in the US because there's a million different insurances, but they have some very vague idea, right, of like what the average is, you know. So they don't know every single plan like they could, like for instance, if there was just one system like the Canadian system. Probably the doctors already memorized what the Canadian government will pay for their specific specialty and what the things they see, because they don't have to consider like 10,000 different insurance plans. They already know, like it's not that hard to memorize one. You just can't memorize 10,000. I mean, so I bet you they already know yeah what
Also,
they
like,
can and can't do.
To your point, I mean, like to show like how differently I saw it. I mean, I'm kind of like to prove, right, that I mean, you're right. Like, if I went to a doctor, they wouldn't have free reign to spend billions of dollars trying to fix me.
Right. They're not going to sit there and do research on you, have you in the hospital and do all these tests to try to figure it out. They're not going to be like Dr. House trying to figure it out, right? They're just going to be like, I don't know. Like, I can do one or two things, probably have nothing to do, totally benign thing. I don't even know if they have a name that they can classify that has a thing that they can bill. They're probably going to do some super generic thing like that does nothing to treat the underlying condition. Like, hey, like, do you want a bandage? Do you want, does it hurt? I can give you a painkiller. Like, I mean, they're not going to figure anything out.
Yeah, exactly. And in my head, like, that's completely true. But in my head, like, I don't expect that from them. So I just never thought of it that way. Like to me, that's like completely reasonable. I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Like,
but like you probably had that when you were a kid, right? Yeah, so you kind of probably accepted it because when you're a kid, you're kind of busy doing kid stuff. I don't know. Like there's like, imagine you get something when you're like middle-aged or something, and you just think, oh, this is not normal, and you're not used to it or something. Because I think you just accepted it because you were like a kid. But like, I don't know. Like, what if, I don't know, like half of your face turns black or something, and I don't know. I'm just making shit up. I don't know what I'm saying. Like that would be very uncomfortable probably for you because you're not used to it. Like it happens to you like now, or like, I would say like in 10 years from now, but then like that's probably hard to imagine. So it happens to you now. You haven't lived with it your whole life. It's kind of strange to you. So like you might be like, I don't know, maybe that's not the greatest example because that might sound like something like, how in the world would you ever fix that?
Well, but to be fair, I think the problem was probably more my personality, because even if I were in that situation, I wouldn't expect a doctor or anyone to go out of their way, like do a bunch of expensive research. Like I would never even think of that.
Okay, but it's not like, but like, let's say
that is me. Like, of course, like you might think that, but that's why I never even saw it that way, because I would never even think of it that way, and that's just because like that's just how I am. It's probably a bad thing that I'm that way, to be honest.
But maybe this isn't like a perfect example. Like what I want to do is I want to give like an example where it seems like something that seems plausible, like where let's say you have that problem, then you read something that makes you think that it might be fixable if, it's in the realm of possibility, because this example is not perfect because I just told you some symptom, but like there was no pathology to it. So there was no way for you to even think that it was possible to fix. But like, if I gave you something and then, I don't know, but
I'll be honest, my first thought was, see, I think it could just be a personality difference, because my first thought was, I don't want to make a doctor do something he's.
But you're not like trying to like, because
like, I would
nobody. I don't think anyone. I don't think anyone's trying to make a doctor do anything. I think I think the normal thing is that something is happening to you and you're just like, what is this? You're just asking, all you're doing is you're just asking questions. Like, what is this? Like, what caused it? How can I fix it? You know, that sort of thing. And you're just trying to get answers to that. And you are just kind of trying to get answers to that, you know, through the medical system. So you're not trying to make a doctor do any particular thing. And actually, like, I personally don't expect any doctor to know the answers to things. I just want I'm just trying to answer the questions. I'm not I'm kind of very aware of like the limitations of what what we currently know. Like so I don't think that most people are I just don't think, because I'm not the only person who has this issue. I don't want to get into a whole bunch of details and explain a bunch of stuff. But basically, I am not like the only person. I just don't think that most people really there. I think most. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I'm sort of inferring based on the conversations I had with the doctors, but I think most people. I mean, because obviously I'm not in the appointments. But I don't think most people are I think most people are kind of just like, oh, okay, and they don't ask too many questions, and they're
honestly, that would probably be me. I don't think I'd press, but I think that's just because I have like a I don't know. I'm just used to like accepting like it is what it is. Like this is how I am.
yeah.
Which is probably not a good thing.
I mean, I don't know.
it
I
just- it just happened.
I don't know that. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's not a good thing. I mean, I think
Yeah,
that
I think it's a good thing to question.
I think that there is like some. I think it's good to question some, but I also think it's also good to stop at a certain point, because I think that like I think that at a certain, like, let's say that there was, I mean, if something's really not fixable, it's better for you to like accept that it's not fixable
Yeah.
and just live your life than to
I mean, at that
like
point,
sort
does
of
it really
trying
matter?
to fixate on trying to fix something that's not fixable. You're sort
Yeah.
of just wasting time and energy and resources and stuff. And so you know, there is kind of like some I mean, it's, you can't really say one or the other, because it's also bad to like not just fully accept everything that a doctor says, because they do say things that are wrong. Because I mean, if you go to different doctors, they will say different things. And then
Yeah, someone has to
sometimes
be wrong.
you yeah, like, and yeah, I mean, a lot of times you have a problem and actually there's some underlying problem. So you should probably want to like get to the root of the problem to fix it. And if you don't, if you kind of just let them like kind of linger, maybe it could create like a larger problem. So I think it sort of depends, you know. Yeah. I should prepare to
Yeah, I gotta get ready for work. I mean, I
Yeah.
work from home, but
okay,
starting
okay.
in like 10 minutes.
Okay. So we should this is probably a good stopping point then.
Like, kind of good timing. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll talk to you later. Maybe still open to playing, so at some point we can
Yeah, for
actually
sure.
play the game for real.
Let me know. hopefully goes well today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's not a big deal. I don't expect. I'm just following up. I don't expect. Yeah, I don't want to make the whole long story, but I mean, I don't. It's not. I'm just going to the point. It's not a big deal. It's nothing. They're not going to do anything. Maybe they'll draw my blood or something. I don't expect him to figure out anything at this point. Yeah. I'm just saying I have an appointment. It's just
No.
it's just a matter of fact. It's
Still hope it goes well.
nothing interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Even if it's boring, maybe it's better if it's boring. I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever's best. Hopefully that's what happens.
Okay. Well. All right. Well, it's good chatting with you. I'll talk to you later.
I will see you later. Hopefully, I don't know. Sometimes when this happens, I fall asleep right after work.
Yeah. No.
and
I
then
mean,
my
I would
schedule is
not.
completely screwed.
I would not fault you. If
We
you
will see.
yeah, I'm not expecting to see you.
Either way,
yeah.
even if I do fall asleep after work, I'll be up later in the evening because I won't sleep that much.
Okay.
So,
All right. I'll
yeah.
talk to you later.
I'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye.
See ya.